Good morning.
Good morning.
I can't express enough how excited I am to have such a gathering of humanists, sincere seekers of truth, pursuers of reason, and alternative worldview, bereft of dogma, and strangles of tradition. People genuinely interested in the liberty to think freely. But before I proceed, I beg your pardon. I'm reading from my tablet, and it isn't the same tablet that Moses used at the mountains. I'm talking about a modern electronic device. So, of course, you do make the distinction that I am not inflated by my own ego, so much so that I feel that I can singularly make a commandment and test for all of us here. I believe you're done, please. This is the second West African Humanist Conference. The first was in 2012, and both have been organized by the Humanist Association of Ghana, the International Humanist and Ethical Action Youth Organization. All organizers and sponsors are people who uphold humanist ideals. Humanism, for most people, and especially in our part of the world, is unheard of, or it is an academic amusement, or it is the refuge of a few rabble-rousing outliers. Nothing could be more wrong. For us, humanism is a way of life. It is a constant pursuit of that which is ultimately humane, and that is empathic, that which promotes human happiness, and that which limits suffering and misery. It is a daily pursuit to express love, to hold the hands of the next person and assure them that we are and will be here and there when they need help to go that dark moment in life. Humanism is for us a stark realization that on this tiny rock, suspended in a universe so vast it is measured in light years, we are all we've got. We humans are all we have. We have to live with each other. We cannot look elsewhere for allies whose existence we have no proof of, despite thousands of years of search, and in spite of the immense resources we as humans have committed to this search, sometimes to harmful consequences. Humanism for us spells the difference between a life that nourished humankind and one that was inconsequential in society. For us, it is a difference between intelligence. Sorry, I'll take that again. For us, it is a difference between the bold intelligence to confront our world and the cowardice that intimidates us into superstition and bigoted but complacent ignorance. It is the difference between taking our ailing and haggard moms to the hospital and taking them to a prayer camp where they are chained to trees. It is the difference between progress and being stuck with the customs, and the difference between building institutions of learning and scholarship and the erection of places of worship. It is the difference between teaching superstition in the classrooms and teaching students to think critically. It is the difference between praying for the Apostle Dam to be filled with water so that the nation can have stable electricity supply, and doing the intelligent work of coming up with alternatives and solutions to the power cuts. It is the difference between praying for the city to rise as opposed to taking steps to stop corruption and run an effective economy to people before the comfort of a small minority. Speaking of humanism, I'll be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the contributions of some torchbearers and allies. I speak of humanism in West Africa. There was Shai Tolare of Nigeria, and there was Octavia of Ghana. There is Leo Igwe of the Nigerian Humanist movement. And Leo Igwe is a man to whom the Humanist Association of Ghana owes a lot. He's made mandatory contributions towards organizing this conference. So in his absence, we really do appreciate him. And I hope we do. And we acknowledge the tirelessness and invaluable contribution of the Knight for bringing us together as humanists in Ghana, for his coaching and for his insights, even to this day, making mandatory contributions towards organizing this conference. So yes, we are very grateful. I also need to mention that earlier this year, Rosalind is the lady sitting behind you here. Please stand up, let me see you. She was elected secretary for the African Working Group of the International Humanist Ethical Union Youth Organization sometime earlier in the year. Anyway, so the list would go on, but then I'll suffice to say that to the scores of humanists who have lent support in various ways, are very much appreciated. We've been going on to bring this together for months now. A lot of people have made vast contributions. We can't individually even rate. So, to those of you who have sleepless nights, going from place to place, trying to put things together, making calls, sending emails, using your own resources and all that, please be appreciated. So what I've simply done here is to articulate some of the motivations that spur us on as humanists in Ghana, as humanists in West Africa. What we hope for is a better world. What we hope for is a better society. What we hope for is a society where we do not discriminate amongst ourselves on any basis. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the second West African Humanist Conference in the year 2040. Let the show begin. Having done my part, I would invite Emmanuel McAsma of the Humanist Association of Ghana, who would update us on what has been going on as far as the Humanist Association of Ghana is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. Good morning. Chairperson, scholars and experts, eminent students, humanist friends and allies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome each of you on behalf of all members of this organization, the Humanist Association of Ghana, to the West African International Humanist Conference on the theme African Youth for Science and Reason. It's an exciting time for humanists as we continue to grow and adapt, stay motivated, responsive, and open to new ideas on humanism. I'd like to share with you a brief history of the Humanist Association of Ghana. The history of organized humanism in Ghana dates back to the 80s with the formation of the Rational Center by Hope Terrier. So on this day, as we mark the convene for the second West African Humanist Conference, we salute Hope Terrier for his contribution to see the growth of truth and reason in Ghana, for his courage and for his thoughtfulness. A small group of young individuals questioning that which has been fed them since childhood met on the Saturday, 9th of June, in response to an invitation by William Knight, a British citizen and a Ghanaian resident at the time, whose intention was to meet other faithless individuals like himself, led him begin to search on social media for others with like-minded views. Today, the Humanist Association of Ghana is a large group of atheists, agnostics, skeptics, and free thinkers. Until that meeting, it was almost impossible to imagine there were residents in Ghana who expressed likewise views. That's in part because none of us had met like-minded people and we thought we were alone. In Ghana, there is nowhere to turn to with the assurance of not having religion, bigotry, or superstition staring you in the face. Society thinks we are delusional or looks at us with intense pity and are incredulous of our views on the various of matters like the God question and faith, homosexuality, abortion, etc. And so, in September 2012, the Humanist Association of Ghana was formed. We were excited. Our society was waking up. People were opening up to an alternative worldview, not plagued by dogma, tradition, authority, or ignorance, and a dark suspicion. This led to the first ever official humanist conference to be hosted in Ghana in November of the same year. The group since then offered a community for humanists to speak out their worldviews, their fears, and their challenges in a society that neither understands and cares about humanist ideas. At this juncture, I would like to share with you some of the challenges we've been facing so far as a group. I've enumerated 5 points here. So one, how do we get non-believers to come out of their false homes, speak up and be heard? 2, how do we engage people who are fixated on a supernatural approach to life and address the view that without subscribing to a specific belief, one cannot be good or moral? 3, what are the most effective ways to persuade the mainstream local media to sympathetically give us airtime as they do with religion? 4, how do we change an educational system that doesn't promote critical thinking and critical inquiry? 5, and the last one, what strategies can we use to overcome the lesion of sociocultural factors that mitigate against the flourishing of alternative perspectives? Our organization is confronting a time of many challenges, and we are meeting these at a time of larger nationwide and global change in terms of societal ethics and values. As you may all be aware, it hasn't been easy in our part of the world today. For example, we are campaigning against homosexuals, the reports of Boko Haram, recruiting lone wolves from Ghana and other parts of the South region, etc. One of the primary focuses of HAG is to form and sustain local humanist groups. In order to further the spread of humanist lifestyles, the Humanist Association of Ghana realizes that a presence in the nation's capital is only a part of the solution. We have, however, opened branches in 2 universities at the moment, the University of Ghana and the University of Science and Technology, respectively. Much of the responsibility for explaining humanism to the majority of Ghanaians who have never heard of humanism or have misinformed impressions about it lies with the humanists at the local level. Our members have also written a number of articles that have been published on our blog and other blogs like the Ghana Web, Northern Ghana, and in various newspapers. Why humanism for West Africa? The West African region has huge potential in terms of natural resources and the ingenuity of its citizens, yet we often feel these resources are wasted or are not used effectively. Our education system and society discourages young people from exploring ideas, independent thought, and discovering new solutions to problems. We sometimes become complacent, saying, "Leave it to God," instead of taking personal responsibility for our lives. We accept misfortune as a part of a divine plan instead of working against the causes of misfortune. Instead of uniting, we look with suspicion at our brothers and sisters. We sometimes fall victim to scams, whether they be related to work, health, or religious belief. Humanism seeks to take control of their own lives and to live this life to the fullest. West Africa has seen many humanists, as our Honorable Chairperson mentioned, one of which was Nigerian Tai Solaren, who was a well-known humanist in Nigeria, and he was against the ownership of the schools by churches. Tai Solaren once said, "Black people hold on to their God just as a drunken man holds on to a street lamppost for physical support only." And of course, there is Wole Soyinka, who was awarded the International Humanist Award by the World Humanist Conference this year, as well as Igwe, who formed the Nigerian Humanist movement and has campaigned for over 15 years, particularly on the issue of witchcraft accusations. And today he's joining us as a delegate to speak on witchcraft issue via Skype. Ghana's first Prime Minister, Kwame Nkrumah, said, and I quote, "The African personality is itself defined by a cluster of humanist principles which underline the traditional African society." And again he said, "Fear created the gods, and fear preserves them. Fear is vital agents of wars, pestilence, earthquakes, and nature represent fears of acts of God." Across West Africa, people have individually been questioning supernatural perspectives and rejecting them in favor of approaches based on evidence, critical thinking, and compassion. Feeling as if alone, the internet has allowed them to talk and network with others, just like we did with our group. It has been an indigenous movement, a conclusion which drew private reflection and later reinforced by international and local writers. The world of humanism is indeed an exciting framework in which to think and to work, and will continue to meet and bring inspired people together in forums like this to ensure our organization remains at the forefront of this exciting journey to guiding individuals to self-realization and self-fulfillment. I'd like to thank each of you once again for attending this conference and bringing your expertise, knowledge, and resources at your disposal to our gathering. I am confident that you all present today have the vision, the knowledge and wherewithal, and experience to help us to the future. You are truly our greatest asset today and tomorrow, and we could not accomplish what we do without your support and leadership. At this juncture, I would also like to acknowledge the International Humanist and Ethical Union, the International Humanist and Ethical Union, the youth organization of which our own Russell Moore is most elected secretary of earlier in the year, and the International Humanist Institute for cooperation with developing countries, HIVOS, for sponsoring this event, and to all our allies and friends who have in one way or the other contributed to this conference. Throughout this conference, I ask you to stay engaged, keep us proactive, and help us shape the future of humanity and Africa, and even the world as a whole. My personal respect and appreciation goes out to all of you. Thank you very much.
So we now have heard from the parent organization that put this together, that has brought us here. That's Ghana. We move straight to our agenda. We are discussing communicable diseases, with special focus on Ebola. If you watch closely, see over the past month or so, it looks like somehow Ebola that disappeared. So what was the hype all about? It's like it happened and all like people were there and that suddenly it's kind of like, oh, we should let it go. That's what happens in the media. They just go where the money is. Anyway, we have here with us Dr. Bonnie. Dr. Kutuboni is a research fellow at the Noguchi Memorial Institute and is also a microbiologist. We invited him here to give us, to enlighten us more on communicable diseases, with special focus on Ebola. So, Dr. Kutuboni, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And thank you also very much for inviting me here to be part of your second Humanist conference in West Africa, or particularly in Ghana. I think I'm privileged to be part of this august audience. So having said that, yes, through him, he really gave the introduction already. I am part of the team of scientists and also there's a microbiologist who have been investigating communicable diseases. Particularly, we are focused on virology, viral-related infections. So the part of my department that I belong to is the virology department, that's the negotiates moralized for medical research. And since the spread of Ebola started, we have done a lot of work on screening for suspected cases of Ebola in the country. As we go through the presentation, I will mention the number of cases that we have tested, and actually we have not heard that Ghana has recorded any Ebola case yet. That will also be mentioned. So without much ado, we'll go straight to the presentation that we have. So the outline of the presentation is going to be as on the screen. We'll just look at an overview of communicable diseases, briefly introduction, definition, importance of communicable diseases, the impact that it has on us. Then we'll zoom in and talk about Ebola. We hope to do this within the next 30 to 40 minutes so that we can allow for questions and discussions. Right. Communicable diseases are a group of diseases that mainly comprise of infections that will produce an evidently clear illness. The illness in this case will be characteristic of signs and or symptoms that has resulted from an infection. The infection will be the growth of the pathogen, that is the disease-causing agent, in the host individual. When we talk about communicable diseases, we can also talk about what we call the transmissible diseases, or what we call the infectious diseases. They are the same group of diseases that we know, that is either a communicable disease, infectious disease, or transmissible disease. When we talk about them, what aids them for us to get it, we are talking about transmission is facilitated by some of these points that are raised on the screen. More frequent human contact due to increase in the volume and needs of transportation because of now international air travel, which is quite affordable. We can easily transmit infections. We talk about influenza, which is commonly transmitted through airborne route. We can easily get it when you are sitting close to somebody in the airline. When the person coughs or sneezes, you can easily catch it. We can also talk about globalization, increased trade and contact. Now we have a lot of people in our midst from all over the place. People can move from any part of the world to Ghana and can move from Ghana to any part of the world in a very short time. So that also increases the risk of us getting this or this. We talk about microbial adaptation and change. I mean, in an aid for a virus, or let's say the pathogen, to evade either drugs, or they will call it threat that threatens their life. They try to change. If they change, okay. If they change, they will not change for the better, I mean, with respect to the host. So if a microbe changes its form, it can either become more pathogenic or it can become benign. So we talk about microbial adaptation and change. So because of the adverse effects, we take medicines, we take all sorts of things to get rid of them. So we also try to evade those mechanisms. And pathogenic or less pathogenic. We can also talk about the breakdown of capacity at various levels. We are having a lot of problems in these three West African countries that are mostly affected by Ebola. Because most of us think that their health systems were very weak to start with. That's how come they got that far. And Ghana is not really better because we've not got it. They are safe from that respect. Change in human demographics and behavior, that also causes or aids or facilitation of the economic development, of course, and land use patterns. Now we are not anywhere where we used to have ecological niches for other organisms. We encroach, we build. So they have to move from there. And in so doing, we expose ourselves to so many other infections. If we talk about the modes of transmission, specifically we are talking about bloodborne or sexual infections. We can talk about a lot of them, but I've just mentioned only 2 or 3 of them. Hepatitis B and C, we know is either sexually transmitted or through the blood route. We can talk about HIV. We can talk about a lot of other sexually transmitted infections. We know a lot of them. When you talk about the inhalation route, tuberculosis, most deadly, influenza, anthrax, we can talk about SARS. We have a host number of them. That one we can easily transmit them when either we cough, we sneeze, if we have the pathogen and the person is close to you, or even you can leave it on surfaces. When immediately somebody touches it and introduces it into the person's system, the person can get it. We talk about indirect route, malaria, vector-borne. Another vector has to get the parasite to introduce it into the host. And we talk about fomites or fomites. That is what I just mentioned just now. Also, now we are being bedeviled by a lot of zoonotic diseases. When we talk about zoonotic diseases, some of you here might know infectious diseases of animals. Usually, these animals are vertebrates, mostly vertebrates, and they can naturally be transmitted to humans. It's natural transmission. It's not, they don't have to go through any effort. It's maybe the way they either feed or the way they move around in their ecological system or niche. By so doing, they can transmit these infections to humans. And Ebola, as we know, very typical example. That is our topic for today. We'll talk about it later on. We can talk about also mad cow disease, avian influenza. These are all borne by animals. Avian is bird. So animals, and they introduce it into humans. The moment the virus that animal, the animal introduces to humans, it crosses what you call the species barrier. Within the animal that has the virus pathogen, it will not cause any infection. It will be either subclinical or any asymptomatic. But the moment the virus or the pathogen crosses from that animal to another person, usually human beings or let's say non-human primates, they become pathogenic. And these are what we call the zoonotic diseases. We have a lot of them. Now, we are now grappling with a lot of zoonotic diseases and also emerging or re-emerging infections. The most commonly reported communicable disease outbreaks, in our part of the world, the West African sub-region, talking about cholera, we are in 2014. Accra is struggling with cholera, which is even disgrace. It's when we talk about it, we feel shy to talk about it. Something that I was listening to, I think your chairman was making something that we know what we can do. We are struggling. People are dying from cholera. It is not the best. Dysentery. Talk about malaria. Then the hemorrhagic fevers. Some of them we can do very little about, especially the ones borne by animals. But the ones that we can control, we don't see why they should or we should be struggling with. And most of these are either preventable by vaccines or we have medications to treat them, apart from some of the hemorrhagic fever viruses. Then we also talk about the cyclic and meningococcal meningitis outbreak that affects countries along. We have a meningitis belt from some part of West Africa to Ghana to other parts. And we have seasons that we are hit by meningitis. And that one, it is some of it, we don't know whether they are natural or we can still do something. I mean, because we know that it will happen, we always prepare to face them. So these are all diseases or communicable diseases that we can do something about to prevent an outbreak situation. The importance of communicable diseases. These are very simple and we know about them. Significant burden of disease, especially in low and middle income countries. We talk about illness, disability, and mortality. They cost a lot. Social impact, economic impact, potential for rapid spread. Then we have human security concerns. We talk about bioterrorism and all that. That is what we mean by human security concerns. In sub-Saharan Africa, it's infectious diseases, including, or let's say, and childhood illnesses and maternal causes, account for as much as 70% of the burden of diseases. This cartoon that we have at the right-hand side there is very old, but it tells us a lot. You can see HIV/AIDS 25%, malaria 16%, tuberculosis 4%, other infectious diseases 22%. That is where the communicable diseases come in. Then the rest. We also have injuries, scoring high. These are vehicular accidents. You can see 12%. That accounts for quite a number. If you compare the 70% to what happens in, especially the Asia or the Oceania, we have about a third of communicable diseases resulting in or causing a burden of disease in those countries. But if you come even down further, other countries, especially the Western countries, we have less than 20%. That means in our part of the world, the sub-Saharan Africa, we are really struggling with communicable diseases. And if you look at this graph, it tells you a lot. We are comparing Sierra Leone to Denmark. And you can just look at the base percent of total death. If you look at Sierra Leone, you can see from our 0 to, let's say, about 15 years, a lot of people die. Why? A lot of them are due to communicable diseases. But if you compare that to Denmark, it's a Western country, you can see people who are old, above adulthood, and the elderly, which is natural. All of that. But if you look at what's happening in sub-Saharan Africa, it is so grim. I mean, it's so bad. A lot of people at the tender ages, we lose them because of communicable diseases. They have significant social impact. We talk about disruption of family and social networks, child-dependent households, social exclusion. We can talk about widespread stigma and discrimination. Some people, when they go through even recovery for some of these, what we call communicable diseases, we can talk about Ebola or even HIV. Even to integrate back into society is a problem because of stigma issues. People point fingers at them. They have discrimination even in employment situations. People don't want to even employ them again because they have gone through a problem that is not of their making, and they have recovered. Getting them back into work, they don't want to allow them because they think that they can reinfect people. We talk about orphans and vulnerable children, loss of primary caregivers. People die. We have heard that this Ebola is even killing more healthcare workers than patients. Susceptible to exploitation and trafficking. Interventions such as quarantine measures will aggravate the social disruption. We heard of what was happening in Liberia some time ago. The treatment centers that they've set in place, people were against it, mainly because of how they were operating it. If you look at the significant economic impact, so many, these figures are even old. We have current figures. This one doesn't even include the Ebola statistics that we have. We are looking at things like malaria. Talk about reduction in revenue for countries. Tourism is mostly affected when we have these communicable diseases afflicting the country. We talk about estimated cost of SARS around that time to Asian countries was more than $20 billion. That is in the year 2003. Drop in international travel to affected countries. Four. These figures, so if you compare to that of Ebola, we have more than 90%. Because now nobody wants to travel to places like Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea because of what is happening. But if you enter the country, it is not every part of the country that will happen. People are still living there. They have not even seen Ebola people. Malaria causes an average loss of 1.3% annual GDP in countries with intense transmission, that is in endemic countries, which Ghana is part. The plague outbreak in India cost the economy over 1 billion for travel restrictions and embargoes. At the household level, poorer households are disproportionately affected. Substantial loss in productivity and income for the infant and also the caregivers. Then we can talk about catastrophic costs of treating illness. That is also something that is noteworthy. We have to note that one. International boundaries are disappearing. Of course, because of emerging and re-emerging infections, because of communicable and transmissible diseases. We talk about borders are not very effective at stopping communicable diseases. Even our borders, if you talk to those who man the borders, they said we have more unapproved routes than the approved ones. In Ghana, we have borders. Where it is manned, we call them the approved ones. But where it is not manned, the unapproved ones, they are more than the approved ones. So these are the problems. So somebody can just walk in without you noticing anything. You can set up screening devices and screening procedures, but people use other routes and they evade the system. So we are talking about these are disappearing. The boundaries are they are there, but to us they are non-existent because people can use other routes to get into them. With increasing globalization, interdependence of countries, that is more trade and human or animal interactions. We do trade in so many commodities, so many items, so many things. And we talk about human and animal interactions because of our trade connections. The rise in international traffic and commerce makes challenges even more daunting. Other global issues affect or are affected by communicable diseases. You can talk about the climatic changes, migration, and also change in biodiversity. Then in 1998, I mean, in the midst of all these problems, the African region decided to adopt what we call the IDSR, the Integrated Surveillance and Response System. It was a very simple system. We were thinking that if they adopt this system, which is a means of surveillance, their communicable disease issues are minimized or will some green light at the end of it. The goal of this is just to implement a coordinated and integrated approach to data collection, analysis, interpretation, use, and distribution of surveillance information on priority communicable diseases to assist the public health intervention decisions. So basically, the IDSR was supposed to do this. It was implemented. They started the implementation of IDSR in 1998, but since then, we've still been having problems. The problems even have moved from what we used to have, fewer or let's say smaller magnitude, to now higher proportions. The IDSR in place. So that means our system of reporting is not even effective. We mentioned they gave before that, we're having the sample, so we have to test it. So these are some of the samples that we are testing. And before it gets to us, maybe the media will say, oh, if you look at the statistics for the three most affected countries, you can see for Guinea, it started in February. We have had 2,453 cases. Out of that, 1,500. Liberia, we have had more of the cases there. Now, Serbia has overtaken. Only about 3 weeks ago, Liberia was talking. Serbia, now we are having cases, more cases. Why? Because Liberia, the Americans have been there. Now they have lost a lot of treatment centers. They are going about advocacy to their members. Talking about how we can safely bury an Ebola victim. So the intervention that they are putting in there is helping to bring them out, to burn out the virus. Though they are not out of the woods yet, but things are becoming clearer in Liberia than in Sierra Leone. So now they are talking 8,000 cases and 2,000 of them. And we know our other countries with localized or travel-associated transmission. We can talk about Nigeria, US, Mali, and Spain. All these countries have had exposed, or they've been exposed to the virus. Different cases, levels, but most of them, Nigeria, Senegal, and not Mali, Spain, they have now been declared Ebola free because after 42 days of an incident, if you don't record any injuries, you are declared Ebola free. So these projections were made at the beginning of the outbreak. They made projections for due to using mathematical models to make these projections that for a country like Guinea, by 1st of December, we're going to have the graph plateauing. That means the disease will be burning out gradually. And we are seeing that actually. For Sierra Leone, they made a similar projection that it has somehow, it is not really giving us a true picture because Sierra Leone now we are still having cases on the rise. For Liberia, at the beginning of the outbreak, in fact, the picture was very great because Liberia, things were behind them. In fact, their health infrastructure was non existent. And people were dying. People were running away from what is supposed to be the quarantine centers. They were running from there, going to the marketplace to look for food. People who were infected. See, so all these, they looked at them to do these projections. They realized that Liberia things were bad, but they cried to the US and other bodies. Now they have come in there, they've tried to, they worked out these and things are getting better. So this graph that we have for Liberia here is not a true reflection of what's going on now. Now things have changed. So rather they are trying to burn out the virus. Right, so let's quickly look at, we know, we have heard of how this disease is transmitted. Let's just look at, yes, we talked about communicable diseases, we talked about zoonosis. It's a typical example of a zoonotic infection. We know that the bats, we call the fruit bats, it's not all of them that have the virus. And the fruit bat that have the virus, they don't show, or you don't see a fruit bat who is sickened with the virus. That means they live happily with the virus. But then when the virus moves from that species into humans or into non-human primates that we have there, it will cause the infection to them. That is zoonosis. Then when it gets into humans or to these other animals, spreading is very simple because it's by contact. So assuming a bat which has the virus, fruit bat is feeding on a fruit and the fruit falls, and quickly these animals fix it up, they can get exposed to the virus. Getting exposed and getting infection is a thin line. So when they get the infection and a human being preys on these animals, the animal that is infected, it can get it. Then, between human and human is secondary, very simple, by contact. Any of the body fluids, you also get it. You get exposed. And when you get exposed, getting infected is very simple. So we talk about human to human via contact with body fluids such as all that we have there. The virus can be spread through contact with objects contaminated with infected secretions. This is where we talk about the fomites or the fomites. If somebody should open a doorknob, if somebody who is infected, assuming the person has a cat, he or she is not aware, he holds the doorknob and opens it. He leaves some traces of blood on the doorknob. You also don't know, you just go and hold the doorknob and you pick up those traces. They have become exposed. If you have a broken skin, the virus can go in. If you introduce it, we usually put our hands in our noses. We can easily introduce it there. We have it. So sometimes it's not a matter of people saying that, oh, I will stop shaking. Now they have what we call the Ebola rating. I'll stop shaking and I'll do that. This scenario, you can just get the patient. So it's a matter of going through proper, what we call the hygienic ways. And we'll talk about the hand hygiene and all that later on. So we can also get it contact with corpses of Ebola victims. We don't have it in their country, but people die. And the corpses are more contagious even than the human beings who are, the live human beings who are infected. Then we have contact with body fluids of infected animals, either dead or alive. If the animal is infected, maybe you go to the bush, you see an antelope. Antelope, they run faster than us if they are wet. I saw the antelope, the way it was going, you thought you have got a prey, like a game. Just go and catch it. Maybe it's infected. So it is the handling of the animal that you become exposed. When the animal is used to prepare food, because of the way we boil our food, there's no way we can get the virus from. Because the viruses are heat giver. The moment they are heated, they will die. But it is in the preparation of the food with the animal which is infected that will make you exposed. Then we can talk about the fact that it is not, for now, it has not been established scientifically that it is spread through the air. Right. So where can you find Ebola virus in an Ebola patient? So all these fluids, if you just have a drop of it from an Ebola patient, you can become exposed. We talk about blood, saliva, tears, nasal secretion, skin, sweat, vaginal secretion, semen, feces, smoke. So the infection and the symptoms that it presents. We have the initial symptoms and we have symptoms that as it progresses, we'll see. We talk about fever, intense weakness, muscle pain, and severe headache. These are very general or very simple, or let's say they are not very specific to only Ebola. A lot of disease conditions in our part of the world present with these initial symptoms. So if you get a headache or you have intense body weakness, you don't go to the doctor and tell the doctor that I think I have Ebola. That one is not right. So they will have to ask you some questions. Or have you been to the affected countries in the last week or two? Have you been to the farm or the bush to catch them? They will ask you some questions. And if they ask these questions and you answer yes to them, maybe I was in Liberia a week ago. Now I have come down with fever, intense weakness, and all that. Then it will raise their suspicion. Okay, then now let's take your sample and go and test and see what you have. They will not conclude that you have Ebola. Ebola can only be ascertained in the lab. So if the sample is taken and the lab confirmation says that yes, it is Ebola, then you are Ebola. The mere fact that you are showing the symptoms having been to an affected country doesn't mean that you have the infection. when they never went to touch any victim. So these initial of disease conditions in our part of the world, malaria, typhoid, and all that present with this. And then if you have these symptoms, and you know that you have been to the affected countries, and you don't take immediate actions to go to the health facility to report, it will progress to severe vomiting, diarrhea, and all that. So if it advances to this stage, then you have a limited chance of survival. But then if you present to the facility early, you have a chance of survival, a higher chance. Even though we don't have any medication, we'll talk about how to do it. Yes, we have the incubation period. We know, or we've heard, that for Ebola and most of these viral hemorrhagic fevers, we have a range from 2 to 21 days. That is about 3 weeks. That means if one should get exposed to the virus and become infected, when we say infected, that means you got the virus maybe on your hands, you introduce it into you. Infection is only established when the virus enters a cell in the body. If a virus is not in a cell, a virus can only grow in a cell. If you put a virus on the table, after some time it will die. But if it enters the body and gets access to a cell and enters it, it will pick up the cell's mechanism of growth and it will multiply itself. That is where we call the infection. So the time from infection to the time that you start showing symptoms is what we call the incubation period. And it ranges because we are different. We have different immune responses. So somebody's immune response may not be the same as yours. Somebody may be immunocompromised. Somebody may be immunosufficient. So it depends on your immune status. When you get the infection, you can either show the symptoms earlier or show it later. But it ranges from 2 to 21 days. Okay. So that's but it has been shown that what is happening currently, most of them, it starts from the 8th day to the 10th day. They don't even go to the 20th day. They start showing the symptoms. Right, so this I've spoken about it. The earlier you go to the health facility, the better. The moment you start seeing symptoms, knowing that you have been exposed to the virus, either by an epidemiological link to an affected country or by maybe your habits, it's better you go to the facility. And if you do that, you have a chance of survival. For the laboratory diagnosis, they have specific tubes that they use or is recommended for usage in the lab. If you take a sample in a tube that is not recommended and you bring it to the lab, you cannot do the testing on it because these tubes contain some chemicals. And one of them has a chemical that inhibits the procedures that we carry out in the lab. So this green top tube contains a chemical we call the heparin. These are all anticoagulants. They help the blood not to coagulate. So if you use this tube to collect a sample and you bring it for testing, we cannot work on it. So apart from this tube, all the others can be used. So the chemicals that the others contain, they are friendly to the procedures that we use, so we can use it. And because we know that when somebody is suspected to be having Ebola, you wait for the results before they can let the person go. So within 24 hours, whether working hours or out of working hours, you have to come out with the results. So it doesn't take long. The moment you know that you are not feeling very well, you have been exposed, go to the hospital, let them take your sample. Within 24 hours, you will establish whether you are having the virus or not, and you can be certified. Right. Also for treatment, as I mentioned in my introduction, we don't have any known licensed medical therapeutic agent for Ebola. But what is done is what we call the supportive treatment. So what it means is that if you should go to the hospital having diarrhea from Ebola and all that, diarrhea, you have lost a lot of fluids. So they will try to replenish the fluid. If you have headache, they will give you medication to treat the headache. That is supportive treatment. If they do that, they will boost your body's immune system or responses. So the body itself will fight the virus. It is not the medication they are giving you. They will try to boost the body's immune responses or capability so that the body itself will fight the virus. So that is what we call the supportive treatment. So those at the treatment centers and those they send to the hospitals, they don't give them Ebola medication. They support them, they support the infections that they have. And the body itself fights the infection. Experimental vaccines and treatment for Ebola are under development, except, but they have not been fully tested for safety and effectiveness. What we know as eczema, they use it under emergency situation. It is a medication that is being experimented. But during the experiment, if the results are promising, and they have not even gone through all the phases, if there's an emergency situation, there is a clause that can be used for them to use the medication. That's how come they are using it. But it is not a licensed medication for treatment of Ebola patients. People who recover from Ebola infection develop antibodies that last for at least 10 years, possibly longer. It isn't known if people who recover are immune for life or if they can become infected with a different species of Ebola. No, when they recover, it's just like giving a vaccine. No, vaccines are always made from the pathogen that caused the infection. For example, the vaccines that we have for yellow fever, the yellow fever virus itself is what they use. But they will weaken the virus and they will give that to you so that your body will prepare itself by producing antibodies. So when you get an introduction of the proper virus for that particular disease, the body is already prepared that it can fight. But if you don't have it, before the body prepares itself, your system might have been overwhelmed by the virus. That's how come you succumb. So for here, we are saying that if you recover, that means the body was able to fight the infection, and the body will introduce these antibodies in your system. The antibodies in the system can last for 10 years and more. So when you have another introduction of the same species of that virus that you were able to overcome, you will not get it. But if you're having a different species, then you may succumb to it. That is what it means. And we know influenza, we have shots in the Western countries. Every year, because of the influenza way it is, every year we have to, or they have to have a new formula for the vaccines that they produce. Because every year they have new strains of influenza being introduced. So what they do is they collect the virus isolates that are circulating in every country, and they will form their composition from it, and they use to give the shots or the vaccines. So for influenza, we have other communicable diseases that we have vaccines to treat them. That's what they do. But for Ebola, we have not gotten there yet. So these are some of the hazmat material that we wear in the lab and also in going on patients. This shows how we try to disinfect before even it is removed. So when you wear this, before you start the removal, somebody has to spray you with a disinfectant. And this is what is killing a lot of medical personnel. See, it's the wearing of, we call it the personal protective equipment. The wearing of the personal is very easy and it can be done by everybody. But then after attending to an infected person, removing it becomes dangerous. If you are not properly trained to remove it, you can infect yourself. And that is what is causing death in the medical field. Right, so these two you might have heard about them. These were the two aid workers when we started. They were in Liberia working they got infected and they were flown to the States and they were able to recover. When the medics who attended to them, they gave them what we call the Zima, that's the drug that they were trying. They gave it to them and they recovered. But the medics said that yes, they have recovered, but they were not sure whether the drug that they gave them was the one that cured them. What we know is that they gave them excellent medical attention. That is what cured them. The woman at the other side, she never had a chance to go to the States, but she recovered from the infection because she went to the hospital in good time when she saw that she has had the symptoms, initial symptoms, and she was able to survive because she was given the proper supportive treatment. Right, so the truth just ends in about the next 2 slides. Understand the nature of Ebola virus disease and how to prevent it. We have heard a lot about Ebola. Maybe we have added this to your knowledge. So if you understand it, then you know how to tackle it or how to prevent yourself from getting it. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running safe water. That is what has been preached over and over. And it's very important. Hand hygiene is very important, not only for Ebola. Some people don't know how to wash their hands properly. It is not wetting your hands with water. We are talking about properly hand washing with soap and the running water. And it should be regular, often. The scenario that I gave here, that if somebody should open the door and goes out, they also go and open. Assuming when you just go home, quickly wash your hands before even you welcome your family. You wash your hands even before you went to sit behind the steering wheel and all that. Or you apply some hand sanitizer. These are basic hand hygiene practices. If you do them regularly, you stand a chance of minimizing or even getting rid of some of these infections. We talk about alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Yes, we have a lot of hand sanitizers, but we have to get the right ones. We are educated people. It is not because my colleague has got hand sanitizer in his bag, so anyone that I see in the market, I'll buy it. You read what is on it. Is it alcohol based? The alcohol percentage, is it about 70? If the alcohol percentage is less than 70, then it cannot take care of envelope viruses, for which Ebola is one. Some of them, they have written antibacterial, 99.9% antibacterial. We know that Ebola is viral. There is no other information on it. They've only written antibacterial. And you said, okay, I want to prevent myself from Ebola, and you are using it. So we have to make informed choices. You read, you understand, and you buy. You don't just buy because people are having it. Then we talk about always cook your food properly. That one, I don't think we have any problem with that, because the way we boil our food over the river, here we don't have a problem. Then wear gloves and use protective equipment if you are caring for an ill person. If you think that is beyond you, let the appropriate professionals come and attend to you. But if you want to help, then try and protect yourself. Then avoid unessential travel to the affected countries. If what you are going to do there can wait, then you wait. When things get better, then you go there. Right? And these are the don'ts. So many of them. Don't touch a non-Ebola infected person. A Spanish priest decided to go to Liberia and start praying for the victims. She got infected. Right, so yes, I was saying that yes, so she decided to be praying for Ebola patients without any proper protection. So she got infected and she died. They gave the Zimam to her, It couldn't help it. So we do not wash, do not handle items that may have come in contact with an infected person's blood or body fluids. It's understandable. Do not wash, touch, or kiss dead bodies. In Guinea, they had a tradition of kissing dead bodies. So even before they got to know that they were dealing with Ebola, a lot of them got the infection because of their traditional beliefs. So avoid contact with bats and non-human primates or the blood and fluids, and do not touch or eat raw meat prepared from these animals. I mean, in these times, if we can stop eating raw meat, it will help. Maybe when things become clearer, then we can go back to it. People who have died from Ebola should be handled properly and buried immediately. Ideally, they are incinerated or they keep them in body bags, buried in. So I think I will thank you for listening, and as Albert Einstein said, those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act. So thank you very much.
There are some vehicles blocking other vehicles. So if you're the owner of this vehicle, just go down and take that. Vehicle number GN312213 and GT64580 and GB210112. Please, your vehicles are blocking some other vehicles.
Mine is the first one, so I don't know whether you take questions. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. That was very, very, for me, very enlightening. Thank you very much, Lord. We'll open the floor for questions. If you have any questions.
That's just one of the most interesting talks I've heard in a long time. It's really fascinating. And I really loved the fact that you brought in the status of the health facilities in other countries. Because I was really interested to see the different death rates from between Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. And I just wanted to find out what you thought what it was. Because there's something here. I used to work in the area of support HIV and AIDS, and an awful lot of people who were HIV positive discovered it because when they were going for elective surgery, they were tested and sometimes refused, you know. So I was thinking that how are the hospitals in Ghana set up? Are there standard medical procedures that prevent infection, or is it that only that if it's elective you're tested, if it's emergency or not? It just seems that are things going to change? How do you think things will change?
Currently, what is being done is, because of what is happening, they put on what we call the basic protection for every patient that comes to the OPD. So basic protection, your gloves, the lab coat or the gown you wear, and possibly we have a respirator we call the N95 respirator. That is the basic protection. But then if the patient comes to the OPD and starts going through the symptoms, and they have a higher index of suspicion, then they will go and reinforce the protection. They will add an apron to it. They possibly change the mask from N95 to N100, and possibly wear what we call the disposable gown. So in case the patient should, whilst you are talking to the patient, tries to throw out, and it's an ability that you protect yourself. So they have, it's not all the hospitals that have got them. Most of them have this basic level of protection, and also they want to reinforce, but it's not all the hospitals. Well, if you ask the Ghana Council, they will tell you that because of logistic problems, but they are trying to do their best. In fact, we have been given more grace period because the disease has not come in. But I don't know what would have happened to us if we have recorded cases, because we also have loopholes in our health system. Oh, it's possible. It's possible. It would have been. It may not have been the levels that we are seeing in Liberia, because Liberia, because of they were ravaged by war for a very long time. So their basic health infrastructure was basically non-existent. So that is how come they are having this many. Sierra Leone is no exception. And Guinea. So if you look at these three most affected countries, you know, Nigeria had the episode, but you saw the way they handled it. That is also something. So Ghana might have not gone to that magnitude, but might have suffered some casualties, certainly.
Okay. Let's go to this.
In your opinion, what is a bigger impediment to trying to develop health infrastructure? Would it be the social attitudes about health, maybe anxiety, maybe fear, or would you say that? Because I know it's a contradiction. Would you say that it is a lack of resources?
The latter is in my opinion, that will rank high. Then the first part that you mentioned will come in, but resources, to me, will rank the highest. Yeah, resources. Yeah.
As a follow-up to your question,
Yes.
sometimes I feel that we use the problem of resources we keep it still. How else can we put the facilities to raise funds to resource themselves without necessarily overburdening the general population? When it comes to finances, you know what I mean? So we have a health system that is able to self-finance, but it's not too expensive.
Yeah, it's through education and advocacy. We can also bring in collaboration. You see, people can do a good PR job. You don't necessarily have to go to the central government. You can look at developmental partners. Bring in some ideas that will let people help you come and assist. Not necessarily going through the central government, because they will tell you that they don't have the resources. So things that you will do in the hospital that will bring interest from developmental partners, and they are all over. You can even decide to start a study that will bring some funding. The funding will come with other equipment and other things that will help the institution. So these are other areas that we can go to get funds to help. Not necessarily going through the central. The government will always tell you that you don't have the resources. So we can try and think of other activities that the institution can do to bring in funds. Yes, sir. Well, currently, Noguchi is mandated. Yeah, so for the first part of your question, currently we have two institutions in Ghana that can do the testing. There's an institution in Kumasi called the KCCR, Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research. It's attached to KUST. They can also do the testing. But for now, because the samples are just trickling in, we are not having higher numbers of the samples, which is doing the testing. If we get to stages where Noguchi is becoming overburdened with, then we will switch. Then they will come in to assist. for now know which is doing the testing. But in the country, we have 2 centers that can do the testing. And the second question is, how prepared are we? That one, I wish, as a minister of state, something to us, I mean, or let's say for Noguchi, I think we have the necessary human resource, and also we have been given a lot of support from WHO, CDC, and other bodies, not the government. When they heard, because some of them are working in the country, when they heard of this, they actually supported us with reagents for testing. Now they brought so much that even storing has become a problem. See, because we are not having the cases to test, so we are just stockpiling them. So for us, we are prepared with the human resource and also the reagent or logistics. Yes. But with respect to the hospitals and the other institutions, that one I'm not sure I can give a very correct answer to that, because I don't know what is going on there. There are some good holes in there when you go and see it. So I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question. And was it a third question or is this? Yes. Now we know there are people there. We have some health staff there. We call them community health leaders. They are living in there. So anytime somebody comes from Liberia, usually they come through the sea. You know, from Liberia, they can just sit on canoes, come right down to Cape Coast, Ebola, they will go there. So we have the community health leaders there, and they usually monitor anybody who comes there for a period of 21 days. And if within the 21 days they show any symptoms, they will raise there and they will take them to the hospital. So far, we've not had any cases.
Yes. Two more questions. And then, I'm here to talk and do whatever. I know it's interesting, but I have to show this to you as well. We have a time to okay, 2 more questions. Yes, sir.
So this is not the first Ebola outbreak in Egypt.
That's right.
So is there anything organizers different about Ebola?
Yes, it's a very good question. The ones that happen in the past, usually they happen in smaller communities. For a start, all of them start from a smaller community, let's say a village. But because they know it, when it comes, the health staff quickly go in there. They will try and cordon the area and try and establish quarantine centers within that community and manage. So in that case, people who are affected are quarantined. People who have become contacts are traced or monitored. So if you have effective contact tracing system in place, then you have proper quarantine facilities. But I mentioned that for Guinea, it started from a 2-year week. We don't know where he got the infection from. Before, at about 2 weeks, the immediate family, all of them were wiped out. After a month, the whole community was gone. So they didn't know what they were grappling with. It started actually in December 2013. WHO went in March 2014. So you can imagine. So the crosses the borders of that small community into the towns, then it becomes very difficult for you to control or to contain. That is the difference. That is what made the difference. So if the response had been quick or rapid, what we are seeing now wouldn't have been the case. Yes. What is the correct procedure?
Yes, you said that most of the problem is because they don't know how to clean
You see, wearing it, you pick it new, it has not been contaminated with anything. So wearing it is very simple. By removing it, see, when you attend to the patient, I listed a lot of fluids that you can get. It can be all over in the gown that you wear. It can be in your clothes and all that. So when you are removing it and you are not properly trained, maybe in the course of removing, you think that everything is okay, then maybe there was something which then you touch. Introduce it into your body. Maybe you were coughing out. Something. If you have to be properly trained, even though they will spray you and all that, the least, it's just a drop. Somewhere can cause infection. That's why the American nurse said that she doesn't think they were properly trained or prepared for it. That's how come they all got infection.
For the Spanish nurse, Scottish as well, taking over her place.
You don't know where you find the code, where it will come from. Just the least mistake that you make.
Treated a family with just plastic bags, and she was cleaning them very well. I was surprised that she never got infected.
Treated them.
No, she was just like giving them IVs and cleaning them. But yeah,
she was wearing plastic bags.
But she recovered from the infection of.
She didn't get an infection at all.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a nurse.
Oh, okay, she was a nurse. Or she
wear plastic bags.
Oh, okay. So it's a form of protection. So maybe train yourself on how to properly remove those things when you are using them. And that saved him. Or that might have saved him.
Okay, remember,
my question is on advocacy and collaboration as solution. And I'm wondering when HIV issues started, there was a whole lot of noise when people were being abandoned by their family, discriminated, stigmatized, which killed a lot of them. Sometimes it wouldn't even be the sickness which is killing them, but the situation around them which killed them. So, as a mandated institution which gives support and assistance to them, what are you doing in terms of being put out a lot of advocacy and collaboration with other organizations?
Also, other bodies can do that. They try to more or less counsel people who might have gone through this, how they can easily integrate into the society again. How they will not concentrate on the finger pointings and all that, and they will get on with their life. So we have institutions that are professionally trained people who are doing that. They are there and they do that. For HIV, they are all over. For Ebola, because we have not had cases, maybe they have not come outside. They are there.
Please, last but not least. I'm sorry, last but not least. Roasting.
Given the infection rate is 90%, would you say that some people are just carriers, or like how do they survive without the ZMAPs and all those things? That's question number one. Secondly, for the treatment centers, you were saying that it caused an uproar in Liberia. Yes, why did that happen? And thirdly, with the bats, you said not all of them have the Ebola. How did they get it? And is it in them? Does it?
We've not done enough research to uncover that. How do they get it? But they get it anyway, and they get it, and the virus lives with them happily. It's just like the female Anopheles mosquitoes. We don't know how you will get the parasite. But when she's having the parasite will not cause malaria in it. But the moment it bites you, introduces the parasite into you, will start having the malaria. But we don't know the source where she gets it from. Maybe that is where research has to go into. We have to do more work to find out. The bats, they say, we don't know where it picks the virus from. But the moment it gets the virus, it lives happily with the virus. No infection is caused. No signs or symptoms are seen. But the moment the virus causes that species to you, you start having symptoms. Yeah.
From what happened in the southern part of Africa, the infection back in the 70s.
No, you see, you talk about migrating birds. No, these birds, no, they can travel far distance from Africa to Europe. They move seasonally. When they are moving, the birds they don't need visas to hospitals. So when an infected bird moves from a place to another place, you can. So when an infected bird moves from an infected place, you can just start causing the problem. Maybe it moved from East Africa, it got to where the 2-year-old boy is. Maybe this 2-year-old boy was crawling. The bird either defecated, urinated or something, and something went into the boy's mouth. Or it was feeding on a fruit, it fell, the little boy took it. Something, we don't know how it happened, but the small boy was the first person to it. We don't know where they get it from, but they get it, and they live happily with it, and they don't show any symptoms. But when it crosses the species, you will suffer the consequences. What was the first question?
Those who are carriers, some people are carriers before.
But you either recover or you die. You don't have carriers. So when you recover, you have what we call their memory cells. We call them antibodies. You have it with you, and that can take you for some time, 10 years and over. That means the same species will not infect you again if you should get exposed to it. But different species can cause infection. If we talk about the carrier state, then we are talking about chronic diseases like hepatitis B and things like that. These are we don't have carrier. Either you recover or you die. So we have the acute and convalescent. You understand? Exactly. That's what I was saying. The next you have protected because of the new memory cells that you have. Yes, a lot of things were going on. Some people actually went there to vandalize the place. One, because they didn't understand why they should situate the treatment center close to their community. They had a feeling that if they bring it there, the people in the community will get more infected. So the youth in the area went there to vandalize the place. And this is a place where we are keeping infected people. If you touch their beddings and things like that, you stand a chance of being infected. Then apart from that, some of the people who were supposed to be quarantined ran. They still walls. They went to the marketplace looking for food to eat. And we are talking about an infection that you can transmit by contact. If you go to a market area where we have a lot of people there, you definitely come into contact with others and you spread infection. So these were problems that we're having in Nigeria at the beginning. So the military have to come in, they have to displace them to enforce another thing to stop these things.
Last question, and then we should bring research.
I think something our brother said that authorities failed in providing food to the people because they say a hungry man
That's the question that we ask. Whether they will get food or they will get enough food. I don't think they will be full quarantine without giving you. Maybe they were not getting enough food, but they were getting food.
So my question is, cholera Yes. What are we doing now? Mapping of dead people and how we handle cops in Ghana, health authorities. What are we doing about that population? In Ghana, if you die in the house, you look for autopsy to confirm what you do. Even at the mortuary, you don't even have mortuary attendants who ask what you did before they admit you. So, are we waiting for the disease to come tomorrow?
They have given how to handle courses. We've not started having cases, but they are giving them training to let them know that now we are in this era. So when corpses come, the old things that you used to do, you don't do them again. Do this and this and this and this. So they are giving them the necessary protective equipment and how they should now go about handling corpses. I will not say it's all of them. I don't think it's all of them, but that is one of them as well.
Nigeria, where there was a war, we have that in Ghana that cholera can be transmitted from a dead person still when the person is dead. You get what I'm saying? Can't we have a law that
Cholera is, we call it the fecal oral route. So either contaminated water, you are talking about dead people. So, or maybe when we finish, you can. Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Manu. What caught my attention is when you said biological weapons.
Yes.
And I mean, I read a lot of strange stuff online. And is it true that the CDC was the only body in possession of this virus after the Central African, after the first occurrence in the world? And second, is it true that the virus is patented?
For CDC had, you see, whenever we work on viruses, we archive them, store them. We have stored a lot of viruses. But because of some biosecurity, we store them, we secure them from unauthorized people. Not everybody who can get access to them. CDC they've got a lot of viruses because that is the work they do. Yes. But as to, I know there's this question that is going around whether somebody sat in the lab, put one of things together and just pour them into Africa. As to that, I don't know, I'm not sure. The only thing I can say to that is that whether it is that conspiracy theories, whether it is true or not, we have the real facts ahead of us. People very close to us are dying, so we should be prepared. We should put in the necessary preventive measures so that we don't also contract it. Yeah, the conspiracy theories will be there at all times, but I cannot say from here where I'm standing that it is true or it is not, because I don't have those facts.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. I know. I have to do this because we have this contact. Before I give us a resource, in case people are interested, they can come directly to it or something. So we have this contact. If you need to ask more questions, if you need to interact with him and for which he needs to check more, please let know. We will help you out how to contact him. Thank you very much. Doc, please come. On behalf of the International Humanist Ethical Youth Organization and the Humanist Association of Ghana, and then Haywood's, we would like to present this to you as the token, it's an appreciation for your coming and your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
our resource person is not going to be present. We are going to do it via Skype. So I would like to know if he's ready, then I can just introduce him and we can get on. We are discussing it's better I get it right. We are discussing science, technology, and innovation. Science, technology, and innovation. It's been done by Dr. Famina Sego. He is with the Department of Microbiology at the Communicable Teaching Hospital. So just give like 5 minutes. Let's set up the Skype, and then we should roll. And please, no, after this one. Okay, 5 minutes, yeah. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, yeah. Please don't go far because after this we will take our proper break. Like this, just for us to wait. Okay, please don't go far. 5 minutes. We will start in 5 minutes. Please, those connected with Wi-Fi, especially the Wi-Fi here, we will request you to log out of that one so we can. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Ebola, so we just handed that. So that's what
I think we should sit down. Hello, are we ready? Hello, please, shall we be seated? Please sit down. Oh.
Where's the answer? I think we better connect the speaker. Then we are okay with this. This will work.
I think it's after.
iPads, I'm a bit confused. I'm just kind of. Something. You said tools, options. I just used it today, and I don't have to use. Yeah, we've spoken this morning. I spoke to Reverend this morning on the iPad. So I'm surprised it's. And I think that all the settings were correct because I see the microphone is on. Because I heard a noise in my head. Hello?
Are you hearing us now?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, no, so we can get ready.
Okay, that's because I checked everything and it was working. Yeah. Beautiful. No, I think what I'm going to use for producing Ethel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you can hear me, let me finish with a presentation. And if we have any issues to do with questions, then we can find a way of sorting that out. Is that perfect? I see your faces, so I see your expressions. So I'm ready when you're ready.
All right. Ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So on Skype with us this on Skype with us this afternoon is Dr. Humanist. He's with the microbiology department at the Communicable Hospital, and he's discussing science, technology, and innovation with us. So, Doc, over to you.
Yes. Thank you very much. So I'll turn the phone off, and when we finish, we can come back again.
Sure.
And if you can hear me, just wait so I know that there's no communication. Okay, I can see you're still sitting there, so if there's a problem, you should just wave at the screen like there's a problem. Yes, exactly that. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. Science, technology, and innovation. You can hear me, so you can hear me, can you hear me? If you can hear me, this is so dear to my heart. Initially, the president was asking for specifics on what career scientists have done, but the time was a bit short to get the information that I need. And again, I'm sorry I couldn't come there physically. One of these days, I'll see you once and then we'll get back to talking again. So I decided that let's talk a little bit about science, technology, and innovation. And so these things I'm going to share are things that are deep in my heart. And I believe it has a basis in science and for Africa as well. Now, I will say that first and foremost, science is good. I'm stressing this because people can also use science for other things. But generally, science is good. And I think that if we look around us, we shouldn't look too far away. If we look to our own bodies first, we will see that science is awesome. Everything has an explanation. Science in action, I call it. So our body is working, the science in action, it has an explanation, it is good. We see things that show us that science is good and that science in action. So my key thing that I want to say here first and foremost is that science has and because science has an explanation, it can be built on to produce innovation. I'll cite my own example as a case. When I did A-levels, I don't know how many of you will be able to that. I went through the old system where you do from Form 1 to Form 5 and then 6 Form. When I finished my A-levels, I had to repeat the subjects again because the final exam from Berkeley House, I had a C in general paper and I had 3 E's, physics, chemistry, and biology. So because we used to call it Second World War. So I had to take a Second World War. So I had to take science and all the sciences again. Chemistry was not too much of a problem. Biology was okay, I loved biology. Physics was a problem. Not too big, but was a problem. Among the 3, it was the most challenging one. And I hadn't on a book. When notes from a lecturer at the Witchcraft school, and he had explained Cox postulates, he had explained Ketchup's laws. You know, I don't know how many of you are scientists, philosophy, or an issue of physicists, if you've done any physics before. Most of you are done physics. There's some physics people studying physics, and so you know Ketchup's law. It's about electricity. I never met this man. I read his notes, I understood it, and it made physics exciting. Just Ketchup's laws. I understood so well that I knew that any question that would come, I could answer it. So that's the basis of my thing. So saying that science has an explanation. And so if we need to use science for innovation, we should understand the explanation. You see what I'm doing up many of these facts. And I'm glad that most of you are West Africans. I suppose that's what the conference is. And I believe that you are growing up. Some of you may end up in politics, some of you may end up in responsible positions, some of you may end up close to people who can take responsible decisions. And so I think it's a very good forum to discuss some of these things. Indeed, that science has brought development to many nations. I mean, most of us travel, maybe none of us, maybe some of us will have traveled. We sat in a plane and it came. I have not heard of any African country which I have done a jet yet. We are always using what people bring to us. Even our cars. In Ghana, we used to have assembled cars. Even those cars we used to assemble, now we can't assemble. Now we are buying the cars. I'm inclusive. I use a Japanese car. But why can't we have our own cars? Why can't we bring something out of understanding the principles that science is hinged on? So science has brought development to many nations. In actual fact, African scientists have been involved in the development of other nations through science. So my question then is, why is it in Africa? When I say Africa, maybe people sometimes tend to exclude South Africa. We call it Africa, south of the Sahara minus South Africa. But why is it that in most of Africa, we cannot apply the science that we have so that we can do something useful to our lives? My principle or my philosophy about science is this: science is good, science has an explanation, and so science should be used to help humanity. Anybody who does science ultimately should have the goal of making somebody's life better. So whether it is knowing how the body is designed, and you can create something so that when somebody's hand is broken, it can relax and it can do everything, it is making somebody's life better. But you're making it better because you understand how it works, and so you'll be able to create out of that or innovate out of that to make somebody's life better. And I believe that every scientist like myself, and I tell people that I learned this late, but I'm not 50 years, so I still have a few years to go, that every scientist's goal should be to innovate. Out of the knowledge that the person has acquired, should be able to come out and make something that will make someone's life better. I am a retail biologist. Most of my work is go online has been on HIV. And I have a conception now, which I'm going to try. I tell people that if I fail, I won't be miserable. Because if I fail at the end of it, I'll say that I tried, but I failed. Or I tried, but I didn't get the expected results that I was looking for. Okay? So I'm trying to use some peptides to see if I can have a therapy for HIV. I'll try it. The field has been worked out amongst my own peers, many your way, either deliberately or not deliberately, by comments they make or comments they don't make. But life goes on. I will try it. I'm determined that I will try that. If it doesn't, once it is science, once the foundation is built on science, it's peptides and immunology, I will try it. If it doesn't work, I'll be convinced within me that I did my best. but at the end, I did not achieve anything. So I think that every scientist's goal should be to innovate. Let 100 people try, at least one may succeed. And this brings me to the key things I want to share in this lecture. That one, the teaching of learning of science in Africa should be revisited. I was part of a committee to look at science education in the country. And we were looking at the curricula, etc., etc. And some of the problems that came out, some could be, for example, in primary schools, you have the same teacher, and to make this confirm this, my daughter is in class 2, so I know it's true. You have the same teacher teaching English, math, social science, social studies, everything. So the foundation itself has a problem. Is that teacher somebody who did science? Is that teacher somebody who has had an exposure to science and enjoys science? Is that teacher the one who has the passion for science? Because if that person does not have that passion, what's going to happen is that passion cannot be transmitted to the children. And if that passion is not transmitted to the children, very few of them will come out to have the desire to do good science. Are you with me? You see, teaching is passion. If you are a lecturer who stands before you and is teaching, that's not for here. So science is something out of problems. So if yes, it's better now. Let's speculate, but that's okay. But you see, I believe that whoever teaches these young children, I fortunately, because I'm a scientist, when she comes to I do tutorials with her. We sit down, we go through everything, and we go through it because I want them to understand it, not to just memorize and keep things ahead. So what I'm saying is that we need to revisit even the teaching of learning of science. Who is teaching the science? Is that person teaching with passion? If you have lectures in the university who are not teaching with passion, I'm sure you complain about them, and behind their backs you said so many things. And if I was to ask you how many of you had such lectures, I'm sure you raise your hands up. They didn't send anything across to you, didn't make their subject exciting. Is that true or false? If it's true, the sound is going again. Yes, it doesn't make exciting. If I were to give you a lecture, putting my head on the table like this, I'm sure you would first and foremost say, who is this guy who's uninspired? What is he doing? But that is exactly what is happening to our kids in school. And I'm sure the problem across the whole of Africa, or most parts of Africa, the people teaching are not passionate. The people teaching here themselves were people who may not have even wanted to learn science at all, but for the sake of the children they are teaching. So we need to revisit science, the teaching and learning of science. Again, I believe that this is my second point, and I call it the action plan. The action plan first is that teaching and learning of science must be revisited. The second one is that innovation must be taught. We should teach it so that the person can learn it. We need to teach before the person learns. If you say that you want people just to find their level as they go along, some may catch the concept that science and innovation are related. Others may go through the process and go on retirement and finish their career without finding out that science and innovation are related. They believe that, well, once they're doing research, reinventing, it's okay. But I think we should teach science, we should teach innovation. We should tell the young ones who are learning science that science is not for learning and passing exams, but science is for learning and making somebody's life better. Science is for learning to make sure that people in your country can have a good life. Science is something that you learn so that your environment can be clean. Science is something that you learn to be able to make things move more efficiently than they do. That is science. I think we should start inculcating these things into young people who are doing science, so that as they grow, they'll have a correct picture of what science is. Let me tell you a story. The reason why I believe this will work, one of the reasons. When my daughter was in KG, kindergarten, pardon me, please forgive me, I won't mention, for the sake of diplomacy, I won't mention country or anything. I told her not to eat a particular kind of biscuit because of stories I had heard. Now, when they asked me to pick her from school, this was, so she was not 4, she was anything between 3 and 4. One day I went to pick her from school, and one of the teachers said, hey, your daughter said she shouldn't eat this kind of biscuit. And I was really interested. This was somebody who was not 4 years. But because of the persistent speaking and telling her that don't eat this biscuit because it is not good, I don't trust it. You know, that was, those were my fears I passed on to her. But she caught those things. And even now, she knows that she's not supposed to eat those biscuits. Are you with me? Yes. So it tells you that if we teach innovation from childhood, if we teach that science is for innovation, teaching and learning of science is for innovation in childhood, we will have a group of young people who will grow thinking that they have to do something with the science that they are learning. The first point, and the final point, I don't want to bore you with so many things, but I'll share these things. The third point, the final point for today, I'm not saying that is exhaustive, is that the state must produce a conducive environment for the teaching and learning of science. I think we've had enough lip service. I think we've had enough policies around. We were trying to organize, the Ghana Science Association, our branch is trying to organize a seminar on science and the development, national development. And one of the topics that we are trying to slot in, and we've actually spoken to somebody about, this is a scientist who is a politician. Fortunately, because of where I work, I was able to contact him. I'm sure you've heard of Professor Foucault before. He has done his own things in his house with funerals, grand funerals, and all those things. So one of the topics we want to give to him, and I'm doing this, I'm stressing this so that you don't think I'm a politician. I'm not a politician. Ghana, anytime you make a statement, we attach it. Because of the person, we attach it to politics. But we are trying to narrow down on him, one, because we know him, he's around us. Two, because he's somebody who you can see who's practicing science in his own home. He's using the science here as meant to make life easier for himself. So we wanted to talk on science, politics, the development of the country. What is it that politicians want to see before they believe that science will develop a country? So that they can commit themselves not only to lip service, but to things that will actually create the enabling environment for science to develop. Because as I see it now, in most African countries, it is just lip service. I have not lived in most African countries, but I'm certain that looking at the profile, if we have had any key invention in any African country, everybody would have heard it by now. It is just lip service. We need to get people to know that science is life. Science, no, we're going to go into it. Science makes life better. Science can enhance people's lives. Science can provide food. We say there are so many hungry people. Science can provide food. I know there's a debate on genetically modified foods, non-genetically modified foods. But irrespective of the way you look at it, whether whichever way you go, science still can provide the needs that we have. Let me tell you an interesting thing I saw. People say it's common, and maybe you have seen it too. I had a man which is struggling, and I went somewhere to have lunch, and there was this young man, completely uneducated, gardener, and he was actually at them, you know the Baltic bottle, the big bottle. They actually found that connecting the rubber, the water hose to the Baltic bottle, and I used nails to make holes in the Baltic bottle. And that was what he was using as a sprinkler, and it was working beautifully. And I thought, wow, This is somebody who may not have really stepped in the classroom anywhere. But yet, inherent that person is that ability to think out of the box, to create something to make his work easy. That is science in action. So how much more those of us who may have gone to school and we have learned how things are working? I can't see the difference between a scientist outside and a scientist in country. So the question is, what is it that is wrong? Maybe I'll invite you to this seminar. I'm actually speaking to the gentleman on Monday. There's one Ghanaian scientist, he's called Dr. Kaja. He's involved in a patent in creating in the drug of a drug. And he's working between China, I think the US and Ghana. He's actually the one we're trying to get to come and speak to us. We want him to tell us, being somebody who has learned here in Africa, and for that matter Ghana, and who has gone outside and had his innovation outside, what is it that we are doing wrong that we need to take care of, so that we can also make our innovations and our patents here in our own African continent. I'm not saying they don't exist. Maybe some exist. Like I told you, I wanted to do some research, but because of the time, it wasn't suitable for me. But maybe some exist. But if they had made impact, I'm sure you and I would have heard it by now. Okay? We are involved in developing other people's countries. What is it that we are doing wrong in Africa that is preventing this? And I'm sharing these thoughts with you because I know that some of you may get to places where you can take decisions. Don't forget where you've come from. Don't forget the things that you have heard, that you agree with, that are good for Africa. So I end by using this quote. It's a UN report in 2004. It says all nations, whether industrialized or developing, face a broad array of challenges that will require application of up-to-date scientific knowledge and technology. No nation can now afford to be without access to credible, independent science and technology research capacity that will help it to develop informed policies. And remember, the policies is not just policies. It is informed policies. It's policies because they know what is happening on the ground and take action in other areas. So my friends, this is a short thing I want to say. And I'll sum it all up by saying that science is good. Science can be taught and learned. We need to revisit the teaching and learning of science in the African continent. We need to teach innovation to young people, to let them grow up having that mind that the science is not for passing exams, but the science is so that we can make life better for others and themselves, of course. And the final thing is that the state needs to produce a conducive environment so that science can thrive. Thank you very much.
Now, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Let me ask for your pardon. There's a little man outside who wants to intrude. So if he comes to intrude, please forgive me.
Okay. It's all right. All right. So, we've heard you. I would love. Okay. Yes. Please, let us know who you are, and then we can ask you.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
My name is Eko Batos. I'm from Accra. A lot of what you said resonated very well with me. I work as a teaching assistant in a university abroad, and I help to teach innovation. So that resonated well with me. And then your third point about the state creating a conducive environment really stuck with me. And my question is this. I envisage a future where in Ghana we can work on things like stem cell research and nanotechnology and microbiology that can be used to heal people. I'm not a scientist, I didn't study science, but I see a future like this for Ghana. And my question to you is, from where we are now, what things do we need to do to get to that future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I take the question one, answer them one after the other, so that I can?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I agree with you. There's so many Ghanaians outside, and then for that one, I'm sure Africa, but I can speak for Ghanaians who are now learning cutting-edge science, and they are into nanotechnology, among other things. So I agree with you that yes, we can get there. But the question is, why is it that these Ghanaians are doing it out there and not doing it here? It means that there's some environment here which is not promoting them coming home to do that what here. And that is what we need to look at. I foresee one of the things as even structures. We are trying, people are trying. Now, for example, University of Ghana has a policy on patenting. So yes, we are trying to move forward, but there's still a lot to be done. So whatever it is that that person has there, whatever it is that is protecting that person's intellectual property rights, whatever it is that is there that makes his environment such that when he sits at his table, all he needs is a phone call to get something to work with. Let me say this. I have a student doing a master's, and we bought some reagents a few weeks ago. We're just trying to clear it from the airport. They give us exemptions. Now, it's been 3 weeks, 1 month. We are still fighting with how to get the exemptions sorted out so that we can remove the thing for the student to do her work. Any structure like this is not helpful. Somebody will say yes, and other institutions, they manage to clear the system development. So, fine, let's work those institutions. Those structures should be put in place. I mean, when I was in Sweden, I could sit at the table. All I needed was a phone call. I go home and whatever I needed would be on my table, waiting for me to take to the lab to work with. Okay, so we need to create an enabling environment. What that means, maybe I can't explain all. But I certainly know that one thing is that our environment, you see, what our environment is, and I suspect the environment meaning that all these people are into nanotechnology, etc. There is this gentleman, Edu, he actually is into Ebola research. He's doing biophysics. He's doing it out there, not here. Environment audio, he's there. He's found ways in which the virus enters and things using his biophysics models and things like that. But he's a Ghanaian. So I want to come to UG and do that. Why is it that we don't spend money to ensure that science grows and develops? Why is it that when they want to take decisions about science, we don't have a national forum bringing all scientists together to brainstorm on specific issues? We need to create a legal environment, and not only amongst ourselves as scientists, but also we need the political will to create that environment. And the third thing I'm going to say is that, again, you see, I think that if we it's okay. If we try and restructure things such that children who are getting to understand science and not memorizing science, they probably will help. I don't know if I've answered the question, but these are some of the thoughts I have. My father's namesake. Where's the call? Did I get the call?
Yes, the guy who has a person earlier, his name is Ebo.
Tell me that he's my father, my late father was also called Ebo.
Alright, so we have two Philip.
Yeah.
Hello, hi. So my question is that I realized that
the line is breaking, so please speak slowly so I can follow.
So I realize that for the average person, science is something that may seem distant and inaccessible. So I was wondering if you had some insight on making science something more practical and accessible to the average person.
Okay. So I mentioned this. This is the big picture for you. I was just trying to, I just spoke to Wonderful Foundation last week. We've been speaking, and what we're trying to do is that we want to get science. I'm just giving you one example of what we're trying to do. I mean, that's what the Ghana Science Association is for. We're not saying we have all the ideas, we want many further ideas, but for now, the major thing we're trying to do because of funding, Wonderful Foundation seems to be interested in science education. So we're trying to take science to the less privileged schools. By less privileged schools, we're talking about schools that don't have a good environment, i.e. a living environment, a useful environment for learning. Schools that don't have teachers are struggling to have teachers to teach them. Schools that, excuse me to use the phrase, we will call Saito, is for the less privileged in society. The person who even can't pay the school fees because the school fees is so small. We want to take science to the doorstep. So what we want to use is not to do the big science. We want to use the everyday things to create models. By models, I mean, so for example, we're talking about water. We want to do everything about water, so that that child, at the end of the day, will use the online things of life to see how vapor forms, how water can become ice, and understands the whole processes involved. And so that person takes that concept, even though it has challenges in the learning environment, can be able to appreciate science. And yes, so we want to do this with the high schools. And we're talking to the Wonderful Foundation just this past week. And I'm hoping that we'll get to a point where they want to fund us to do that kind of thing. We want to start with the deprived schools, but truly, I don't think it's only for the deprived schools. I think we need to take it even to the good schools because of the nature of which science is taught. I said the pathway. Please, it's that's the same, so it's a human being, just easy. Yeah.
Let us discuss that, please.
Yes, okay.
My name is Loretta, and I have several questions to ask.
See your face, so stand back slightly. Yes. I'm good. But you sit down and see you. Good. Yes.
Do you review the science textbooks that they use, like
Since I've been there, no, I haven't reviewed any science book, but it's an important point you're raising. And that is why they invited us. So when I went on the committee that was reviewing science education in Ghana, I was representing the Ghana Science Association on the committee. So we are recognized as stakeholders in the business. So I'm sure in the process some of these things will come up about reviewing the science textbook. But as I know, I'm not aware. Sometimes we have individuals in the association, but they don't, it's not done formally as an association. But we have individuals in the association involved with things sometimes. But I can't speak for all that now. So maybe yes, because some individuals may be involved, but as formally as an association, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay. Maybe you can take a second.
No, it is a ministry of, I stand to be corrected, but I think it's a ministry of science, innovation and technology. Yes, we don't have a good museum. I agree with you 100%. Children can't go there and see anything that is fun. But you see, that's where I'm saying political commitment comes in. Will, for example, any government elite manifesto say that they are going to refurbish and equip that science museum so that children can walk in and have fun. You don't see it anywhere. That is not the manifesto we are looking for. We want to see things that people will say, that will give you food to eat, or will put money in your pocket. Okay? That is it. And that is the state of the museum. It's a national monument that has nothing to do there.
All right, Doc, she's asked 2 questions. Maybe she'll come back for Harry's time.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Emmanuel.
Your name is again? Emmanuel.
So, this is my question. It's about a problem that I've experienced myself while in high school, senior high school, where science teachers not taught, I did science, where science teachers not taught some topics, told that the topics were not true. Some like evolution and stuff like that. It was a Catholic school, and then even though they taught it how they could, they also told us it was just group theory that would help in the future, and it was just for examination. So how do we as individuals address such problems in our secondary school literature?
Okay. So let me put it this way. You know, there's freedom for anybody to join any religious league that the person wants. Okay? And we may have people like that being involved in teaching, etc. But my point still is that an underlying thing does not change the fact that science can be explained. Let me explain to you. Irrespective of theories of evolution that you believe, that I believe, or that teacher believes, the fact still stands that the human body, as you have now, works in a particular way. Okay? And nothing, no theory will change how the body works as it is now. Are you with me? So whatever innovation that is going to help the body would be there. So yes, it's bound to happen because we have different beliefs. We have people from different backgrounds. We have different faiths. But it still doesn't change, for me, it still doesn't change what exists now. And for me, what exists now is science in action. How it got to where it is now, it is still now that it exists. So that is the science we want to learn, and that is the science we want to apply. Am I with you?
So if it's the case that innocent children are being brainwashed, if I should say, by teachers like that, who are actually passionate, they're just teaching them because they're teaching it. So how do we address such an issue?
Yeah, that's what I said, that part is going to be difficult. There's a science syllabus that everybody follows. Okay, and the syllabus is supposed, you're supposed to teach A, B, C, D, E, F. I have it on my computer somewhere, but the fact is, if you have all those things, you're supposed to teach it. And everybody, in a sense, expresses his faith in one way or the other. It will be difficult to tell, I want to see your face. So it will be difficult to tell people that don't say this, don't say that. So I think that our focus should be ensure that people understand what has been written in the syllabus. The faith, of course, if you go to a Catholic school, if I were to come to a school that was made by the Humanists, you will have your own way of teaching. Yeah, and you can't stop that people from teaching that. If you go to a Catholic school, they will teach what they believe the Bible says. You can't stop them from teaching that. But the foundation of everything is that, irrespective of being what you want to be, we can all use science. That is my argument. We can all use science in action now to make sure that we can make people's lives better. As for the theories, people read. So, invariably, people will learn things, but they will believe what they want to believe by virtue of their faith or otherwise. Are you with me? Okay. Okay, so you can come. Yeah.
I'm going to read a question from one of our members who is studying in the US now.
Yeah.
Okay. He's doing his PhD. He was at the Communicable Science Technology.
Okay.
Now, this was saying, we train thousands of students in Africa every year who have And you can see this in their thesis. There is no support from government and industry in terms of grants and other support. That is the difference between the developed world and ours. How do our homegrown scientists compete with scientists outside who have this support? Now, that's actually the question, but he has a couple of comments below that. So please permit me to reload the video that way too. Okay. He said he wrote a proposal for a grant from CGIAR. I'm not sure which one. And he didn't get feedback or even a rejection. In the US, he says he's gotten feedback even when he didn't get a grant, and his advisor just won $1 million grant after 3 tries. Okay, $1 million grant after 3 tries. Bottom line is, we don't have supported industry. The government is reluctant to collaborate with the universities. So, all the scientists doing good work in Africa have grants from outside sources. So, do I go back to his question, or you got it clear?
I just repeat the question again, just for purpose of clarity.
Okay. It says, how do our homegrown scientists compete with scientists outside who have this support, who have the support of their government, who get grants to develop their thesis and to practicalize what they have written?
Okay. How do we compete with other scientists?
Yes.
Basically, that's what he's asking.
Yes. Those, yeah.
So now, you did mention that now we have quite a number of grants, but those grants, most, especially the good ones, the huge ones, are all external grants.
Yeah.
So you have to get the grant from outside. 2, people now, what is happening now is that people now have collaborations with people from outside. So, for example, as I sit here now, I have a collaboration with an American an Israeli who is in the US. And but basically what I'm doing is more clinical. It's just looking at drug resistance in people who are taking antiretroviral therapy. Okay. So, it is not anything that immediately gives you a product, like you're saying, something that you can use, something that you can bring into industry. The fact is, I think, if you ask me for my opinion, most of our work being done here is not industry directed. We are doing a lot of research, yes, but it is finding out what the problem is. Like what I've described to you from my own work. Looking at, because if I find out certain mutations, that may solve a problem with my science, and it's not going to get anything that will come out of industry. But out there, people are doing the same work, looking at the same area I'm looking at, but they are more interested in what tests can we do that can be cheaper for us to see those resistance strains. So you see the emphasis, the change in emphasis. We have people that are doing the same thing that we are doing, but they are taking another emphasis when they are thinking about industry. What can they do to make sure that whatever they are going to come out with can feed into industry? And that is what I mean by innovation. We should teach innovation. Because that's what I'm trying to tell you, that I have learned techniques, but I will try. So I think that if we teach innovation, we get people to the brink of innovation, they will teach, and people will know that, look, as much as I'm doing all this scientific work, I should also think about what I can do that I can sell.
No, I think his focus is also, he said that people do these things, but they are on paper, they are not able to get support to develop them. You know, like, the people are able to think of industrially relevant things to okay, but then they don't get the support to develop them.
You see, as a country, we should have our priorities. Let me tell you about something I was thinking about. You buy gas, don't you, in the cylinder?
Yeah.
Good. It's something that I think, I don't know if somebody has done it, maybe it's careful, but for me, I haven't seen anybody using it, so for me, it's innovation. I plan on doing a metal wrap, okay, which has two stacks, and which has the shape of a gas cylinder. So that when I am going to buy gas, I don't have to put stones at the back of my boot to chock it. So that when I buy the gas, I put it in and push it in. So it's fair. It's not going to roll to my boot without any stone. I consider that as an innovation. I haven't done anything about it yet, but maybe somebody can do it and start selling, which is surprising people will buy. But because it's not my primary focus, maybe I'm not going out to chase it. But that is an innovation that I don't know. I haven't seen one yet. But if nobody has done it, I think that's an innovation. Okay? But that is a need for us Africans because we are always buying gas in cylinders and carrying them in our car boots. But if you go to Europe, if you go to America, they don't buy gas in cylinders and put them in their boots. I'm sure they have gas pipes where they have gas, central gas stations, which passes through pipelines into their houses. Are you with me? Yes. So that need, which is our need here, is not their need there. So if I have money and I want to turn this, if I want to turn this into a product, I shouldn't look to them to come and fund this as a project for me, as an industry. It will have to be here, people within the context of our African continent or my country who know that is a need to fund that, the political commitment, to fund that into a product so that people's lives are made comfortable. Find our cylinders behind their families. Are you with me? So I think that one of the major things is that what our priorities are may not be their priorities. So, for example, if it's a new brand of rice that Agric Station has, University of Ghana Agric Station has created, they don't need your rice to go and grow the rice. We need it because we want to grow the rice and have enough food for ourselves. So, should the American come fund this for us so that we grow? We need political commitment. We need to fund certain things ourselves. You see, whether we like it or not, some our needs, some of the needs may be global. Like if I'm finding a drug for HIV, it's global because everywhere people are uprooted out there. Some of our needs may not be global, they may be specific. You just heard the talk of Ebola. Because there may be money and people are chasing it. But technically, Ebola and hemorrhagic fevers, most of the key hemorrhagic fevers are a problem of Africa, West Africa especially, or Central Africa. Are you getting me? Yes. So, nobody will put money into something that is not going to benefit it. This Ebola day, it was when it got West that the money came. And of course, some countries are always thinking about biological warfare. So they'll be interested because they don't want to die. And because of their role in the global nature of things, they want to be interested. But the point I'm just trying to stress from the cylinder issue was that their needs may not be our needs. So some things which are global, yes, they may bring money because it will benefit them. Some things which are more nationally directed or regionally directed, we will have to provide the money to develop it. So that is one of the major things that may explain why people may have had some innovative things, but the things are still sitting on the shelf. The things may not cut across global lines, they may be needed specifically to solve a problem in our country or in Africa, but governments are not committed, the political will is not there, so they can't develop it. I don't think that explains the answer. I don't think that clear explanation of it. Okay.
Let's just one question.
Hello, Doctor. My name is Kabir. So my question is...
His name, so please slow down.
Okay, my name is Kabir.
Kabir?
Yeah. Okay. My question is, considering the fact that budget is actually, money is actually a big problem here, and African governments to a certain extent have limited budget, how and what areas do you think African governments should be pumping money into when it comes to science? What areas have the most the potential to unleash progress in Africa?
Okay. This may be a difficult question for me to answer, but first thing I will comment I want to make is that I don't buy the idea that African governments are limited values. They are going to spend on other things. Let me give you an example. Where I am, I moved to where I am 3 months ago, and I tried to get landscaping done because I was thinking of my environment. I wanted my environment to look nice. Mind you, I'm a public servant. I didn't earn my take home every month is not more than 3,000 Ghana cedis. After all the deductions I made for car loan, etc., etc. And it was a choice I made because, fine, between my wife and I believe that we can sort out the rest of the things. It was a choice. It's not because we are rich. Okay? So the point I'm trying to make is that you don't need money to set your priorities. Whatever money you have, you can set your priorities. And based on your priorities, you can move forward. When I took my sabbatical in Central University College, that's mutual. You've heard of Central University College. When I was there, because their courses are professional, one of the things I wanted to do for them, I'm still answering your question, so you'll find out. One of the things I wanted to do for them was to get a research dossier for them, so that they have areas of research where they can have multidisciplinary input because of their professional nature. So I went to Ministry of Roads and Highways, I went to the Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Health, I went to about 5 of them. For several months, none of them could give me a list saying that these are their research priority areas. And that is where part of the problem is. Every country, if you ask me, the ongoing impasse between us, when I mean us, our lecturers, UTAG and the government about the research fund, I have a simple solution to that. I don't think everybody should access that research fund. I think as a country we should identify our national priority needs. Okay? If it is our filth we are thinking about, and how to deal decisively with the filth to create a clean environment, and we think there are certain things we don't know, let us make it a priority. And let's get money voted into our research fund for that. And then each year, as a nation, we'll say that this is our priority area. That's what I'm saying. I may not be able to tell you the priority area immediately, but I'll give some suggestions just before I finish. But so that everybody knows that this is our priority area as a country, this is what we want to fund, and let people in academia apply, or in the industry apply to do the research. And if you get like minds together, put them together and get the money, so that we do a needs-directed research. And that presupposes that we know our research needs. Okay? Which I don't know if you know. Don't tell me they know, but I don't know if some of them had to be calling them. I kept calling because I was leaving Central University. I wanted to finish the document before leaving. I kept calling them. And it wasn't possible. So I think two of them were so submitted. I think another. But what I'm trying to make is that we need to have a research priority. Again, if it comes to me, I think that every country should be able to identify. I'm not using myself as an example. Assuming that I tried this peptide thing and it starts working. Okay, and they find out that people are responding well to therapy. And that because the problem with HIV is that you cannot eradicate the virus from the lymph nodes. Assuming that this becomes productive and it's eradicating the virus from the lymph nodes, I expect that not only academia, but even the state should come in, because this is business. Why don't you come in and say, okay, we'll do a partnership, we'll put up the structures for you, you bring the input, and then try and produce. As you go along, we'll deduct from your profits the cost that we put into it so that your factory can run. Are you getting my picture? You see, it simply means that we should have a catalog of all the research that is being done in this nation, in this country, that can be turned directly into industry to bring returns. We don't have it. You ask me how many people are doing. That's why it was difficult for me to get the specifics. Because it means I have to go CSI, I go from place to place to find out. This one, if you didn't your database, online database, where if you key in, you can find industry-related research that people are working on immediately. Are you getting me? So there are practical things we can do. I can't give you specifics in terms of what research, but I think that it's a leadership thing. Leadership not meaning politicians, no. Leadership are saying that if you have a research structure which identifies people doing research that can be translated directly into industry, if any of them is breaking through, that is where I think government should go and support. Because ultimately government will sell, they will bring money into the country, foreign exchange, because of a product. And two, the taxes will be collected, it will bring money to government. Okay? Three, it's a patent space, industry can grow. Are you with me?
Yeah.
I don't know if myself there.
Yeah, no, to an extent. I'll just okay, that's just okay. I was just wondering, it's whose responsibility is it to actually put this mechanism in place? Is it on the government or people in academia, or how in essence, how do we fix this system?
Yes, I think it's fixed in academia in terms of the structure of knowing what is going on, database, etc. I think it's academia. Because if you look at, if you like when you finish, go online and see the responsibilities of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, they seem to be the core of research. They seem to be the apex of the ones who are supposed to look after research in the country. Okay? But I think there's also some, let me put it this way, I think that the structure of the science environment should be looked at again. Because you see, we have also public, we have universities as well. If a university is doing something, even though CSIR is at the apex, I don't think CSIR has much input into that structure. Okay, that's why I think, I don't know how many people tend to apply for the position of Director General CSIR. That's why I think people are not too keen on fighting for that position. Because you hardly see maybe somebody who's been Vice Chancellor going there to go to compete for that job. So we need to look at the structure. I believe in harnessing structures to produce results. I don't believe in repeating things. Even if you are repeating, make sure that what you are repeating will bring efficiency and not repeat it for repeating sake. Okay? So, yes, I think academia wants to play with that, and we need to look at our structure. I know I have been told, and I have been at a meeting by the way, that there's a National Public Safety Committee. I know the gentleman who is the chair of Professor Bosente, he gave the impression that that is one of the things they want to do. They want to look at the structure of research, science, the research institutions again to see, so that they have a uniform structure. Let me take just 1 minute and just say this. For example, we have a Ghana Science Association now. We have a Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Who's doing what and who's doing what? The Ghana Academy apparently came out of the Ghana Science Association, which was established by Presidential Fiat, Communicable. And now to go back into academy where you have renowned scientists being the Ghanaian scientists, not only in the arts, but not only the science, but arts and sciences. So you can see the arts and sciences, but what is the structure? How do we relate? Recently, we had the Ghana Science Association had a seminar in the campus on genetically modified organisms. And then the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences also had a seminar on genetically modified organisms. So my question now is, okay, you're getting my point. Okay, thank you very much.
Take 2 more questions if there are, and then yes. No. Yeah. Okay.
You said that you had like a review meeting, the Ghana Science Association had a meeting. Then I wanted to ask, what are the problems you identified specifically about science education in Ghana, and then the interventions you came up with it? Which ones have you been able to put in place?
Okay. Some of the problems we identified and some of the things that I actually spoke to you about. And some of them could be because, so for example, in primary schools, we have the same teacher teaching every day. And so this teacher, when she was training, never liked science. And she's trying to teach your science, your child science. What passion is he or she going to use to teach your child science? Without passion, your child won't develop any interest because the teacher himself or herself has a very goals when it comes to science and technology. So what excitement are you going to give me to think that I want to do science? That's not fun. Number two, even secondary schools, we have what you call integrated science. Integrated science meaning that we try to bring, if we are talking about water, we want to know all the physics about water, they want to know all the chemistry about water, they want to know all the biology about water. So it's integrated science. In our training institutions, when they are teaching you, most of you want to bring up humans, etc., they drop you with one major and one minor. So when you get to certain topics that you make out, so the students will be selectively taught. Because if I'm not conversant with a particular topic, I'll just go over it and leave. I don't have to embarrass myself before the students. Okay? So that also is a problem. Of course, there are issues to do with lab facilities. There's also an issue. So the list can go on and on. What I know is that since our last meeting, when the final report was generated, the final draft report was generated, we've not heard anything from the ministry again. I'm not going to any other meeting again. So I don't know where the document, I don't know where the action plan will be. Because we tried to produce an action plan for all the problems we identified in both actually it was a math and science committee. So we were looking at math and science, what was happening, because there was a fear, there was this thing that it was things were dropping. So I'm not with them. Some of us on the committee were calling for a stakeholders meeting because we believe that we may not have done it all. I have a problem. Sometimes when people call a meeting, the speed with which they want you to do things. They say, oh, they're giving you 3 weeks, you have to finish it. I don't like that. To a certain extent, I may be some level of, I mean, have some level of perfectionism with me. So I try to hide it up from me. I don't know when the concept meetings, everything is when they want you to do it, do it. So in such an environment, you're not likely to get the maximum out of it. So I was one of those who were going to call for a stakeholders meeting. By stakeholders meeting, I said that we should also call the politicians. I'm saying it because politicians are the ones who open the door. The politicians are the ones who drive us to our governments in countries. So in our daily things that we do, we should get them involved and make them see the reality. If so that when they are taking decisions, they can see that decisions they are taking are going to affect A, B, and C. I said we should call a stakeholders meetings, including all the political parties, so that when we have finished this job, if a government, if that one doesn't also come and set up a committee to look at science education. So anyway, that's where we are. I don't know where I has reached, but I'm telling you some of the thoughts expressed when we finish the final draft report.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Anyone else? Okay, Doc. It looks like
yes.
That's the end of our session.
Okay.
And on behalf of everyone here, on behalf of the Humanist Association of Ghana, and on my own behalf, as they say. Oh, my name is Amano. Sorry?
You are the president.
I'm not a president. I happen to be chairing the Senate.
We are limited to the back seat. I am the MC of the president.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, I happen to be chairing MC and being the moderator for the day.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway.
So I also thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I mean, these things are things that are my passion. In actual fact, I wanted to set up an NGO. That was when I was made the Greater Accra branch president of the Ghana Science Association. So I want to finish that job first and then go and revisit my NGO. Because I think, I'm not saying I know it all, but at least to use people to help to move it. And that's what life is all about, holding each other's hands and making sure things work. So I'm grateful for the opportunity as well.
We'll be looking forward to your NGO and when it's set up, we would like to partner with you and get some job there. Let's let you know space. So then, so I can see the size. I haven't read so far, but I've also seen quite a bit of my suspect issues. So, yes, we have rice, there should be enough for everyone. So please sit down if I go to the bathroom or whatever. We are taking a break. Minimum of 30 minutes. Please don't go far. We have our lunch break. So please, for now, take your time. Thank you.
Is this still streaming? Sorry? Is this still streaming? I can't pause it. Are you moving now? No, I saw the show up. It's downstairs right now.
Hello! So, welcome back. For this point, we are going to be discussing ICT. We'll discuss feminism. Oh! Yes. And then we will also let me ask you a question. Okay. Yes. We'll be discussing LGBT issues. LGBT, lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender. We're discussing witchcraft and slavery in West Africa. Over the, I think that was on Thursday or yesterday, there was a discussion on Joy about witchcraft and accusations, and they had only the government will really request you to make your inputs. Now we come to the topic of feminism. Basically, feminism in West Africa, or for us as Africans. And blah blah blah. Do not forget, tomorrow we are meeting again at the Sleep Guest House. The Sleep Guest House is very close to our interchange. So you can't. If you can't find your way to that place, just get to our okay? And call someone. You can call me, you can call me. You can call anyone who was here about the association. And they would show you to the registration. That's it. Oh.
This is the only one we have. This is a VG. I want to get a laptop that have a VG console. You should have had a no, we can't share by you. We can't give a video picture of my then share display from there.
is speaking. This is all definitely a level. Let me just go on to that's fine. Just transfer.
Okay, so I think we are ready to shoot. We are discussing ICT in Australia, but I think I know almost a good year we are ready.
Okay, everybody, afternoon. I think great conference, amazing organisation. I'm delighted to be here. Now, I've done mine slightly differently because what I wanted to do was a reasonably short presentation but have a longer discussion. So, because I wanted more discussion really than questions and answers. So I just want to, I'll be asking a lot of questions like what can we do, what can make a difference. And because the speaker before was talking about innovation, I wanted to take a look at ICT and look at it in terms of is it contributing towards the development of our region of West Africa, of Ghana, of ourselves as a country. And it's really interesting. I wasn't able to include it in this in this presentation. I saw a graph yesterday, and I can show you up here what it looked like. This is economic growth at the moment, right? So it was going lower, but it's going up like that. That's global. This is per capita income, which takes the income of a country and divides it between of people to get it. So it means that if you've got 2 millionaires and you've got 2 million people living in poverty, income will look very good. So it's not a good indicator. But the actual development indicators are staying level. We're not progressing in terms of what Social Watch, which is an organisation that focuses on development, considers to be development. So what it's saying is that economic growth does not lead to development necessarily. And the same is true, I'm sorry to say, about technology, and that's one of the things that I want to bring up here. So how can technology then contribute towards a better place, a better country, all the things that we as humanists are interested in? How do we better the lot of humans, human beings, our brothers and sisters, our friends, or people we don't even know in West Africa through the use of technology? So one of the things that I wanted to do today was, and technology is not even improving the digital divide. The digital divide is getting broader and broader as well. You know what I mean? So those are the things. So what I would like to do is I'd like to show you what the situation is now, and then I want to show you what it's called an innovation matrix is, and it's a thing that the UN has decided you need to have innovation going. And a couple of the things that they will echo with what some of the speakers said this morning, for example, that what you need in terms of critical thinking and all of that, and government intervention, and then I just want to show you what really is going on. And I think because we're all inclined to be a bit Accra-centric in Ghana, that we're not. We kind of live in a bubble sometimes, I think, because we're walking around with our, getting the internet on our phones or on our modems, but most people are not using smartphones. That's the way it is, but we're not aware of that because probably we are and most people we know are. Do you know what I mean? So, the internet isn't as available to everybody. Okay, so that's what I'm starting off with. So, but please just think of this as a discussion. What can we do? What should we call for? What kind of things should we look for to make things better? Okay. Okay, so this is the UNESCO Innovation Matrix. Okay, and so you see here, you've got a kind of what they call an ecosystem that exists where innovation can take place. So you have to have certain things in place. Obviously, you have to have the infrastructure, you have to have the technology, you have to have the people, you have to have the resources, you have to have the education, you have to have all of those different things. So places where innovation happens and happens well these are the things that it has. It's called the innovation matrix. And so here you have an ecosystem of government, industry, businesses, and universities. Access to tertiary education is important. What do people think the access to tertiary education is, say, on average in Africa? About? It's lower. Like 8%. Like 6%. And in some countries it's way lower. Ghana is actually 6.2. But you look at Ghana, I mean, I was talking to somebody yesterday who had done an undergraduate degree but she was looking to do a master's, and the cost had almost doubled from last year. We're actually creating an exclusive tertiary education system. I mean, we're gradually privatizing all of education, but in tertiary education in particular, I think it's becoming very, very exclusive. And that's at the University of Ghana, you know what I mean? It's not as if it's one of the private universities, but we're privatizing education. Anyway, that's one thing we can look at. So innovation and are part of the ecosystem. Now, it's really interesting. You know the way lots of people think, oh, well, look at Korea. We have independence at the same time. Look at them, look at us. You know, people are Malaysia. Look at them, look at us. But you know what those countries did? Government invested massively in education and in innovation, and they deliberately created an environment where all of those things can happen. It didn't happen out of the blue. Do you know what I mean? The Asian industry and innovation was invested in and was planned for, and it was resourced with very highly educated populations and things like that. So it isn't, things like that don't come out of the air. So this ecosystem really is an important one. Now here, I just want to give you just a brief socio-economic, very quick overview of West Africa. So according to ECOWAS, 15 of the countries within ECOWAS are amongst the poorest in the region. 50% of people in ECOWAS sub-regions subsist on $1 a day. 50%. Africa's GDP is estimated in 2010 at 526 billion, but Nigeria and South Africa account for over half of that. So it means that outside of Nigeria and South Africa, the rest is divided between 52 countries. We've got the lowest primary education completion rate of 62% in any region in the world, and this is where primary enrollment, though it's gone up, is not 100%. So now here's another thing that also has to be taken into account. Primary education, where you've got this number of people completing, and then you look at the quality. I don't know if any of you read those reports that come out about the children who are finishing primary 6, but the majority, not some, most children leaving primary 6 at the moment in Ghana are illiterate and innumerate. You know what I mean? So you have an education system that's failing people. I mean, a friend of mine who works here in education was saying that in some places it's sensory deprivation. The children would be better off playing outside. You know what I mean? Because it just, the resources aren't there. And so then, with the results that we've got a lot of young people leave education and go into the labour market very early, which is a loss in so many terms, in so many ways, but one of them is a loss of education. And then, and I'll show you this later on, that the ICT skills in the sub-region, they're not keeping pace with technology for a whole lot of different reasons. Okay, global internet usage. These figures, by the way, are all available, and I've downloaded a lot of them, so anybody who wants them, but all these reports are, it's the International Telecommunications Union, it's a UN organization, and they do these figures every year. So, in Africa, 20% will be online by the end of 2014. So this is Asia and the Pacific. This is all developing countries. Here we have all developed in Europe and America. So there you have internet access. Okay. And this is internet use. This is people who have internet in their house who are using it. Okay, sorry, I don't know if you can see it, but I think you can guess where 11% is. And now the thing is that's interesting is what this doesn't show, because it's a bit like the GDP. I was reading an interesting book the other day by a man called Mike Davis. It's called Planet of Slums. And he was actually saying that now there's no point in talking about third world, first world anymore, because within every country we have a third world and we have a first world. There's a third world in America or in Ireland, and there's a first world in Ghana. You know, it's just the percentages or the ratios to each. But within Accra, you can have a first world existence, not so. You can have your internet, you can have your water, your electricity, and all of that, while you've got fantastic poverty outside. I always think that gated communities are designed to keep the third world from the first world. But there we go. So here we have fantastic disparities in internet access and internet use. And this is high-speed access to the internet. Sorry, I need my glasses here. So this is Senegal, is just here, and that's
I'm interested in which countries I'll be looking at.
Yeah. So anyway, the country at the top is interesting because it's not. Let me see if I can zoom in. Oh, sorry. Is there a zoom? Did you check? Korea. Uganda, Lesotho, Benin, and Malawi. Wow, but you see, but actually, when you see that it's not a good picture anywhere on continent, because even if you look at Morocco and Tunisia, say much wealthier, or even Egypt, you know, it's not who's Egypt. I mean, it's not amazing at all. It's and like this is the speed. So these are getting 2 to 10 megabits per second, but down here it's like 2 to 6. Huh? 2014, yeah. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show it to you here because this is another very interesting map. Let me just zoom out first, and then I'll show you all of it because. Okay, this one now is 2012. This is from a site called Telegeography. But anyway, this shows you like where the major connections are and the speed of them and so on. And this is you'll see that all the major traffic is going from Europe to America. And some to Asia, but it's primarily Europe to America. And this one actually shows it that bit better. I'm going to just zoom in here on this. I want you to see this. Okay, so here are the major internet access points around the world. Okay, so this is the United States, this is Europe, South Africa, South America, and so on. And you've got different quality of lines. The blue is the less, and then you see this is your legend over here. But if you look at the continent of Africa, you see that North Africa here has a very different experience than the rest. Here, you've got 1, 2, 3 major points. That Africa is really seriously underserved in terms of access to the internet. The internet is effectively still in America, and so accessing that requires that you're wired up. Now, the next slide I'm going to show you is some of the cables that are going in and around West Africa and Africa itself. But you'll see that access to the internet is on a global scale. You've got fantastic differences and fantastic inequality. Okay, but then when we begin to look then on the national and the regional and on the local scale, we've got the same kind of inequality. So now, this one here, oops, maybe I can show this one. Oh no, sorry. Okay, so these are the new underwater cables that are been going in and around Ghana and or in and around Africa. These are different companies. Orange, the Chinese have put in a couple. But what's the thing that you notice about all of these? And it's the same in all of the continents, not just in the oceans or on the coast. They're all on the coast. They all land on the coast. So this is high-speed internet is all landing on the coast, right? So if you're in Chad, you know, you're going to have problems. Least of which is probably internet access. But you're going to have rocky internet access anyway. So, but here you'll see that there are cables, and you see here in West Africa, there are quite a number of them are landing, and I'm sure that some of these are the main one cables and things like that that are around. But they're all on the coast. Now this is what brings me to the digital divide, and this is what I want us to look at, because thinking about that innovation. Now, anybody who knows me reasonably well knows that I'm a socialist, and one of the reasons that I became a socialist was because I thought of the missed opportunity that exists because people don't have access to education or to life sometimes, or to proper nutrition. Think of the innovation that would happen if everybody had an access to education that isn't driven by what industry needs, but by what ideas people have. And I think that the digital divide, people keep saying that Ghana could become a hub. You know, we're going to build this, what, $10 billion thing in Kaswa, isn't it? Or, so, yeah, but it isn't. Ghana will become a place where people are sitting, taking calls, data centers. You know what I mean? No, it will. That's what will happen. You know, and it's already happening in the University of Ghana, for example. Do you know that the part of the University of Ghana computer system is being used as a data center, like a call center? It's been used for. It's just mad. But okay, so only 7% of Africa's population is online at the moment. Mobile phone usage is very, very widespread, and I think that that's a very interesting thing. And mobile phone usage in Africa is growing exponentially and growing at a much higher rate than anything else. But what do you think has happened with mobile phone usage going up? Investment in telephone infrastructure is going down. So the state has just withdrawn from all of that of the infrastructure. So would you have, say, if you think of in Ghana, the telephone infrastructure that we had was sold to Vodafone, And it has gradually been downgraded. If you think about it, that a lot of that landline has been downgraded, and so we've got mobile phone usage is there. But it has fantastic regional and national differences. That's just an interesting one. I didn't know this about Eritrea, but very, very low usage, but not surprising. And then mobile phone coverage is high, but connectivity is limited, as only 18% of Africa's mobile phones are smartphones. So it means that most people are using, your Now, this is the other thing, and this is where I think that we're never going to succeed unless there is actual pressure on the state to take ownership of some things. Like, the biggest challenge for most people in terms of connectivity is not the fact that there's an underground cable landing on Accra. It's the last mile, that's what they call it, the last mile connectivity. So that you have that infrastructure, and if you put something up on the coast, within 25 miles, I think you can get reasonably good connectivity from a mast. But then you have to lay cable and put up another mast, lay cable and put another mast. That last mile connectivity is not being done. You know what I mean? So you have fantastic connectivity in urban centres and everything else, but you don't have it elsewhere. You know what I mean? So you'll have high-speed internet in one place and you'll have almost none in another. So a lot of people living within the 25 kilometres do have access, but then it can often go. And with laying the last miles, the only people who could fund that kind of large-scale project are government. Why? Because it's not economically viable. And we have to ask ourselves, is everything that we do, does it have to be economically viable? Is providing an education to somebody, does it have to be economically viable? A health service, why does it have to be economically viable? Can't we say that we're investing in that as part of the development of the country? You know what I mean? So why is something considered, why do we have to say that fibre optic, we're putting it down, but it means that even somebody sitting in upper west or upper east has to pay, X amount for access to that? You might as well not let it, you know what I mean? Because one or two people will access it. Okay, sorry this is so small. This is the ICT skills. Now, what this is there's an organisation called Research ICT Africa, and they did a table of, if you want, what the e-skills indicators in a country are, what are you likely to have, and they look at the completion, the enrollment rate for primary, secondary, and tertiary. They look at adult literacy, and they look at the UNDP education index, and they come up with a score over here. And what they consider a good score is in and around 7. And here you have all of these countries down below 1. So it means that if we want to look at innovation in Ghana or in West Africa with regard to ICT, if we wanted to become, really good ICT programmers, develop games, programs, applications, apps, all of that stuff, we should be doing it, not that we have a very young population, we've got people who are really into their phones and so on, but we're not doing it because we don't have the conducive environment and we don't currently have the ICT skills. Okay, so sorry that this is so tiny, but let me see if I can do it a bit more. Oops. Okay, here's Ghana. So we have the education index. You've got adult literacy. Now these are quite old figures, as you'll see here. I think literacy has gone up quite a bit. But this is the gross enrollment ratio for primary, secondary, and tertiary. And then here you've got your index. Now Ghana's quite a bit higher than some of the countries around it, but it's still nowhere near enough if Ghana's become the centre of innovation. Okay, so this is what I was saying to you before. These are the figures for around the countries that we're looking at. So don't forget, like, African economies have had some of the highest growth rates in the world over the past number of years. Ghana's economy has been growing every single year, despite, slowly last summer. But only 6% of tertiary education age cohort was enrolled in tertiary institutions. 6%. The global average is 26%. So here you have Ethiopia at 9, Cape Verde at 14.9, Cote d'Ivoire at 8, Ghana's at 6.2. So it means that we have very, very few people in tertiary education. And now this is another thing. Now, so as you know, tertiary education has come under pressure. When my people of my age that I know in Ghana, when they were at the University of Ghana, there was about 7,000 or 8,000 students in the university, and they used to get an allowance to go from the government to go to university. And if you look at people who were in college in the 80s or and early 90s, that was their experience. You know what I mean? That's what it was. And you had smaller classes, and you knew your lecturers, and you had tutorials, and you were able to interrogate and discuss and all of that. If you look at the University of Ghana today, it's close to 30,000 students with effectively the same infrastructure. Do you know what I mean? The quality of education has dropped. And then you've got a lot of the private universities who are not being, who are like taking in students, and they're not really being monitored well. So what we have is that the quality of education is dropping. And it isn't just in Ghana, it's in a lot of places, because they're bringing in more and more people, and they're not introducing it. So this was a study, right, undertaken to ask employers actually how they found graduates in terms of certain characteristics. So willingness to learn, they found very important, and they were very satisfied with quite a large number. Teamwork is the same. Problem solving. Problem solving is a huge issue. It's a huge, huge, huge issue. And why is that? Put out there, why is problem solving such a big issue? Yes.
Because we haven't been taught how to think. We are not allowed to solve problems based on new ideas that we have. We have to know how it's done. If it doesn't work, we have to just
and also even like a lot of the times I think that it also has to do with the way young people are treated with almost no respect. You know what I mean? As if, who are you? Are you too known? So you offer an opinion, and so you're not asked to your opinion. You're not asked to exactly. You're not in school. The teacher knows, and you better just give back exactly what you've got from them. But it isn't just in school. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? That I think that a lot of times the idea that a young person would challenge, somebody, don't you think this is a better way of doing it, or do you think we could do this, or how about we do that? It's slapped down from a very young age, So that whole thing about the rights of young people and young girls in particular, I think, because to be encouraged to interrogate ideas, to challenge, accepted norms, you know what I mean, and come up with your own ideas by your own solutions. So it means that it isn't just a rote learning system, which is just terrible, but don't you think so? The broader thing of just, of accepting it, or not challenging. Yeah. I mean, I once, I used to give a class in the School of Communication Studies on campus, and I was teaching logo design, and I gave some examples of logo design, and I said, now everybody design your own logo, and I said, just think what you would do, put in a bit about your personality, maybe like look at a font that you like, look at the colour you like, and so on. And do you know what I got back? The exact designs I'd shown at the beginning. And it's just and so here we have got interpersonal skills, not bad, commitment, proactivity, taking the initiative from there, flexibility, self-awareness very low, leadership very low, foreign language is also very low. But you see that so what I've done really, and I don't mean this to be depressing because things are moving forward, but if you take it in, like, we want a situation where we've got I see a chance for technology to improve things, but we've created an environment really where that's not going to happen. Because what do we have? We've got poor global connectivity to the continent and to West Africa. Within the country then, we've got problems with that last mile that we're talking about. So we've got connectivity very much centred around the urban centres. And then we look at the access to education. And so even at the primary level, we've got very crowded classes and few people finishing. And even the people who are finishing are not doing so well. And then we've got the tertiary education where access is getting more and more restricted. And I think that's going to become increasingly so. And at the same time, very few, we've only got a household level of 11% of internet access in all homes. So, what do we do to change that situation? Over to you. Let's come up with some ideas. So we as humanists can think, what would we do as humanists to change that?
Because I'm always concerned about how global relations affect African countries' capacity to increase their GDP. A lot of the solutions have to be efficient ways that don't necessarily need monetization. So one thing that I was thinking was have training teachers, right? So rather than going into schools and trying to encourage models of teaching that perpetuate critical thinking skills, training teachers about probably problematic customs that don't allow students to create, to rethink, and to be able to challenge. So having maybe yearly, workshops and stuff where teachers are trained so that they can encourage critical thinking skills from a very early sort of time.
Yeah, more teacher, better resource teachers.
Right.
Encourage mobile phone proliferation, because the networks are going to improve eventually. And if more people have mobile phones, they have more access to the internet. Well, it doesn't have to be a smartphone. It doesn't have to be a smartphone.
I don't think any other phone can access. Can a non-smartphone access the internet?
I'm sorry? It doesn't necessarily have to be a smartphone. But increased proliferation of mobile phones will give people more access to information just in general. And from a humanist perspective, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. But how would we do that? Like, say, do you think, for example, who should invest in these things? Who should invest in education? Who should invest? Yeah.
No, well, parents are poor. Yeah. So I think we're having a conversation about like who should invest in education, and some people think parents, and not that I think that that's a bad idea. I guess relying on parents would be problematic because a lot of parents already have these deep-seated attitudes, and also a lot of parents are vulnerable already.
So, like, if we look at this ecosystem, then how would we like? If you think of some of what the speakers earlier today were talking about, like your science, you want to get people using science, making something new from science. So you're assuming that the science is being well taught, and you're assuming that the infrastructure is there to start creating. Because innovation doesn't come out of thin air. You know what I mean? The innovation is there because you're in a situation where A, it's encouraged, B, it's resourced, and C, you also have the background knowledge with which to innovate. You know what I mean? So that's really what we're looking at. You know, because if things go on the way they're going, you'll have one or two people who are very well educated, perhaps leaving Ghana, doing a lot of innovation outside, but for the vast majority will just be accepting that fact. And it's not just Ghana, by the way. I mean, inequalities are growing all over the world. But I'm just thinking that for ourselves, you know, when you're listening to some of the politicians, just because when they talk about building this huge monster out in Kaswa because we're going to become an ICT center of excellence, or it's to think. That's why I just think it's interesting to look at the actual figures. Can I ask, were you surprised by the figures, or did most of you know those?
Very surprised.
Yeah. But I'm not saying we come up with a solution today, but I just think that it's something really we need to think about. I know we've got a huge program this afternoon, so I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. As usual, if any questions will be, any questions? Oh, she was so good. No one has a question.
No, I have a question.
Okay.
So, my question is about economic viability. I do think that I lean towards socialist models, but the question that I have is about if something is not economically viable, not necessarily meaning that it's not maximizing profit, but meaning that the state or the country or the community doesn't have the resources to maintain whatever institution it is. then would we be able to subsidize it or to encourage it or to fund it? Does that make sense? It doesn't look like it.
It's a deep question. but you see, the thing is, like, why are we always saying caught up with, say, the amount of even people are getting really upset because there's so much debt that Ghana has. It's not just Ghana, but other countries, right? Why are people really upset by other indicators? Why is that the indicator that people obsess on? You know what I mean? Do you know that Bhutan as a country, do you know its main indicator is happiness? Seriously, as a country, if that's what it monitors the happiness of the nation, and that's what they consider the main development indicator. So I'm just saying that sometimes we have to say that if there were certain decisions made about development indicators, that people wouldn't obsess so much about the reason government isn't investing at the moment is it's saying it has to keep the debt manageable and it has to effectively shrink the economy. So it's not spending money on anything, but it's effectively the economy is down. But if you look at things differently, if you have a different set of priorities, then you prioritize your corporate taxes. Corporate income tax is very low compared to royalties are very low here. It's a business environment, and they say they want to encourage business. And maybe they are encouraging business, but it's not having an effect on the key development indicators. You know what I mean? So I think that's the kind of thing that's happening.
I just wanted to say that most of the times, as a society, we look at the economic viability as something which is going to bring right education, all these things have been so the government is going to invest in only but if the government is just then they are only looking at something which will have a short-term effect, then they are not going to progress at all. In that time, we have energy crisis almost every time. Some of these things are just going to be persistent because people are not having schools actually sitting back having a 10-year plan or let's say a 5-year plan to tackle the problem. We don't see results right now. We have to wait around.
But I still feel that your question was not answered because I agree with you.
Like recently, Ghana, how individuals think about their like, the argument was that less people are using the airport, they utilize money to the international airport. So, like, if you raise the airline not using the capacity airport, so rather the money should have gone building the highway, like making the highway better, making the right capacity. More cargo, more passengers in the road. And also the joke of our military, like this budget allocated to the military, which is not economically viable for the military, has never been. Ghana has never entered any kind of military back to Ghana. And if you were to, happy that we have it. The weaponry and all that, compared to any country that is it's a joke. Like that money can put into programs such as things like spreading the internet out there because in the long run it's going to benefit us. Because we are saying, okay, we don't see where that money can keep coming from, but you can allocate the money for future generations to benefit from this and start protecting masses around the country.
That we should totally discount the army and invest all that investment.
Yeah, totally. There's nothing that's they actually running away when they ask you questions. So what I'm Ghana and what I'm
I'm sorry.
I think the right thing is to put the right places, set policies. That will benefit this generation at all. So it's a question of
That's true. Okay, yes. Any other question? So the money goes to the that goes say we discuss the money, the annual value that goes that will inflate the I think they are being very, very okay, Ghana historically does not has tend to release specific consistently until the oil was discovered when we saw that we had big family and security. Because even when we have internal conflict, strife, like we sometimes have among some political institutions, the police can't handle it, it's the military that has. And Ghana provided troops to keep peace across Africa. And so I think we are being very confident. The recent African meetings rated Ghana's ability as the most trusted institution in the country. So we are being very confident.
I'm going to respond to that. I also agree with you. I think that the military is quite essential. And it has quite a real history when it comes to peacekeeping. Rwanda, Lebanon, some other countries. I think the military was just an example. I don't think it's just an example. She brought up a wonderful example of the Hope City project. It's supposed to cost $10 billion for a building. No, they said it's a private-public collaboration, but they never said how much it's going to pay. They never said how much it's going to pay. So for all you know, how much is going to pay $20 billion, the government is going to pay what they never said that amount. So these are all examples of misplaced priorities. If we were serious about ICT development in the country, we could indirectly want to. So the military is not, it's just an example. I don't think it's
personally, I also think that we should stand around. And I don't think we need it. I think that we can make We are neutral does not mean we are used to aggression. Okay. So, for fear that we digress from the subject of the discussions. Anyway, anything else? Someone has a conclusion about it? Yes.
So I think what was
say in the past that most government and government what we're seeing. So what we see in most African governments is that when they invest in something like ICT, they don't invest in getting underwater cables or the infrastructure. You have to create an entire ecosystem where you can say in the next maybe 20 years you find out that people, this is what you want to see them do. It's happening like infrastructure. So Rwanda, for example, they are a perfect example of people who are taking ICT seriously. And what they're doing is that they've right now they have a 3-year plan of getting LTE, large long-term evolution, internet connectivity in the whole of Rwanda in the next 3 years. And they're not just investing in only that, they're also making sure the young population have what they call the ICT. There are one laptop key policy. It's all policies that are seeing through and actually ensuring that it meets the long-term goal. So I feel if we're really serious about this, we have to look at it more in a system view as opposed to just talking about ICT. We need to be seeing that. Yeah, the government.
Let's keep our conversation centralized so we don't end up all right. I think we have exhausted that topic, but let's ask one last comment and then we can move on to the next one. Okay, excellent. Next topic, we're discussing LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender issues in West Africa. The executive director of the Center for Popular Education and Human Rights, okay, Ghana. His name is Please give that first. The reason why I keep covering is that there's a topic that is very dear to my heart. It has to do with sex as an atheist. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to believe in it. So please, I need tomorrow I need the experts. Okay, please.
There's nothing. This is the whole screen. What's showing here?
Good afternoon. My name is Covenant. I'm Ghanaian. I speak like a Nigerian. And I'm a party, and my mother is a Ghana. So, I'm a confused person. And then I've always introduced myself as an African indigenous homosexual.
but now I'm no more homosexual because I tell people I'm not bisexual, I'm not, I do anything. I learned at some point that sexuality is fluid, like gender. And sometimes you feel like sometimes you are lesbian as a man, right? Because yeah, sometimes you are lesbian, sometimes you want to be a bisexual, sometimes you want to, and then that's
all right.
So I refuse to be put in that box of being a gay or a bisexual or anything. If I like someone and I want to have sex and I want to go out with you, that is it. For me, that's my life now. I'm no more in the box, and I don't even have gay friends anymore. I have friends, and that's how I try to. But our organizations, we seek to create a liberal society where LGBTI people will be free. And then we actually started as a Gay and Lesbian Association of Ghana. But then, because we were not able to register it, and then we tried Friends of Dorothy, and then you go to register them, and then they'll ask you, who is the Dorothy? And we need to provide Dorothy before you are registered. So then we stopped. Now we are more into HIV services. Why? There's no support for human rights advocacy, education, and sensitization. So it looks like our mission is diverted from human rights and into, and not just human rights, in terms of advocacy for rights of everyone, into HIV services and programs. We started in 1998. I think when we started, there were no gay and lesbian groups in most parts of Africa. The most groups have not been formed. I remember even in 2004, when we tried to register, we do the All-African LGBT movement. There were no groups in most parts. Sierra Leone was not there, Liberia was not there, Nigeria, there were no groups, so there was someone from Nigeria. But most part of Africa, as well as the Francophone West Africa, have no LGBT groups. But currently, I must say that there are groups in most part of these areas, and they are doing wonderfully well like Ghana. I actually this movement and then this group because I had friends who by then had who were gay men, so they were gay men, who had sexually transmitted infections. And sometimes it's difficult to get treatment. You go to the hospital and they ask you to provide your partner before they treat you. Why? Because when they treat people, then they go and get reinfection from their partner because they don't treat their partners, and they only come, the men only come for treatment, and then they leave their partners at home, and then they go and get infection again, and they keep coming and going up. So that was the policy. Then they would ask you, go bring your partner, and then gay men cannot bring their partners. So, and even the doctors and the nurses were not ready for what you provide. So it means that you don't get services, and that was a difficulty. So we interacted with several actors in society, like UNAIDS, by then their country director started providing us resources and then providing us information from other parts of the world, and that is how we started. We started with just this word passion. It's nothing else. We had a passion. You see your friends sick. You see your friends having gonorrhea and other sicknesses, and so you feel like you have the voice and you can you can advocate on their behalf, and that is how we started with this work. And then one of the things is that we want to make the word homosexuality a thing of the past, because we realized that we don't talk about it. I think in those days, no one mentioned homosexuality. I remember there were few issues. We went to the media, we did some, I think I was in Joy FM once to do a program, and then a friend called me and asked, we were by then going to do a behavioral surveillance survey. Yes. And then a friend called and asked, when is it coming on? And I said, oh, we have secured funding, we have, everything is in place. I'm told it will be starting this month or something. And then immediately they had it and they are researching. Then they cooked a story and said there's going to be a gay conference in Ghana, and then there's money ready, and the people have rented the international conference center and everything. And they just cooked the story. And then there are people who were on radio saying, yes, it's true, we are organizing it. We rented the international conference center. And for me, I sat behind and said, go and check who paid and what check did they pay for renting this conference center? Who rented the conference center? This is just a simple thing, but no one checked, and then it became a whole issue for a month. And then at the point they threatened to kill me because they put a stigma on our office legal, and so I have to leave Ghana. Anyway, I'm talking about West Africa. So just to let you know that 36 African countries still criminalize same-sex relationships. And most times, you see that there are some death penalties for same-sex relationship activities, such as Gambia. The president that have a cure for HIV, but never cures anyone. And then Sudan and some parts, in Uganda recently they also passed a law that calls for death penalty for homosexuals. But then it was reversed because they went to the LGBT movement went to court, and then that was reversed. 12 countries have no laws. I didn't quote all because I said it's too long. But then countries like South Africa has no law because their law is inclusive. Niger, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Cape Verde, and Republic of Congo have no laws against homosexuality. So these are some countries that have no laws. Okay, so I just want to emphasize on the fact that I try to talk about myself most often, and that is why I try to deal with my issues instead of just talking about the other person. So I want to give you a background of it, but then I introduce myself as African Indigenous because I felt before I started calling myself a gay man or homosexual, I never met a white man, I never met a white woman, and I grew up even watching these movies, what do we call it, these and you know those slavery, yes, those roots, and so I was very allergic to even the English language, and I must tell you, and so up to today, I learned English because I went to school. But I was very allergic to English language. I was allergic to a white person. I was very allergic to, and up to today, I have some allergies for. No, seriously, because those things deep into me. Where, you know, I feel if someone can treat a fellow human being this way, then I have that problem. And so I find it very insulting when people tell me, oh, you like a man because a white man is the one influencing you. You know, what you do is a foreign import. And so that's why even when I go anywhere, I tell them I'm African Indigenous homosexual. I'm not one of the ones who were paid in their age. I'm not one of those who were paid. So I think that I brought this because the history started with West Africa's project to combat AIDS workers. They did a research in 2004, and then it was followed by AED Sharp, which is a USAID funded project in Ghana. and they also supported it to implement a program, which is a STI HIV program for Ghana. That was also followed by FHI 360, which were recently completed their HIV project, which is a sharper project. And then the Global Fund is also doing wonderful with funding for LGBT MSM activities. USAID Ghana is doing some work also with a lot of organizations. HRAC is doing some work with providing legal services for LGBT persons who are in trouble. And then we have also the Solace Brothers Foundation and some other organizations working on the same issue today. So it tells you we started on the premise where there's nothing. No one wants to even stand out and say I'm homosexual. No one wants to, there's no services, there's nothing. And today there are almost 50 organizations working with LGBT people. And I must say that we are the least funded organization in Ghana. And then those organizations get millions of dollars working with LGBT people. And you don't see it on the ground. So just to mention it, so that when you see some of these big organizations, they receive the funding. And then they said, oh, we are working them, they are HIV, they are suffering, they are problems. But then the community do not feel these resources, and then there's no impact on the ground. I must also say that since we're talking about West Africa, the law, this law, which is in our criminal code, chapter 6 of the criminal code, it's an old British law. The same law is the one in Uganda. The same law is the one in Nigeria. The same law, if you look at the wording, is the same. The import, everything was stolen, but it was less spread across. And then even when you look at some parts of the countries in the West where the British colonized, they still have the same law and wording. So it tells you that then it is not our culture to have a sodomy law, but it is rather the British who brought us the sodomy laws. And so it is foreign not to be a homosexual, and it is Ghanaian to be homosexual. And so just to raise that here, so that we don't think our law is against homosexuality. And then on knowledge has been explained as today, as we sit here, I'm told a lot of things happen in bedrooms. Unnatural carnal knowledge has been interpreted as even what people call sucking or licking and all those things. Because the Lord says that carnal, it means that sex is just for procreation. And so anything apart from sex, penis and vagina is not sex. And then, but we all know that whatever we do in the bedroom is not just about penis and vagina. It involves some other things. So that is why I'm saying that then these things should also be looked at. Yes, so we also say that, so, no, the interesting bit here is that we say we know that marriage laws in Ghana says a man and a woman. In Nigeria, their marriage laws is a man and a woman. In Uganda, the marriage law is a man and a woman. But you still see these countries going back and saying, oh, we are criminalizing same-sex relationship or same-sex marriage. So then you ask yourself, what is marriage? Because when I was born, I know marriage is a man and a woman. I know two men, and you only marry at the court. And the court gives you whatever certificate that you are married couple. So I don't know how many gay men has ever walked to any church or anywhere in Africa to say we want to marry. But then you see people rushing and saying let's criminalize same-sex marriages in Africa. It just means that people just want to control the minority in society. They just want to impose whatever they think is the right way on the minority. And there's no protection. When you look at, there are several incidents from Uganda where David Kato was killed. He was killed because he was gay and then he advocated for gay rights. In Ghana, for going on Joy FM and talking, someone put a sticker on an office vehicle, burn this car, burn it up. People came to the house where I was staying, they threatened to kill me. And so I have to leave the country. If you go just to Togo, there are incidents of beatings, gay bashing. And then no one takes care of it because these are not humans. If it's gay person, they deserve it. No one there speaks for them. Even in Ghana, a guy was killed in Sunyani. It was reported in the Daily Guide. And then because the Daily Guide reported that the guy is a gay man, immediately it means no investigation because the family is embarrassed to investigate a gay man, a gay family member story. So that ends it. So you need to die because you're a gay man, and that is it. In Jamestown, people were beaten when there was a supposed gay marriage or a lesbian marriage. People were beaten, shops were destroyed, people's homes were broken. People have to leave. We have to look for some resources to resettle people. There was a report at the police station, and the response is just simple. It's not possible. We cannot, because of it's political season, so we cannot do anything. Because when we react, the government might lose the election. And so the police didn't act on our story. One of the high challenges, because of time, I just thought, let me raise some challenges. We have an increase in blackmail today within the gay community. It is simple for someone to blackmail someone. For instance, the case in court, you have to speak about it, with this doctor and then the supposed young boy. This young boy is somebody known within the gay community as a gay man. I don't know the age anyway. And I'm told even 2 years ago he had some sexual transmitted infections that were treated. The peer educators who've been trained referred him for treatment. Okay, so, but then when the incidents happen, you see the way everybody is treating the as if the doctor is abusing a young boy. But then, first we have to ascertain the age of this boy, whether it's really a boy or a man. The same incident happened in Pram, where they said the fetish priest has abused a young boy. And at the end of the day, we realized that they forged the certificate, the birth certificate of this boy, and then they just, because the judge, suppose the judge is fond of sentencing homosexuals. And so the man was almost sentenced until we met with him, with her, explain the issues involved, and explain some of what gay, lesbian, bisexual, and things means, and then some of the things to ask. Because the doctor said there was some movement in the anal area. And so because there was some movement, it means that penetrated him. And then the other persons. There can be movement in the anal area because there are things that come out of the anal area. And sometimes when you have problems, when you have issues, the anal area can get damaged. But then you see, some of these judges will not even look at these cases holistically because it is. homosexual who is involved in it, that ends it. And that is the fear I have for my life, because anyone can get up and then accuse me of anything, and because it's homosexuality they accuse me of, then the whole society will start judging you on radio, and then no one listens to you, and then everybody kills you. You know, I was at the UNHCR to train their frontline staff about this issue, how to accept gay refugees. And then one of the things, when they look at me, they say, oh, if every gay man is like you, then we accept them when they come. We welcome them. Then I have to explain to them, look, I'm just one man. There are several people with different features. We have transsexuals, we have transgenders, we have bisexual, we have different people who act differently. And so it's just not me. You have to learn to accept and welcome people with diverse behaviors and characters and dressing and other things. I remember at Labadi, where our office was first located, we had some staff, some members who visit the office, and then when they're coming from the junction, there's a whole traffic. Taxis stop, people follow them with cars just to come and see where they are entering. You know, and so these are the things. Why would you follow someone because of, and that is a Ghanaian culture for you. Person, and stop using the Western terms in terms of LGBT, and meanwhile there are local terms that we use. In Kenya and East Africa, they use the word kuchus. In Ghana, we use the word sasso. You know, yes, sasso is like, it's a term we use for both men and women. It's just sasso is more like colleague or your friend, and that is it.
It isn't disguising. It's not disguising what you're talking about. That's the thing. You're not disguising what you. Remember you were saying before you couldn't register as a lesbian and gay woman. So if you say who is a sasso, is that disguising what you are?
Sasso?
Yeah.
Yes, sasso disguise. But what I'm saying, that is a word that is largely accepted within the gay community. So, for instance, instead of, now with the terminologies, now people call themselves MSM. Yes, there are people who call themselves MSM. When you go to Facebook, people have registered themselves as they are MSM instead of saying they're gay. And MSM is just a medical term used for HIV prevention and these things, just to be able to capture men who have sex with men who do not identify as gay. So that in terms of the prevention activity looks at the behavior instead of identity. But then people are calling themselves MSM because they expose people to dangers. So we will stop. But then we've been attending to, I must say that we have a drop-in center where people drop in at the course of the week, like on Thursdays, and access services. And sometimes you have 10 people on average who visit on the weekly basis. And then currently what we also do is that we take most of our services into the community. So because we realize that the drop-in center is located far from communities. And so people find it difficult to visit the center. So we then hire people who will go to their communities so that we find a safe space and offer services in those spaces. And for years, we reach out to numbers of people, hundreds of people. I don't want to mention a figure because of the fear of putting high figures in somewhere, but then there are a lot of numbers we reach yearly.
These are politicians who publicly articulated their support of immigrants. Are we progressing? Do you see this?
Yes, I see a lot of progress. I think that is why we decided that you don't hear anyone, us, going to the radio and making those comments against, like, fighting for gay rights. One, because those times we were very young, so we go and fight about rights. But we realized that there's nothing to fight over about. The right is there. It's just about how you live your life and how those you mingle with. Because you don't go and beat people on the streets, and so when we realize that you don't need to be fighting for rights, because if you fight for rights, people think, okay, if they say they are fighting, let's fight them back. So we said, okay, we will not fight. We claiming our space, and so let's shut up and then benefit from the little services that are existing. And so that is why, because anytime there's problems in the media, it affects those who are accessing services. Sometimes there are people who are HIV positive, for instance, who are accessing drugs from somewhere. Immediately the news is in the media and the people are talking about LGBT people and all the issues. It affects them going to those services, for those services, because they are afraid of being picked or being arrested or being monitored or something. And so we decided to, but there's a lot of progress. Goes to work for 8 hours, drive back home, come home, and if you want to decide to have sex like anyone else, your choice is just different from anyone. You know, and then you sleep, wake up the next day, and you are at work and working. The only services they provide is condoms and lubricants. And sometimes you say, look, this is not what people need. People say, look, we need skills. We need to be educated. Because some of these people have dropped from schools because of stigma, because they are being attacked, insulted, and teased. I remember when I was in school recently, even in a university, there are comments I will sit behind and somebody will call me from behind and say, hey, Mark, can you hear what the lecturer said? Because the lecturer made a derogatory remark about gay people. And someone will call me from behind and say, Mark, did you hear that? You know, so these are the things that affect some people. So if you don't have the courage and the boldness, then you stay, and a lot of people are on the streets in Accra. A lot of people. So in terms of progress, I must say that today there is a lot of service providers and a lot of funding going to people who say they are working with LGBT. And for me, they accepting the money even is a progress. But then the other thing is that those monies sometimes goes into wrong hands. It goes into the hands of people who, when you go to their, there were some organizations when you MSF go and knock at the door, the children come and say the office is closed. But this is an organization that has received $1 million from USAID to implement a project for MSF. And then we also sat down and said, we did our own thing. We said, look, maybe these people don't want to empower us. Because every time they say, oh, they don't have the capacity. Because they think when they empower an LGBT group or organization that supports LGBTs, they might also be empowered to promote their rights and this and other things. One, when we go to other organizations, we try to approach some of our partners and you tell them, you want to help people, like help people who want to stop LGBT. You know, the welcoming, they welcome those ideas. Yes, no, not like, you see, most people, I think in Ghana, the challenge is that there are a lot of young people who are into this activity just for money. A lot of people are into it because there's no other means of survival. I must say that because, and I can prove it even if we do a study. Because I've worked with a lot of these people within the last 15 years. And so I can prove that there are a lot of people who are in it just for money. And people are surviving. Even I put a point. Most even activists who are in Africa, For instance, the Uganda people, they make a lot of noise and all the things, and then they are in Europe. Okay, they are in Europe. They leave the grounds and they go there. In Nigeria, everybody is an activist, LGBT activist there. And when you don't go, then they think, okay, you are, they say you are coward or something. But the thing is that when we all stay in Europe, then who works in our country, who see the change, who help bring that change that we need. And that is why some of us, and for me, you know, I also see myself as African, and I see myself living in the foreign land. I say here, if you step on my toe, I pull you, I say, bruh, you step on my toe. In America, if someone steps on my toe and is going, because I'm a refugee or whatever, there, I might not be able to pull the person because I'm afraid what will be the repercussions when I do anything to the person. And so it depends on where everybody comes from. But most activists are yearning to go there. And so most people will do things to create chaos in the country and make it look like there's war, instead of working with the existing systems and programs to make sure that there's a change. And that one I've seen across Africa.
But at the same time, I think the newspapers had these horrible articles, and this guy, the chief psychiatrist, remember his articles, horrible stuff. So homophobia exists in Ghana as a result of
Sure.
And it must, surely for the men, I mean, I understand why you have to go into second or into health issues, but at the same time, like, prejudice is so damaging to people's mental and physical health. Sure. You have to hide your whole time not to. So, I mean, how do your people, you know, your community deals with that level of homophobia that you see?
I remember, you know, those who know me yesterday and those who see me today might see two different things. Because when I was growing up, the reason why I didn't finish secondary school and I didn't do this and I didn't do this was because of the way I see myself and the way I saw myself out there. So I thought it is not possible to do it. But then at the point, I realized that who is from Africa and from Ghana. And so and the way I should behave shouldn't be in the same way a gay man in Europe should behave. If the culture, there's a way I'm accepted in here, and I can survive here, why should I be fighting those and try to live like somebody in a country that is accepted or tolerated? And I said, look, I want to live here, help change the situation for everybody. And I want to use myself as an example for other young boys and young who are leaving schools because they are gay people, because they are being attacked, because they are being abused, because I want to set an example for them. And so I said, look, let's see how we can live as within the context. You know, I wear earrings, I wear earrings and I do that. You know, I stay in the room and I can do my things. I do things that, you know, I'm happy I do my thing. But when I come out, no one intimidates me anymore. Because they are scared, I will beat them. You know, so I think that even our peer education, sometimes we have very effeminate men. When they're coming from the road, people follow them. People even come. Some people walk to the office and they want to attack the office. They say, "What do you do here? These people keep coming here." So we have to bring them to the office and say, "Look, come and look through the office." We don't do anything here. This is a men's project. We're trying to help men to stop HIV and everything. And so there's nothing happening in this office. It's just that you might see some effeminate men, but then it doesn't make anything here. They came in, went through all the offices, and then went back, and they were satisfied. But then we also need to sit with our peer educators and say, look, do we really need services, or we need to be fighting with the society? If we need services, then let's try and have a code of conduct, a code of dressing code for all peer educators. So when come to the office, you are in a uniform. So that you don't come here with your yesterday's dress, party dress. Because sometimes the party dresses are maybe the back is not there. Yes, because you saw something nice for your party, you can't bring that to the office. And we had all those things. We had security trainings to make sure that people know how to access information, how to approach people, even in the community and everything. And that is what has kept the processes going and the services going. So I think sometimes it is avoiding behavior, but then it is not avoiding, because when you come to the community where people live, people still have the parties there. We have but we don't want to turn our offices into the target areas where, because if we are attacked, then there's no services for people anymore.
So, but everything you do is from fear of being attacked?
No, because we've been attacked before. Yes, so we've been attacked before, and so it's not fear of being attacked, but that is the situation. Yes, and then we also, lawyers are even afraid, like Asante Bediachio and Asante, is it Asante? Yes, Nana Asante Bediachio. Before was when they were in opposition. If he was in opposition, or I don't know whether he's not a politician, so yes, he was willing to help in some way. But immediately the MPP came to power, you approach him and then he will not want to even touch the issue. These are the issues. Nana Oyelita, for instance, today, even his office, the office where they defend LGBTs, when there are issues in the media, they will tell you it is a public, it is a high something case, so they can't touch it. But then they receive most of the funding from UK aid, US aid. All the aid, they receive it because of the woman, because she's a vocal.
So you think you're turning?
No, they are not. They support some cases on the ground, but then when there are cases that needs urgent attention from in the media, then it means that it is a high case. Following it means that they are protecting an LGBT person. So then they will not follow it. For instance, the case between the lawyer and the small boy. If you read, you will realize that they are defending the small boy. It means because they want to regain some public trust that, we protect vulnerable people. Okay, but then those on the ground knows that these are kind of the politics that is done. And the truth is that getting funding, someone else about funding, getting funding here, it is who likes you, and nobody likes MSF. But then they use us to get, there was a slide that they use the LGBT community to receive funding. They go, for instance, Shraj is receiving so much to do a reporting system for people who are abused. But then walk into the office and do a mystery clienting and see what you see on the ground. Okay, walk into any of those places and see those offering HIV. There was a woman at the regional hospital who is the matron, or I don't know what role she was playing by then, but she was adjudged the best care provider within the USAID project throughout. But then I visited a friend at the hospital, a friend who was working there, providing service there. And anytime I leave, he calls the boy and asks him, "How do you know him? Hey, are you among them?" And he denies it. He denies it. "Oh, I don't know him." Of course, if she's "Oh, do you know that man? Hey, you are there." Of course, he will not deny it. But then he came to me and said, "Look, next time when you come for your report, don't talk to me." So these are the same people who are being adjudged being the nicest people all over. Because that is the funding now trend has changed into looking at key population, because they believe that key population are more impacted with HIV And so everybody is doing key population today. And it is more of loot share and this thing. That is the same thing. The funding comes, they will not give to the right people. They will. Yes, it's a business because the HIV business has now shifted there, so everybody is doing it. And I know organizations who piled up, who came together, wrote a proposal to USAID and got funding and shared. And there are people who know it on the ground, but you can't say it because when you say it, you are in trouble. You don't get funding again. And that is why people don't talk. And,
can I ask a question about lesbians in general? So your organization just deals with men primarily?
Currently we deal with more men. But then we were working with a lot of lesbians. We've had a lot of lesbian interactions. We had funding to work with lesbians who created some programs within their communities. One of the challenges we had some challenges with that. And currently, like I said, we don't have human rights support. Most of our support is HIV. And so HIV we do. And because the support is that you can't even include any component of human rights. The donor tells you, you see, there's an already existing program for HIV for female sex workers. And whatever they do for female sex workers, that is the same thing they are doing for MSM. So it's like you have to do the same things. You can't do anything different. And so whether those things are working for you or not, you have to do the same thing. And that is what is happening. So most times we fought because the lesbian was complaining. There's no program for us. We don't have any program. But then you go to, for example, you say, global fund, and then they say, look, we cannot allow you to have female to work with men. Because then the men also feel uncomfortable because it is men who visit them. And then these peer educators are also men. So it increases their male friends, and so then there's a small stigma in the community. So we thought that, okay, let's include the women, so that the women provide some services for themselves, and then also to some men, so that then, for once, a woman will visit you in your home. But then they didn't accept it. But as I speak, there are some projects that we are running which do not request to have those educators, so we have the lesbians who play those roles.
That's just one. Wow. Continue. Wow.
Yeah. This is to do with the conception is a basket of sexuality together with and this is actually because my during the colonization, when the settlers Catholic schools, boys in the girls' schools, most of these church institutions have secret pedophiles among the so that they can have access to these children. So we had like bad boys, homeless nights. And when you go to the girls' school, you have what you call sweet, which is to do with like which came from the fact that some of the superior nurses were molesting the students. So that's where the girls' school came from. So for me, I want to know how to battle that stigma where as soon as they hear homosexual or lesbian, I think automatically those people, those adults are abusing children or abusing parents. How do you live through that in the Nigerian society? What kind of battle for the
Yes, I think, like you said, most people are confused with the wording. I think the identity, people have problems with the terms because it's not African terms, like I said. There are people who still do not even know there is something called gay, but then they engage in sex with same-sex activities. So that is the thing. And most times we've had issues with people coming out from this issue. But I think you answered the question, because this is where it actually came from. But then they try to bring that to into the argument just to demonize the community. And that is how the community is demonized. So every time, for instance, in most of our programs, we were reaching out to people, gay men within communities. There were other organizations who were doing outreaches in schools. And they said they are reaching homosexuals in schools. And they were bringing those figures on the same table where we bring our figures. And so at the end of the day, because that donor is interested in figures, the numbers, then they said, oh, they were doing well. And then they were demonizing that, oh, you see, they don't do well. They don't reach out to the numbers. In the same way, every time we are at fault, we have the problems, we are not growing. And the interesting bit is that most projects that have been run throughout most programs, they say they are building capacities of the organizations that work in these programs. And for 4 years, they complete the programs, and then you still don't have the capacity. And so for me, then it means it's a failure of the program. But no one talks about those other aspects. They always use these things against the community. But then, for us, we think that there should be some documentation. There should be some proof to tell that these are not you see, that's why I use conservatory. Because there are some gay men who might abuse children. And when a man abuses a child, he's a pedophile. A gay man do not abuse a child. A gay man is a man who is in love with another man. And so it's different from the word pedophile. And so that, for me, that is it's clear. Most times they don't give you the opportunity. When you go on the radio, I've always said that we don't talk to any media person today, because when you go, whatever you say, they twist it. Whatever you say, how nice you say it, they will find a way of reversing it and use it against you. And I've said that if I have a media person, I don't mind representing a group of people who are marginalized in society, sitting on the radio or TV and saying, these are the issues. I don't mind saying them. But then when I say it, and whatever I say will be turned against a community, and people's right abuse, it's better I withdraw. And that is why we don't represent. And I must also say that most times the media, they do their own stories. Their own stories. Media man sits there and then they say they have a gay man here who is making comments, and this person is not known anywhere within the community. But because they've called all your lines, and then all the answer is that no, nobody wants to show up. So then they need to create their own characters and then say things to demonize people. And then the other thing, if people make such, for me, if a gay man mistakenly do something, he needs to be arrested, arrest the person. It's simple. If someone abuses someone's right, you arrest the person, it's simple. But it is not when you demonize people just because of what your church believes in, or just what your religion believes in, and get the person into jail and then into prison, and then you are happy you call another child of God, another product of God filthy, and you are happy you did that, and you're proud you did that. You see, and that is where we have the problem, that Chinese or Africans, for me, I say that love, caring, accommodating, and all these things are some of our marks. It is rather the use of this Bible and the Quran and the other things that is making us hostile. It's making us wild animals against each other. I'm against this one, the woman cannot sit there, and this one there, the Bible says this. You cannot chat with any Ghanaian without quoting the Bible. And I've tried, I sleep in the flight every time because you can't chat with anybody and then you will not say the Bible says, or Jesus says. And that is the challenge we have as a people. No one has independent thoughts. Okay, this is what I think, but my Bible says this. No one has that. They think what the Bible thinks, and so it makes it difficult for you to change things.
My name is Abdul Aziz Mohammed, and I'm a legal practitioner. I'm wondering about the doctor's case. If you think that you can help the lawyers, I know the lawyers involved in this case. If you think you can help them with establishing that the body, because his age is already in convention. So if you think that you can, that age borders on the most serious offense in the three charges, which is the violence. And all we need is to dodge that one and to destroy the case. To collapse the case is to establish that the boy is not below 16 years. So I'm wondering that if you know there are people without going to say that you are also a homosexual, because there are people who can establish that we know the boy is beyond 15 years or 16 years. Then I think he could help. For that is the problem now.
We were happy when we saw the case that the lawyers asked that question in the court, because we know that now they are asking the right questions. Because we don't want to engage, because it's very, for us as an organization, we don't have legal support, we don't have lawyers, and so we don't want to engage in that. So we were thinking HRAC, we refer all legal cases to them. And now that they are the ones defending this boy, then we have to also be careful as to how we go about things. So we even sent some of the articles to our donor, just to let our donor know some of the things that goes on locally. But then, like, there are people who knows this boy and who know 2 years ago he had an infection and he was referred to see a doctor and everything. And so these are the things. But then for me, I think that the case is getting there. And I think that the truth will be established with the, as well as when you push for the age.
The other issues I want to comment, there are many. Sorry. They raise many issues. I will just talk about few. We have to accept that we live in a highly conservative society. At this stage, it will be suicidal, as you rightly said, to start pushing for rights. It's not the best, but it is better if we keep a low profile and live your life. Because you say even the lawyers are running away. That is true. If I represent you in court now, my chambers will collapse. And my family, my society will abandon me. You understand? The judge before whom he has the same conservative. He also goes to church. You understand what I'm saying? So it should be understandable that the lawyers at this stage of advocating rights of persons that it should be as live your life in a low profile. I'm telling you that you see the section there. If you put it within the context of the laws, it will really be declared illegal. Within the context of the enactment. It's illegal, but you won't get a judge to do that for you. You won't get it. That's what it means is that the only natural mode of sex, the only natural orifice or canal is a woman's vagina. Any other orifice that you put your manhood there is unnatural. So blowjob is one of them. anything. And that offense, a woman cannot commit it because she doesn't have a rod to penetrate. You understand? It's so weird, you know, you don't understand it. And it's merely a misdemeanor offense. You know, it could make sense to say you go before a judge and say, yes, I'm gay, and then you ask the judge to declare within the context of the human rights provisions of our laws that you haven't committed any crime. But will you get a judge to do that for you? So we say at this stage of our development, maybe we should be quiet. The lawyers will run away, they will abandon it. I belong to your forces. It's my friend, even at the law school, when you use 1 hour to resort to gay people. You will come late first. Moses, follow And you know, I am a person with disability. Within our organizations, the albinos are also classified as disabled persons. So he's one of us. But when he comes to teach, first he come late, he teaches banking law. He will come late, maybe 1 hour late or 30 minutes late. They will use first 1 hour to sort him. They will use the last 30 minutes to teach. And then this is a lawyer. There are many of you like that. There are many judges like you who think like you. So I think that you're taking the right step. Don't think at this stage you want to commit suicide by jumping forward and saying what are rights. Then you are inviting people to attack. Because the whole society is against. You know, they don't have any reasons. The reasons are what you said. And you were talking about journalists. You know the GBA president who was asking the journalists for gay people that they should take stand. Even though their ethics, they shouldn't take stand for issues. When you listen, the one I was listening to, and I thought it was some fundamentalist evangelical. You think it's some fundamentalist evangelical people speaking that I was Ghana Journalist Association. So that should warn you that you won't get that you want now. Tell your people, live your life quietly. I think as time goes on, it will change. And you get the lawyers who are confident. Now, you get judges who are confident. There are judges who are beating human rights, including your gay rights, but they do not look which you are right.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. So my question for you is about strategy, and what I'm wondering is, for a lot of people, it's really important for allies who are in a position of power and really in a position of more safety to advocate or even to make their voices more heard, right? So the saying is that no one's voices are unheard, like people are deliberately silenced. So my question is, would it be advantageous for people that identify as straight who strongly believe that all people deserve safety, health, access to resources, to utilize different PR campaigns to be able to highlight sort of like the hypocrisy in this, maybe in saying, okay, well, if the arguments, which is ridiculous, that same-sex love is un-African, I mean, so is Christianity, right? Like, so is the common law system that we base our legal institution on. So are those ugly wigs that the judges wear, right? Like, there are a lot of, so just as a function of being post-colonial states, there are a lot of institutions that are foreign imports. The question we have to ask is it inherently bad because it's a foreign import? Like, do we reject Skype and, same-sex stuff? Would it be, in your opinion, would it be advantageous for straight people who, I would argue, really, if we're concerned as humanists about other human beings and their safety, should we start PR campaigns, or do you think that could backfire and agitate?
I think you are correct. We've always said that if straight allies will make the argument, it goes further, it goes far, because people listen. A gay man, talking as a gay man, it means that people know what you're going to say about it, and so they don't listen. But then if a straight allies will make arguments like you've done, that is how I think we'll get issues across. And for me, that is why we even thought of attending some of these meetings. Because there's never been any meeting, even there was a meeting organized by Ghana Youth Commission for MSM. Someone flew from New York down to Ghana Youth Commission. And there was, the topic did not include MSM on the topic. Because what the explanation given is that no gay man will make sense in that meeting, and then the media is there, and so when a gay man shows up in that thing, it might affect the image of the whole program. And no gay man came. So sometimes for me, I think that it is good when allies make the argument. And people will call you lesbian, of course, you have a dreadlock.
They've already and I'm a feminist.
You know, people will call you names just because they think that no one has to think differently from what they think. And so that is the situation. But for us, we think that if you make any argument, it goes further, it goes far, and people listen. And most of the time, for us, we think that there should be more research work. There should be more dissemination, there should be more information out there so that people will read about these things. And then with time, we think that people will get it. The fear is high because a lot of time the media highlights, for instance, a man abusing a child, a driver abusing this one. They don't talk about, oh, let's go and interview a gay man and tell him what is the day in the gay man's life. What is it like? You know, so that they publish that one to say, okay, there are some gay men who are doing wonderfully well, who are working at this bank, who provide these quality services, who people love and everything. Those things don't make news. So these are the things that sometimes when we have opportunity, for me, I think that's what we can do to help. We can report the other side that is not being reported by the main media. And we're also calling for even an alternative media, so that these alternative media will raise issues. Issues that is not about the church, is not about what is said at the mosque or anything, but issues that the masses believes in. And there are a lot of people who don't believe and agree with the church, but there's no forum or fora to talk about these things.
I don't understand how they're going to get articles. Our tradition is different, and I don't think any generation kind of reason you would have to consciously make an outbreak. Maybe through university tradition, I don't think it will really.
Okay, so for me, I think that the first thing is that there's someone who wants to talk, right? There's someone who wants to talk, and that is for me the first issue. Some years ago, you would not find them to listen to anything about LGBT, anything. So for me, I think we need to talk, and we need to bring these things up. I think the more we bring these things up, it becomes useless in people's ears. Then people will start asking, what do I have to do in someone's bedroom? What is, you know, then people will start asking those questions. But it looks like our culture is to sit in front of our houses. If a woman walks into any man's room, it means she has sex with him, with her. And then if she was, the number of women that walk to your room, you have sex with them. Is that not the culture we have? Yes, so we stop sitting in front of our houses and stop counting these women. That is when these things will stop. But then we need to start doing something. For me, I think that in Uganda, it's difficult for an average gay man to have services. Because when they start doing those things, and there's all those things, then the government and the police is everywhere. So then people don't even have the basic services that they need. And that's why we think that we need to work with those in authority, which is the Ghana Commission is under the president. working with the strategists, because they can change these things. They can put in small laws that can be quoted tomorrow and help change this situation. And that is why we think that so far as they agree to sit with you, or at least sometimes on the table, even though sometimes they will say it don't make sense. We think we are getting there where they will say it makes sense. You make some recommendations, let's include somebody. And that is where we think that if the change is coming, we don't need to be in the radio, the media to tell people about these changes. But then we think that there's something working, going on underground. That's good.
I remember when the former president, Professor Humanist, came out said that there was no way we were going to have hearings. And there was pressure on Ghana people are doing so many things. The interesting thing I saw was that he never came out to make a statement. And there was not one Ghanaian or a PP supporter who said they will not vote for Ghana because he didn't make that statement. Meaning that this is an issue of those who are the leadership making the decision. Because a lot of the things people are saying is because their pastors have told them and their imams. It's not that the people do not have prejudice, they do. But if their leaders take the position, they will follow. So a lot of these things is political. And I don't understand why when an oil lobby finances a political party, nobody talks. But when LGBT lobby finances a party, then it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue. If the political influence is there, you'll be able to get the changes you want in the society faster than wait 100 years for people to change their minds. Thank you. Experiences with us, the challenges are moving, and we assure you that as humanists, what is most important to us, what we value most, is to be real, to love, and share. That which is human, everyone, irrespective of whom or they are. So yes, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay. This would be we have two more subjects before we finish. And so that I'm just afraid people will get tired. So I think we should do witchcraft because if you are here, you don't know, if you are humanist, you don't know, you okay? Well, I don't know what to say. Yeah. You I think we are.
Yeah. Do you want us to do that while you set up the script?
No, because it will take like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so our next topic is on witchcraft accusations in West Africa. That is also one way we base our society. My mother is old now, she has retired. She's not working. If one day I was misunderstanding with somebody, and the person calls my mother my witch, I'm very, very angry. And I don't know, I might do something crazy with if you look at our society, it's very easy for all the way you can't defend yourself. You don't know who you can't take this. Okay? I won't talk too much about that. The Igwe of the Nigerian Humanist movement has done extensive research on witchcraft accusation across West Africa. Earlier this year, I met him who was not just us, met him. So earlier this year, we were with him. In the Green Mountains, we had a good time. He shared his experiences with us, he shared his research with us. And as I mentioned in my speech here, Leo has personally made financial contributions to this. His support has been immense. Yes. All the organizations. Yes, many years. Yes. Yo, please give us a minute. Okay, I'll introduce you and then we'll set rolling. Okay. If you look at us here, most members of the Humanist Institution of Ghana are young people. Most are either still in school or working. Those working often tend to not have time to run association. What happens is that sometimes we have to make contributions from our pockets. People have had to make personal sacrifices or contributions for the success of this. Those one of these. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the subject of witchcraft accusations in Ghana, or in West Africa, sorry, we have online Leo Igwe of the Nigerian Humanist movement to discuss the subject with us. Yo! Can you see us? Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Over to you. All right. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Thank you so much. And I want to congratulate all of you, Rosalind, and other friends at the Humanist Association of Ghana on the successful organization of another international humanist conference. I'm so excited that this event is happening again. And I think this is a clear sign that our movement is growing from strength to strength. When I addressed your meeting, that was in 2012, I was beginning a field research in the north of Ghana. And I've been there 3 times. I finished a pilot study. Then I was there twice for 2 sessions of field work, and I'm writing up now. So I would like to share some of my findings with you. By the way, I have to congratulate the government of Ghana for also organizing a national conference on witchcraft accusation. And I think that conference took place, that was on December 10. I think that there is a lot of attention being given to the topic of witchcraft accusation now. And I'm sure you must have heard that they have closed down one of the witch camps, and that they are integrating or reintegrating around maybe over 30 or 50 alleged witches. But I think that we should not be very excited when it comes to this news.
Because the problem is not the witch camp. Yes. The problem is witchcraft accusation. And closing down the witch camp is like closing down the only safe space. People who are accused of witchcraft, where they can go and where they can feel safe. So the problem is not the witch camp. The problem is witchcraft accusation. And I'm going to share some of my findings with you so that you can understand the nature of the problem and how not appropriate, really, is this approach of trying to address the problem by closing down the camps. Closing down it's just like trying to stop the war by closing the refugee camps. Yes. So that's not how you're going to stop the war. Yes. So that's exactly what they are trying to do. Closing down the refugee camp war is going to engage the people who are fighting. That is the way to stop the war. So I'm going to discuss my findings in 3 sets. The first one has to do with how accusations start. On many occasions, accusations are made because people are trying to find a cause, or people are trying to attribute responsibility in terms of illness. Somebody is ill, somebody is sick in the family, and some people think that yes, that sickness or that disease is caused by a family member, using magic or occult means. But it is not actually in every occasion of illness that people accuse others of witchcraft. Sometimes it's when people are sick and they have tried within their means to find a cure. They have taken the person maybe to, they have the traditionalists, people who give herbs and other concoctions to people who are sick. Sometimes they go to hospital. What happens is that before people actually take their sick, either members or children or parents to the hospital, the sickness has worsened. So they go to the hospital maybe on the point of death, or when the situation has actually reached such that maybe the hospitals may not handle them. And again, in many of these places, when we talk about hospitals, we might be thinking that these are hospitals where you have doctors and drugs and equipment. No, many of these hospitals, they don't have doctors. They just have nurses. And maybe they have drugs, paracetamol, Piriton, Panadol, or something like that. These are just the little drugs you could get. And you can't use these drugs to cure all illnesses. So many times, people just go to the hospital and they don't find a cure. They come back home to start looking for, the person who is responsible for the illness. But there is something that happens in the course of illness that also makes people to accuse others of witchcraft. Dreams. And I want to say that this is not just peculiar to people who live, let's say, maybe in the north of Ghana or in Ghana. I mean, this is something that is also found in other cultures, let's say in Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and other parts of the region. Now, when people see others in their dreams, they think that those people are witches. When people are sick, and maybe they start, when people are sick a very long time, their organs are no longer functioning well. I mean, they're not just sick, their brains are sick. Sickness is not just all about maybe a part of the body, like when somebody is having malaria. I mean, the organs are sick. So, and there's a tendency that the person maybe starts seeing images, and maybe an image of an old woman or somebody in the family, and all of a sudden, the belief is that the person you see in the dream is responsible for the illness. So the notion there is that dreams are ways that the spirits or the gods reveal tell people or get people to know exactly what is happening. So they give this spiritual interpretation of their dreams. Well, the situation, of course, gets worse if the sick person dies. Now, if the sick person dies, also there are some practices where some people are invited, some diviners are invited to come and find out who caused the death, who is responsible for the death. And there is this belief that, this person is a case of maybe when somebody dies, they will say, yes, this death is not ordinary. That something is wrong, that there's some people behind this, that there are some hands behind this death. So this belief makes people to start looking for the person who is responsible. For instance, in one of the villages, a young man died. And during the funeral, one of the elders said, look, that people should be very careful, that they should warn people in their families that they were not going to take this again. In other words, they were not going to entertain this kind of death again. I mean, they always create the impression that death is something that somebody else in the family, in the community is responsible for. So, this is how the level of witchcraft is formed, and this is how people create, the level of witchcraft. So what they do is that when this happens, some people will go to visit what they call the diviners. I mean, you get diviners in every corner. If you travel around the northern region, you get people they call Ba'a. Yes. These are people who can, who can divine for you, and if you have a problem, if you are traveling, like if you are able to go overseas, if you want to embark on business, if you want to maybe seek the future of your business, the future of your studies, whatever you want to do, you go to them. And I consulted some of them, and it might interest you to know that they told me a lot of funny things about my future. One of them told me that my father was a chief, and my father is not a chief. Okay. So one of them told me that I was, the kind of wife I have to marry, I shouldn't marry ladies who are fair in complexion, that I should marry dark-skinned ladies. That fair-skinned ladies how did he say? He said they will take my money away. He said that if I marry them, that my money will finish. I will spend all my money, that I should marry only dark-skinned ladies. And you know the funny thing, one of the words of the man that did this to me is fair skin. I was asking myself that, maybe the fair skin ladies is good for the man, but not good for me, So these are some of my experiences, with the soothsayers and the Maoris. They don't work in the same way. So people go to these people when they have problems. And when you have problems, you are very desperate, you are vulnerable, you can easily be exploited. So when they go there, they tell them anything, and whatever they tell them, they'll do it. So these are the people that sometimes contribute in forming the accusation and in making people bold enough, if I should use that word, to come back home and say, yes, this person is responsible for the problem, this person is a witch or a wizard, this person should go away from the family. Now, there is also what they call shrines. There are people that manage shrines. These are places where they say that the spirits can help people to find out who is a witch. The spirits can help, dictate the witch in the family. So, if, for instance, they cannot, you accuse somebody of witchcraft, the person refuses to go, the chief tries to intimidate the person to accept, the woman most probably refuses to go. Sometimes they say, okay, let's go to the shrine. Now, when you go to the shrine, there are things the shrine priest will do.
I mean, the two major ways they do it is that they use brooms. And again, they use a cow or chicken. Now, how do they use the broom? You just sit on a mortar. Now, you don't sit on a very solid chair like the one I'm sitting here. You don't sit there. They will just make you to sit on a small mortar so that when they put the broom on your neck and pull you back, you just fall down. And again, the person that does this is a young man. Young, stronger than the old fragile women sitting on a mortar. There's also not balance. So what they do is that they place these women in public, with all the pressure from the crowd, all the booing and taunting from people, already the person feels very weak. So they will not come and put the broom across the neck, and they will not put it, and from there, the priest will select who is the witch or who is not the witch. But then what they will tell us is that also the gods are smoking. So the gods actually cannot say it directly. They need brooms, 2 brooms, which across the neck, for us to know who is the witch and the wizard. So that's one of the tests. Another test is what they call the fountain, the chicken. So the chicken, when they slaughter the chicken, and I think if you just flip, move around, and people will watch. They say that if it dies facing the sky, maybe if it dies with the wings on the ground and then facing the sky, it means that the person is innocent. But if it dies just facing the ground, they say the person is guilty. And I attended one of the sessions, where they were testing a woman. And it was hilarious, because when you hear these things, you will be thinking that maybe they will bring a very big chicken, like the one you get in poultry farms, that when they kill it, you will see the wings spread like this and say, oh, this person is innocent. They will just bring one tiny guinea fowl, that has that with dry, wing, feathers have almost gone away, they just bring it. Now they will slaughter it. When they slaughter it in this case, if you start, to sleeping and moving. Now, what happened? They did not allow this chicken to die. The chicken doesn't die immediately. So what happens? They just when it is lying in the position they want, they'll just grab it and say, oh yeah, it's now facing the ground, the person is killed. That's exactly what they did. So that was what they did on that incident, and the person was proved guilty. And they had to give the person what they call concoction to cleanse the witchcraft. They used the blood from the chicken and some intestine from the chicken. They added it inside some water they placed in the shrine. They didn't cover that water. It is not something, just water they kept there, and I'm sure infected, So they now added some more infections, if I should say, the blood of the chicken, we don't know the kind of disease the chicken has, and put it there and get the person to pray, and that's what they said is what will cleanse the person of witchcraft. So this is exactly what is going on. And when this happens, sometimes the family may not want to accept the person again. So what they do is that they will tell the person, we don't want you again because, once you have done this before, you can still do it again. So many of them go to settle in the witch camps, and we have them in Kukuo, we have them in Nami, we have them in Ushebu, in Namoli, Patina, then of course Gambaga. Then Buoyancy is the one they say they have just closed. But friends, I want to let you know that actually these camps are just the major ones, because I noticed that many people who go to have tests at different shrines, if they have fear of going back, sometimes they just settle within that area, because there are so many areas where you can easily settle. So that my observation is that there are still many people, who settle close to one shrine or the other in order to run away from their accusers, in order to run away from those who could attack or kill them in the name of witchcraft. So, this is briefly what's going on. And And maybe before I get to the concluding part of my presentation, I just want to tell you about there's a group they call the Jiwara. Yeah, these are diviners. And when you have too many cases of accusation, when you are experiencing, when the witches in court are operating so much in your community, you go and invite them. And they will set up fire and make some incantation, and when they start beating on drums, and with that drum they can go around and identify the witches in the village. So this is also another set of people who are part of the witchcraft discourse or witchcraft issue in the northern region. So this is just briefly, what is going on there. So, but what is our take on this? Like I said, witchcraft is not a problem. Witchcraft, closing down the witchcraft is like victimizing people who have already been victimized. It's like closing the safe space where accused people could go. Yes. The problem is witchcraft accusation. The problem is caused by the Baka, the Boilana, the Tindana. These are the people who are sanctioning witchcraft accusation. The problem is also caused by people who continue to believe or manage their illness or misfortune using the idiom of witchcraft. People who think that people can make others sick, maybe through magical means. That's a problem. So that is where we can come in as a humanist group. Yes, campaign against superstition is something that we have to take up. We have to make people to understand that there is no evidence that witches can make you sick. Yes, and think about it. Who are these witches they're talking about? Old, fragile women who cannot even stand. And I was at the palace of the they call him that is the chief, his name now. I was at that palace. So they were singing a song, and my research assistant told me that when the song means that don't mind the old woman, moving slowly, be careful with them, they are very dangerous, So what happens there is that even when people look at old women, they look very fragile. There is still this notion that that fragility is just a mask. They are very dangerous. They can kill somebody using witchcraft or things like that. So we have to change this perception of old women. Old women need support from us. They need care. Many of them, cannot walk again. Many of them get into selling it. Their organs, of course, as they're getting old, they are no longer as agile as they used to be. So what they need is care. What they need is not, receiving them in a manner that makes us maltreat them. Now, I'm going to give you this example. I was in Bimbila, and they told me, I went to Kuko, and they told me that I was this woman from Bimbila. And she was newly, brought to the camp when I was there. So I asked them what happened. They told me that, that somebody fell down in the compound in the night, and the woman came out, was using her hand to trace on the ground to find out what happened, whether it was a stone or whatever that caused the woman to fall down. But the husband of the woman came and was very furious, and accused the woman of collecting the sand from the footprint. And that the woman, wanted to use the sand to kill whoever, maybe the woman that fell down. I mean, if the woman was strong enough, she shouldn't have fallen down, in the first place. So they just accused the woman of collecting the sand from the footprint, and they said, the woman was a witch, and they threw the woman out. And the woman is in Kuku as I'm talking to you now. So when they asked them what happened, they told me this story. I said, please, is there any other thing that could you tell me? Is there anything more? They said no. That what did she want to do with the sand from the footprint? So I said the sand from the footprint, is that all the reason why you brought the woman out of her apartment? They said yes. I said okay. I removed my shoes. I put my leg on the ground, I collected the sand, I gave it to them, I said, okay, go and kill me. Yes, go and kill me or bring back this woman. You see, so the time has come for us to begin to challenge this thing. Because these claims are empty, they are useless, they are nonsense. But people are using it to target, oppress, voiceless, elderly, vulnerable members of the population. And we can't just take this. Do you know why? Some of us here today, we are going to get old in this community. The elderly people of today were the young people of yesterday. And if today we subscribe to the values of reason and scientific thinking, and people are oppressing, killing, abusing others, using superstitious belief, the time has come for us to fight for these people. Because when we are fighting for them, when we are trying to save them, when we are trying to support them, we are not just fighting for them, we are fighting for our own future. We are fighting for the future of our country and the future of our continent. Nobody's going to do this for us. Many people come around from, let's say, outside Ghana or outside Africa. They are very slow to intervene because they don't want to impose their culture, impose their own ideas on us. So they allow us to push our children away, to push our grandmothers away. So we cannot do that. That is why the formation of a Humanist Association of Ghana is a promising development. And it is what is going to help us launch, put in place a sustained campaign. Not a campaign that wants to close refugee camp in order to stop a war. No. A campaign that takes the war to the people fighting. Yes. We have to visit the Jews and tell the Jews enough is enough. If they blame people accused of witchcraft here, please invite the people who bring such people so that we can cancel them. Yes, they need critical thinking based counseling. That's what our people need. Yes, they need to reason out of that nonsense. We should not be celebrating them in the name of culture and tradition. That is not our tradition. And anybody that says it is his tradition, the person should hold on to it. He should not be saying, there's this tendency they keep telling us, African culture. What is African culture? Is African culture to drive our elderly mothers away, to abandon our children, to use witchcraft to frame them, to justify oppression and abuse of our desire? That is not our culture. And there are people who humanists should be bold and courageous enough to tell the whole world witch hunting is not our culture. Witch hunting is something that we have to stop. So I think that yes, the formation of your group is something promising, for Ghana and for our continent. And I hope and I will continue to support every effort that will make the organization grow very strong and be in the position to campaign and help bring an end to witchcraft accusation in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo.
Okay.
We will take questions. I think we should ask 5 questions. 5. Let's start with Tiffany. And track leverage. Yes.
Hello, my name is Tiffany. The question that came to mind is, do you think that the portrayal of witchcraft in Ghanaian and Nigerian movies somehow fuels how people feel about witchcraft? Because I know that it's a
so. I think that the movies they are reinforcing the notion, they are recreating the notion, particularly in the minds of young people. Some years ago, I asked a young person, I said, look, how do you know that witches exist? He said, okay, can you see what's going on in the movies? Can you see, the person was referring to the movies and the home videos, and as if those things are real. Yeah, and if you see the person now and say, look, this is real, this is this drama, people have to play this role, they find it difficult to believe. So I think that it is contributing. But what I want to say is that we also have a Harry Potter. Okay? We have it. Let's say, I'm talking about when it comes to, let's say, Europe and America and all that. People also read books like that and could say, yeah, because we have Harry Potter, we can go. So what I'm saying is that, in spite of the films, yes, the film is contributing, but we can also get counter-narratives. Yes. With people in that culture should come from the culture where this film is a kind of reinforcing the witchcraft narrative, should come up with counter-narratives, and that's what we have to do as humanists, as atheists, as spirit makers. Is it there?
Yes, sir. There's another person. Yo, can you hear us? Yo, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yaba, can you hear us? Yo, Yaba, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. He has a question.
Okay.
My name is Lee. My question is this: you talked about reasoning with people, like advising the people by telling them that all the diseases are not caused by wishful thinking, acting rather. For one to even take that notion as a plausible explanation, I think one would have to accept certain basic things like maybe critical reasoning, like empiricism, all those things. I don't know, is it possible to teach somebody who's well about language and text who has been used to funny thinking and visual thinking that who position is being you have to subject it to the test and all that? Is it a notion that can be that is to say anything that will not be used is that possible?
Yeah. You know what? I don't want us to stop ourselves. I don't want us to, kind of, create roadblocks for ourselves on our path to promoting critical thinking. We should just get in there. Many people told me when I was in Nigeria, when I was starting the Humanist movement, look, nobody's going to listen to you. Look, you are going the wrong way. Look, you are going against the society's moral. Look, how many are you? They keep telling me a lot of demoralizing things. But you know what I found out? In the minds of people, even in the people who say that witchcraft exists, they also have some questions. People have some doubts. But sometimes they don't have the environment where they can express their doubts. Like where the kind of conference we organize it, where people could come and say, come, I've been thinking about this. Is it true? Yes. People don't have a space to express their doubts, whether they are 30 or 50 or 60. I have met people in their 70s who told me, look, if I had known what I have known now, I wouldn't even have stepped into a church or a mosque or something. So what I'm saying is this: we need a group that comes with a program, brings it out to the public. You may be surprised, a lot of people will support you. I was with a colleague yesterday who told me, he said, Leo, yes, I believe in God, but outside that, I agree with everything you said. So you get a lot of people who might say, okay, I believe in witchcraft, but I agree with everything you say. Or I believe in Allah, because when he told me he believes in God, but he was against Christianity. I told him that many people in Nigeria will not even accept you as a believer. God without Christianity, Allah without Islam, what is it? So a lot of people have doubts, and they are struggling with these doubts. So if we have people who could come out openly and put up this program from time to time, slowly you might be saying, people will come and say, I've been thinking this way. I have had people tell me this in Ghana, in Nigeria, while moving out. I've been thinking this way, but I thought I was the only one. So the people who think that, yeah, they're too religious, they're too superstitious, they're too occultic, maybe they're just doing it because they don't have, they have never found a space to express their doubts and critical thinking. That's why I said, go ahead.
Hello, Leo.
Yes.
Leo, please, I saw your presentation in London some months ago. I don't know when that happened. In that presentation, Leo, there was an aspect of a witchcraft trial that appeared to be somewhere in Africa. I took the video home in order to examine it to see what kind of tricks were being played by that gentleman. And I had some people to also help me observe it. It appeared that, including those who were absolved of any witchcraft accusations, the gentleman, used the same modus of operandi. And the rest of the people, except me, who don't believe these things, they think that there must be something that the one with the woman, remember the woman who was brought to they believe it. In fact, I only believe it already. Because they do not see anything different in the manner that the man carried out the trial, from the ones that were observed. So I'm wondering, Leo, I understand about the precarious share and the muscle, the well-built nature of the gentleman. But you were there physically. Did you observe any other trick other than that we saw in the place?
Okay, I wasn't there physically. Yes, first of all, that video was given to me by my research assistant. So, there is what I call the power of belief. That's number one. I think that there was one of the inscriptions, I think I saw, someone was saying something like this, belief is not evidence, science is evidence or something. Am I correct? Yes, I saw somebody carrying something like that, I saw it. Okay, you see, when you believe in something, there's a tendency for you to shut down. You are questioning faculty, you are questioning ability. There's a tendency for you to overlook what you should not overlook. Now, let me just give you an example. Why are they testing elderly, fragile women? Why are they not testing people like you, like Pani? Why are they not testing him? Eh? Put him on that, let them put him on that chair. What I told them is that if they bring somebody like me and put me on the chair, immediately the guy puts the broom across my leg, I will hold the broom and tell him about the story inside me. This is, so why are they testing fragile people? Number two, the idea that the two brooms talk. You know that the two of them can't just stick together unless somebody uses his muscle, to press the broom across the. So I don't think that we really need to go very far in understanding the tricks they're playing. First of all, they should bring young people. They should come here and test people. Yes, because I'm sure if they test all of you there, and at least somebody may be caught. Yes, they can't say that they will test all of you here and at least somebody will not be caught. And when they go to one village, one remote village in the north, and that's where they will be catching old women, right? So they can catch somebody here, and you take the broom, you tear it apart and put it on the ground and set fire on it, and tell the girls to go to her. So that is it. So it is just a conditioning. They conditioned these people and chose vulnerable people who cannot resist and created a situation where public pressure made them, they could not just do anything to rebel. They just did rebellion. That's all they did. They just did rebellion against that system. But they're so conditioned, so disempowered. And that is why this is an empowering space. And we should send a message both to the people playing tricks, those who are using group, are using power. Enough is enough. A humanist group in Ghana is here. Period.
My name is Owen, and I'm asking this question because some of us started throwing away religion long time ago, just recently. It's not been out for 2 months or so. So we say, in the case where we hear the victim, saying it by themselves, saying that I'm a witch, I'm a wizard. How do you see those cases? What causes people to also say it by themselves that I am a witch, I killed this person? You understand what I'm saying? What would cause somebody to also say it?
You're talking about confession, right?
Exactly.
Confess.
Exactly. How do you see those cases? Also?
Yes, I'm here. They will get at us and we'll get back. Yes, the people who confess that they are weak, that they kill this person or that person, that what do I have to tell them? Yes. Okay. Okay, number one, and friends, look, I'm just have to, let me tell you why I like the humanist space, even though there are few of us, okay? But that is the only space where I can be myself. Yeah, and that is where I can say my mind without fearing that somebody is offended. Okay? Yes. So I want to tell you something I'm sure that I guess will not offend you. So first of all, immediately somebody told me I'm a witch, I killed this person, I killed that person, I tell the person, please, check into the next psychiatric hospital for mental examination. Okay? That is number one. See? Number two, if I want to learn, I will not start asking you questions. I met a woman, she's a witch finder. They call them Juma. Okay? So they go to find witches and all that. So, I asked the woman, she told me that while I was with her, that some spirits came into the room. I said, wow. So some spirits came into the room. I said, yes. Actually, I left my interview. I left the interview and I said, look, this woman can't escape with this. You can't get away with this. He said, no. So I said, okay. So how many were the spirits? He said the spirits were 2 of them. 2. So for you to have 2 spirits means that they were limited. They have some limitations, okay? Yes, because if the spirits are limited, so they have material properties. So the spirits are not spirits. Okay. Fine. So he said that there were 2 of them. So he told me that he said that they spoke to her. I said, wow, in which language? He said that the spirits could speak any language. I I said, is that so? I said, okay, can they speak my language? He said, well, that they speak, I think they speak only northern region. He said that they speak so, I mean, the conversation went from being interesting to being annoying because I want to tell them to say, oh, they speak your language. Then I will now ask them to speak my language to me. So, there are two ways. Either you take this one, which people will find offensive, because many people who make the claim, oh, I can see God, I can see angels. They have mental problems. They have psychiatric problems. Yes. You can't see. I mean, what are you seeing? These are hallucinations. The person needs, medical attention. Otherwise, take the person through some kind of dialogue, some kind of Socratic method, and okay, you kill this person. What did you use? I went to a family, they told me that an old woman killed their son. And they were very angry. So they told me that, look, this woman, what this woman did, killing my son, the son went and called the police because they drove the woman out of the community. So I asked them, what did the woman do? They said the woman killed their son, this and that, through witchcraft. I said, what did the woman use? For someone to kill somebody, there must be something the person will use. I said, what? So the man looked at me and said, what kind of annoying question is that? So he asked me, are you the Goga? I said, no, I'm not the Goga. He said, I will not understand. I said, what will you not understand? Explain it to me. If you can't explain, demonstrate it. There must be a way you have to show me what the person used. So friends, there are two ways. Engage this person. That person is sick. The person needs help. The person needs drug. Dosage of critical thinking, dosage of investigative spirit, dosage of critical evaluation. That's what the person needs. Otherwise, check the person into the next psychiatric mental hospital.
Last question. Yes, I continue to you.
Yeah, my name is Pius. And I want to say that, don't you think that because most of these communities, where these which accusations happen, they are poor, and they're just trying to share their responsibility by pushing their holidays away. Because once they are away, you really have to take care of them. That's the basic reason why they're doing that.
Okay, all right. Yes, poverty. Yeah. Yes, poverty is a factor. Yes. But because people are poor, they want to put the old ladies away and do what? Take over their things, right? Take over their property.
No, it's
a factor, but
so they don't have to be responsible for them.
Taking care of them, yes. Taking care of them, yes. Yes. I am aware that poverty is a factor, but friends, let us just be frank. Are we the only poor people in the world? Yes. There are poor people everywhere. People are poor people everywhere. So what I want to say is that you need to still, somebody who is poor needs also to be educated why he is poor. Yes. Because I think that yes, it makes sense to say yes, I can't take care of this person, let me put the person out using witchcraft accusation. Now that same person goes home tomorrow, the children will put the person out like that. It continues. There are still families that are still poor who don't push their elderly ones out. Yes. Because if we are to go by that, it means that the witchcraft will be filled with people or women from poor homes. There are still families who do not push out their mothers or grandmothers because of that. That's what I'm saying. There is still the need for mental reorientation. If you are poor, you need to explain. You need common sensical explanation of why people are poor. You don't have a job. You don't have education. You know, sometimes people are poor. They go into marriage. They have so many children. They cannot cater for. They are under a lot of pressure. Spirits start coming here and there. Witches start coming. You know, tell the person, look. You know, what is your level of income? My level of income, I earn 100 Ghana cedis per month. Then you have to know that this if you have to take up this responsibility, there will be too much pressure. If you have to take care of this woman plus the family, we can also have a rational approach to family and familyhood. So I think that we need to do that instead of saying, oh, yeah, because they are poor, yes, it justifies it. We can also have a rational approach to understanding poverty and a rational approach to addressing them. Pushing that woman away because you cannot take care of the woman doesn't make you richer at all. It doesn't bring more income to the person. You know, so I think that we should, also make people to understand that that is an excuse and it is not a justification, for witchcraft.
Yo.
So, I think that's all for today.
Yes, that's all for today. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. And you have no idea how much we appreciate you sharing your experience with us.
Okay.
Thank you very much, you.
Okay.
Anyway. It's fine. Oh, by the way, if you are interested, if anyone is interested, next year, in the summer of next year, that's by June to I guess September, they are going to establish Humanist corps together to be called the Foundation for Humanist. It's going to register as an AQ. Its main thrust will be to the starting session of that.
We were going to take it.
Would be fight against this whole witchcraft accusation thing and blah, blah, blah. So if you are interested, we are recruit people with some sort of an management people and then give it to people who volunteer and if you are interested in the project, we are really it's kind of a form kind of like a Silicon Valley. Okay? Yeah. Alright. I think the rest of it people will enjoy it, so that's why I'm not too worried about it. Next, we are going to discuss feminism. Okay, feminism. We have to first from a woman, second from a man. Sorry?
It's the order because of the content that were presented. We were actually thinking of yeah.
Okay, so the first from the man, I think we should do an introduction.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my name is William, and I work as a team lead at the Study of Domestic Violence in the University of Ghana. I'm also a writer of sorts for budding newspaper. I also teach SAT, the college prep exams. But I'm a humanist. I am agnostic atheist. 2 years ago, that was when I met Emmanuel and Graham and Rosalind and Monica and all those wonderful people in the humanist movement. And yeah, that time I think I was in the second year in the University of Ghana. I was leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses. My parents are Jehovah's Witnesses. Right? Really strongly I was kind of confused by them. I think I was a deist. So I kind of believe in God, but it was just kind of out of my life. So that was how we went until later when I became the agnostic atheist. And then joining humanism and the humanist movement in Ghana has been very, very, very great. I've gotten to mingle with so many smart people, and I think I've become smarter. So that's one thing I really want to let every person here, wherever you are, just realize that people are so smart, want to advance the cause of science and critical reasoning. That's it. So that's it. So I'm going to have a presentation with Ms. Alpha-Santin, and because of the nature of her talk, it's more specific. Mine is more general. I think she makes a better feminist than I. And I think most of us are all feminists. Yeah, I think so. I think almost everyone. Yeah. Can anyone tell me what feminism is? You know, because of time, I don't want us to bore people to feminism and stuff. So anyone just tell me what's feminism? Who can tell me what's it?
I believe it's the idea, the opinion that men and women should have the same political, social, and
very good. Yeah, I think that's feminist. Yeah, that's basically what feminism is. Okay. Now, what people don't understand, which I'm going to address, there's actually so many people don't know about feminism, and they're so confused. They don't know. So, I'm actually counting on you guys after this talk to just disseminate and dispel the myths that people have about feminism. There's so much. I can't talk about all of them. So, I think I'll mention just 2 or 3 of them so that you guys can just spread the word. Okay, so now I'm going to be using this term, African feminism. And I know some of you are so smart, so you understand how African feminism can be very ambiguous. It's very big, very, very big. So I'm going to define what African feminism is. And it's very simple, okay? When I say African feminism, what I mean is feminism as practiced by African people. The male or female. Okay, now the next level is the fact that you don't have to be a woman to be feminist. Okay, so we'll talk about that later on. Okay, so now so I want to proceed the presentation by saying one more thing. Some people think that feminism is a murder. I'm going to go ahead and people say it's a murder. Yeah, what do you think about that? What do you think?
Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, what's African? Like, people have so many misunderstandings when it comes to certain terms. And I think feminism being African or being African is one of the things. So I'd like to say this. When we say feminism is African, it's very frankly, I think it's a black word. Yeah. Because you going to mention some names, some people who existed in the very early 20th century, all the things that they did in all their countries, and it's over there in the internet, so you can go and read. You don't have time, so I can't mention all of them. Okay, so I see that people who think that basically people who combine some sort of European hate and wrong form of Americanism to just say what they say about feminism, which is not clever at all. Granted, the concept of feminism is alien to Africa, just as so many English words. Okay, Yeah, I remember one time I asked one of my students in my class, what's the G word for hydrochloric acid? I asked them what the G word for hydrochloric acid was, and none of them could tell me. And I suppose no one here can tell me what the G word for ACL is, because there's no G word for that. What? I don't think they want to try to say that there are so many things that we do here, so many things that we know exist amongst us, but because of the problems of language, we don't really have names for all of these things. Okay, and I think feminism is one of the things. When you know what feminism is, as the gentleman brother said, okay, it's another thing trying to oppose the patriarchy we find in our society. Because the society is gendered, it has been gendered. And the social structure is so bad that people automatically think, most people automatically think that a man is the one who has to lead all the time, and he has to be the one to pay for the bills and all those things. Okay, so now we all are here to know the fact that we're all humans. The fact of our being humanists is that our first definition, how we define ourselves, is the fact that we are all humans. Okay, whether you're skinny or overweight, whether you're rich or poor, whether you come from the north, the south, or the south, you are human. That's the first thing that has to define who you are. Okay, so you shouldn't be judged or marginalized because of your sex. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, so like I said, the basic meaning of feminism is a concept of opposing the patriarchy in society. Okay, and if you read scholars like John Jackson, you know that the African societies began, and they were among the first, if not the first, civilizations. And opposing patriarchy is something that happened way before. I mean, the concept, the coinage of feminism started. Okay, so that's one thing you have to know. And I have to say it rather frankly that Africa really needs feminism. We so need it. That's all the straight lines here. And I'll tell you why you need feminism. Relationships. I know it will really help you, so you have to join the bandwagon. I'll just mention all those things later on. Now, just one thing one of my professors said, and she's a she, it's a female professor. Just say how bad it sounds. I'm just going to read it. One time in class, she said that the first objective, the first objective for your name is the imperative of family building as the first nation building. Like she said, the first imperative, what a woman has to do, like what a woman has to concentrate on, the imperative, okay, is a family building. Okay. So now when we think of women, automatically we think of building the family. Okay, and this is bad. Okay, one person said on one of those WhatsApp groups, he said, wait, where is it? He said, oh, what's wrong with a woman being successful and still bound to a man? Like, what? Who says this? Okay, then, I don't know, and it's so painful when the people who say these things are people who are like graduates. Okay, people are supposed to help change the society. So that we know that all of us are the same. So it's so painful. It's very, very bad. So that's why I'm so serious about this. Okay. So we get to know this. Now, the African feminism, as we know now, like I said earlier, it's something in a long time ago. Okay. You hear names like Ali Kisney. She was a ceremonial woman, okay, who is very, very prominent. I'd like you to go do your there's another woman, she's called Charlotte Maheke. She's a Bantu woman, and she formed the Bantu Women's League in South Africa. There's another woman who is actually Egyptian. The name is Huda Sharawi. She, in 1923, established the Egyptian Feminist Union, okay, which I think is the first feminist union in Egypt. Okay. So now we hear all of these things. Okay, we have countries like Algeria, Mozambique, and Guinea,
Angola and Kenya. If you read the history about all of these countries, you know that it wasn't just the men the freedom for these countries during the second wave of democratization, getting independence from the whites and supremacists. So you know that women were very, very instrumental in the fight for independence. Now, in the years, between the years 1975 and 1985, there was something really awesome that happened. There was the UN, the landmark UN decade for women rights. Okay, and that was a year. And then anyone who knows this history and feminism knows this year. Okay, and during that time, I mean, afterwards, there was massive, participation in feminism as a movement. So many women joined the scholarly pursuit of trying to bring the position of the woman to a very, very reasonable stature. Now, since the African feminism movement has expanded in policy, expanded in legislation, and then scholarship and cultural, all in the cultural realm, okay, it has to do with the grassroots activism as well as intellectual activism, the bread and butter issues such as poverty reduction and violence prevention and reproductive rights, as well as lifestyle and popular culture, media, arts, and the rest. Now, I don't know whether I can play this song for you because I mentioned popular culture and arts. There's this song. If we have to be feminists, it has to really go. Okay, I'll just go. Okay. Yeah, my point is that, if you have to be feminist or humanist or join a philosophy, okay, or believe in a philosophy and then really live it well, you have to let it be a part of you. Okay, it has to inform the kind of lifestyle you choose to live and how you act. Okay. Now there's this popular song that I like it, but I really didn't listen to the lyrics. The Ghanaian songs actually have great instrumentals and you don't care about the lyrics, okay? But I like Humanist to just play that part of it. I like that and one of you tell me, anyone so it's translated to English so that the others can understand. Yeah. Oh, it's a song by Shatabali and Hope Skinny. Ride on, make it go. Ride on, make it go. Yeah, I'm sure you heard that song before. Has anyone pay attention to the lyrics? You realize how sexy this one line is? I get it, you see anything sexy. Oh, okay. Yeah.
In my opinion, I think it's quite African because I don't see any example of, since time was water, where women were treated equally as men. So,
everybody chose to be un-American, which was against our culture. They even went to the EU to say that Irish and Irish women should because of cultural exceptions. Seriously. So to this day, Irish women don't have it. Men are dominant culture. They always use culture as to keep people being gay men. Whenever I hear culture now, I run a mile. I'll question. I'll say, what are you trying to do with that culture?
So my question is, we shouldn't be thinking about what is African or African. Is it good or is it right or wrong?
The reason why,
I'm kidding. So basically, yes, because we have aspects of our African culture. And I'm very proud of it.
Yeah.
But then, as a humanist, or a human, we have to just discern between what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because there's this tricky relationship between trying to preserve your culture, your tradition, with using reasoning to, as be a form of ridicule for the things that you believe. Okay, but just think about it. Talking about feminism, there's this concept of bride price, like before marriage. Okay. One time I asked one friend of mine, I call him the poet, and I asked him right price, and then he says, oh yeah, please hold on to that. You know how African women call their husbands mirror? Yeah. Do you guys understand mirror? Oh, what's the meaning of mirror? My lord. Yeah.
Yeah, what's that?
It's like Iraq. The A that precedes the Iraq is neutral. It's like it doesn't really. It's like mistress, but there's no ownership. It doesn't owns the man or something. But mirror actually means literal meaning. Mirror means my owner. So the husband owns the wife. Okay. And here I was just trying to juxtapose this with what Efo said. Okay, because Efo said, okay, the thing, the moral or whatever about bride pricing is the fact that he the man is actually buying the woman from her house. Okay. So I'm thinking, okay, I think men and women should have the same rights, right? And I'm thinking about this particular aspect about culture. Like, how do I fix this? How do I think about this, and how do I try to preserve my Africanness? Okay, remember that there's this part about culture. What do I do? Okay, so then I'll just leave that for you guys to think about, because the movement of feminism is progressive. Okay, there's no end. You get it? Circumstances change, and societies are different. Wherever you go, people are different. The kind of perception that they have about women and men are very different. Okay, but that is not a reason for us to not make a move. Okay, we have perceptions of success and failures and pain and happiness. Okay, so then use that within your own culture. Okay, and then determine, set the benchmark. Tell yourself, what's within my culture makes or marginalizes a woman? Okay. And I think you are reasonable people, and other people are reasonable people, but they just pretend. Because of furthering their own conveniences, they try to just be, excuse me, say stupid people. Okay. But it's painful. You just hear how people talk, okay? And what pains me is, like, I've been on legal campus for so long, and I don't know, it just eats into me the way people just act, okay? And even the women, it's so painful. Some of them think that, after school, the only measure of success is marrying a guy, marrying a rich guy. Yeah, and you see them on campus, and this is my guy. They put their legs on the dashboard. Like I'm enjoying that. It's so bad. Okay, I feel that there are certain things that we do that feeds into our subconscious. So sometimes it comes almost innately. The things that we do, the things that we say. I remember back in class 6, my dad told me that I didn't do so well because a girl had been the first to do class rank. Okay, like actual class percentile system. Yes. So a girl. So there was one time, I think it was second term. A girl overtook me in class, and I was second. So right now I was like, in his whole life, a girl has never taken me. So I love girls who overtake me. But then I wasn't feminist, so maybe I didn't know about feminism. I didn't see. He's actually in traffic. People don't let him pass them. I didn't know about that. Yeah, so I feel things are kind of insignificant, but they actually okay. There are those things that form the basis of the huge, very, very significant mess that people make when they're making comments about women. So that's it. Well, actually, so can you play? Okay.
Is there a specific section?
What's that?
Just specific social.
Yeah, I just want to. Have you seen that video? It's so about that.
What I remember from school, that they didn't really teach us that cultural studies, that social it was that the men were buying.
No, they can't see.
But there was like compensation, it was a way of compensation.
Yeah, it's still bad. It's like sugarcoating it. Like,
Actually, can I disagree with that?
okay, sure.
Because I think that so we have to take into account like social context and the historical time. If a person is, like if people labor as a family, if we work on a farm together and you come and take one member of my labor force, I think it would be just to compensate the family for the loss of labor. So not necessarily in gender terms, but rather just a family acknowledging that I am receiving extra labor from you and adding to my own labor. So I would like to compensate the family for that. I would argue that isn't inherent, but it manifests in a sexist way in contemporary time when we no longer work and operate like that, right? Like we work individually, we work for the state, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel what you said is good rationalization. It's based on some assumptions, okay? It has to be, it's based on the fact that you have to see the family as a labor group or the society as, families within societies as workers, okay? Yeah, it has to rest on that. Without that, it wouldn't really make sense. Right. Yeah. So it makes sense that way.
I don't know if it's too late. If families doing a transaction.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
It's not the same with a woman because we cannot use 21st century rationalization. Like our society, right? That's my point. Like my point is, if we want to talk about historical African traditions, we have to analyze them within context and then ask ourselves, should they still apply? Sometimes, because our economies are not stratified by family, it may not still apply. It actually makes no sense. But I'm thinking, given social context and given time, it may not be inherently degrading towards women because it is economic compensation for utilizing someone else's labor force. I'm not justifying
Context is important. But like she said, it's only always the woman. Why is that the man has to pay? Regardless of what the context is, why is that the woman is the one who's being taken? It doesn't matter what the context is. Why added to the man? Why is the woman always being added to the man when they get married? Because they both live alone. They don't live with the man's family. They don't go farm on the man. They didn't farm on the man's father's farm. They farmed on the man's own farm.
Okay. I actually have a presentation, so maybe I
should.
So I'm just, I think you guys are very, very excited. You know, your questions and answers and stuff. So now I'm just going to use this opportunity to talk about 2 or 3 misconceptions, okay? And then I'll give my conclusion, and then Ms. Adol can deliver her presentation. Now, you have to learn, I think it's perhaps the most common of all the misconceptions. People think all feminists are women. Okay? And I'm sure you guys are very cool. You are very, you are very, very up to date. You heard about the he for she campaign. Did you hear about it? The he for she campaign. Yeah, Watson. Do you know what's about? Oh, okay. Very briefly. The he for she is just kind of debunking this myth. It's just saying that it's possible for men to support women's rights. That's all. So it's possible for, just think about it. Are animal rights supporters animals? Well, you know what I mean. Don't be stubborn. Yeah, you don't have to be animal to support animal rights. Okay? Yeah, I think 4 months ago, I witnessed someone kill a dog, hang on one of the trees, like the branches of the trees of University of Ghana campus. And one of the girls actually called her mom and cried. I think that was the point that I became so passionate about animals. Okay, so yeah, and I think I support animal rights too, but I am not an animal. Okay, yeah, the pedestrian meaning of animals. So that's it. You don't a woman to support or be feminist. It's the additive. Okay, we all support that women have to be respected as fellow humans. Okay, yeah. So that's it. The second misconception is that people think that feminism is male bashing. Okay, male bashing, and I think a fancy bashing is misandry. You heard about misandry? Yeah, it's like male hating. Come on, I'm male, I'm feminist, I don't hate myself. Okay? Feminism doesn't mean hating men. Okay? Feminism is just advocating for women's rights on the ground of equality of both sexes. Okay? So yeah. Now I think that men in heterosexual relationships, and this is the point I said, okay? And I'm talking about straight men now. I think men in heterosexual relationships feel, or they can actually benefit from feminism. Okay. Now, see, when you're a straight man and a straight, you feel eternally distraught when you're broke. Okay. When you're broke, when you're too broke. So just think about the immense relief that you save up for yourself. Okay. If you have to tote around the burden that, okay, I'm the man, I'm the one who has to pay all the time. Okay, so then if you're going out, I mean, yeah, you really want to go out, but when you go out, you borrow money from your girl and stuff just because you are the man. Okay, yeah, joining feminism, okay, or agreeing with feminism, okay, or promoting it means that you're going to try to convince women to believe that, okay, we are all human. And financial burden doesn't have to be only a man's. Okay, so when we go out, when we go out to buy drinks or whatever, if you don't have money, you don't have to go and borrow. Okay, the woman knows that she can also pay. Do you get it? So I hope you get my point. So in this economy, in this sinking economy, we need feminism. Okay, so you don't need feminism. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I have to wrap up now. I don't think there are so many people, so many men and women who are doing so well in feminism. Okay, I can't match up. I'm a teacher of sorts, so I really don't have time. Okay, to do that. I really hope the next year, the coming year, I'll get more time to do more than I'm doing now. Okay, but then there are some things I just do. When my friends are making sex, I don't laugh. Okay, they know my position on women. Yeah, and I think I know at least someone here thinks this idea is really cool. Okay, when I give birth, okay, with my wife, okay, I'm not going to, you know, the surname thing, okay, it's always the man who gives his surname to the children. That started. But then I think it's kind of sexist. It's personal. That's what I think. Okay. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe the girls should take their mom's surname, or maybe the guys should take their dad's surname, or maybe we can just hyphenate. Do you get it? I mean, it's my own personal thing. Okay. You can all have your what's that? Northwest, yeah, kind of, okay. Yeah, you can just come up with something, okay, for yourself. So that's my own take on it. So that's it. I think no one, so I'm just concluding now, no one but African women too can bear the responsibility to protect the histories of African, like the African women, okay. We have many glass ceilings to shatter. Okay, to begin to do so, we have to realize that the current situation disadvantages women tremendously. Women are being systematically marginalized within both our local and global societies. As our eyes increasingly open to this truth, we must continue to liberate and defend ourselves from limited notions of womanhood. Okay, you cannot be stressed enough how pressing that is. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Okay, we can and should take the inspiration from those who are already reshaping the narrative of African womanhood. And the truth is that feminism continues to be a tool of choice for. Okay, yeah, I'm really hoping that you guys take feminism seriously. Humanism is, among other philosophies, a force for justice and equality. Humanism seeks a refreshing coexistence among the sexes. However anatomically different we are, whatever gender we have chosen for ourselves. Healthy feminism and proper humanism are contingent upon each other. Okay, so the world, I think the world will indeed become a better place if we could all join the bandwagon of feminism and humanism. Thank you.
So it looks like we really have to run, but
we were going to do the presentations and then take collective questions.
Okay, so that's not, we don't have too much time.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm not going to take a significant amount of. I'll introduce myself. My full name is Mame Ajua Dankwa. I know it's really dramatic. I am a third-year law student at Emory University, and I look and write about African countries and the law. I'm really interested in and I am the feminist everyone wants you about. So to begin my, just to outline it, I'm going to be talking about three things. One, I'm going to be talking about a feminist legal theory called vulnerability theory. The second thing that I'm going to be talking about is the social status of women in Ghana, specifically looking at the Domestic Violence Act that passed in 2007. And the last thing that I'll conclude is what Rosalind said earlier, but she's not here. How to get beyond, oh, she's right there, sorry. How to get beyond the narrative of is it a foreign import or is it tradition, right? Because just because it's tradition doesn't make it good or bad. In fact, I'd argue that tradition is simply what could be the best thing that we've done, but it could also be a terrible thing that we've done that, okay. It could also be a terrible thing that we've done that could be outdated and not necessarily good. Okay. So the first thing is to talk about vulnerability theory. Like, what is vulnerability theory? Vulnerability is a human rights theory that theorizes that the primary condition of humanity is vulnerability. That from our very existence, we are vulnerable in the sense that we are intrinsically susceptible to harm. And if we want to create a society, we have to create institutions that take into account inherent human susceptibility. So for example, even as a fetus, right, before you become a person, arguably, you are still susceptible to harm. You are still susceptible to, if your mother or if the womb that is carrying you ingests harmful toxins, harmful chemicals, it can affect the way in which you develop for the rest of your life, right? So as an infant, whether you get adequate nutrition could affect your brain capacity, whether you get education, all of these things happen at a time when we are not in control and we must depend on other human beings, other resources to ensure not only right, but also that we have the best capacity to develop in the best way. Okay, so ability is a universal theory and it's also a particular theory in the sense that on a universal scale, we argue that as a function of being human, we're susceptible to harm, but there are also particular human institutions based on space and time that make us more susceptible to harm than other people. So the example that I can give is, for example, if a person is a same-sex loving person in a homophobic society, they are susceptible to harm as a function of being human, right? Anybody can be attacked, anybody can be punched, anybody can be hit, anybody could be mugged. However, if you live in a society where everyone is taught, or a lot of people internalize antagonistic ideas about your identity, about your person, it becomes theory because as a function of your gender, as a function of your class, as a function of who you have the capacity to love, you will be more targeted, or you might be more likely to be targeted. Does that make sense how it's universal? Okay. And you can interrupt me if you have like a really burning question, but I'm just gonna run through this. So social status of women in Ghana specifically, William already discussed that in Ghana, institutionally, women are marginalized socially, politically, economically, and culturally. And one thing that I look at is the passage of the Domestic Violence Act of 2007. So in 2003, the Domestic Violence Act was introduced into Parliament, and initially, marital rape, so it had a marital rape exception, getting rid of the marital rape exception, right? So the old Ghana Criminal Code under 42G said that as a function of being married women were always consenting to sex, and as a result, it was legally impossible for married women thus to be raped. Now we know that as a manifest, this is not true. It is not impossible for married women to be raped because even when you're married, you still retain bodily autonomy. You're still a person, and women sometimes do get in abusive relationships. Partners do abuse, and their partners do different forms of violence that can include sexual violence, right? So studies done on women who are married and are subject to marital rape found that they were also subject to physical abuse, psychological abuse. They were more likely to get pregnant without necessarily wanting to be pregnant. They were more likely to have traumatized, I'm going to just issue a trigger warning. So they were more likely to have traumatized genitalia, meaning ripped vaginas, ripped anuses. Those women, domestic violence incidents could also sometimes escalate to people being murdered. But because of the law prior to 2007, there was no criminalization of marital rape, and as a result in Ghana, if your husband were to rape you, you just didn't necessarily have any legal recourse. So the marital rape exemption under the old DV Act that was proposed in Parliament in 2003 would have gotten rid of 42G. However, there was a lot of public outrage. I mean, I'm sure you guys were, right, because you were in the space with almost people, well, not people, specific heads coming out against it. So Upper Chiefs in the Upper East region said that getting rid of marital rape exemption was anti-Ghanaian, right? Because it was now going into the bedroom, and basically there had to be a sanctity of marriage protection that stopped the government from going into the bedroom. The late Professor Atta Mills did not support the repeal of marital rape exemption. Neither did at that time President Kufuor. Other important figures, including Queen Mothers, right, came out to say that it was a woman's responsibility to provide her husband with sexual fulfillment, and as a result, it is legally impossible for men to rape women because essentially their wives had to always consent to sex. One of the arguments as to why marital rape should not be exempted was that it was a foreign import and it was anti-Ghanaian. Some of the same arguments that we talked about that stand in the way of trying to get like progressive human rights initiatives on the ballot. But something kind of strange just happened. So not just happened, it happened when I was still in high school. So what happened was the domestic violence 2007 passed. It passed without repealing marital rape. However, a few months later, who is a person that the parliament solicited to look through the criminal code out any provisions that was not in compliance with international human rights obligations, out basically repealed the marital rape exemption, but nothing was announced. So it was repealed a few months after the Domestic Violence Act, meaning that a lot of feminists, a lot of activists got what it is that they wanted. But it was very odd because Parliament didn't announce it. Some human rights organizations didn't find out that it had been repealed until years later, right? So I'm looking through like newspaper archives, and some of them are as late as 5 years later in 2012 saying, victory, marital rape exemption has been repealed. And I'm like, it's 5 years later. So how is it and why is it that the marital rape exemption is repealed from the Ghana Criminal Code without any noise made? So that's one of the things that I'll be talking about. In the paper that I write, I essentially argue whether it's Ghana, whether it's Uganda, whether it's Zimbabwe, because we are a post-colonial state and because a lot of the citizens of the state are subconscious or are conscious about the which cultural imperialism affects and undermines our political sovereignty as new nations. Very sensitive to the idea that neo-colonization will still continue to undermine us. And I also argue that we're not crazy, we're not like stupid, because neo-colonization is a real phenomenon, right? So citing, for example, David Cameron stating that if Ghana and other countries did not legalize gay rights, they would cut aid, right? And basically, I write in my paper, human rights initiatives have to be from the ground up and not superimposed by other nations, right? So for example, I live in the United States, which is a very racist white supremacist state. It has a lot of police brutality. The ways in which the death penalty happens is very racialized, right? And in fact, I used to care about the death penalty until I realized that police kill 10 times more black people every year than the death penalty actually kills, right? So in that context, there are a lot of human rights abuses that occur in the United States. However, you would never see other nations demanding, right, that the United States sets its political agenda to address specific human rights initiatives. Now, this isn't because the human rights initiatives are not important, but rather it's because of the power and basically the inequitable power in global relations that allow powerful countries to basically bully and undermine the political sovereignty of less powerful countries. So one thing, if you are not Ghanaian, if you're not from Uganda, but you do support these initiatives, it would be in your best interest to support local activists on the ground, the people who have to actually live the reality, like live whatever the consequences of any backlash would be to support that mobilization to get human rights, rather than superimposing what you believe should be the human rights and how it should look for local countries. So in addition to being subconscious about I also argue that political elites in these countries use the idea that something is a foreign import to not garner support for it, right? And the way in which we can get out of this binary of is it a foreign import or is it a traditional custom is what Rosalind said. Is it good? And in applying vulnerability theory, the question we should ask is, does it reduce human suffering? Like, do we create institutions that can take into account the ways in which different human beings on a universal scale and in a particular scale are susceptible to harm, right? So if for example, you guys saw the difference between Sierra Leone, and Denmark, the ways in which infant mortality in Sierra Leone was very high. So if we are creating a society where we seek to reduce human suffering, we really want to look at who is disadvantaged, the ways in which they are disadvantaged, and what resources can we use to ensure that they're not disadvantaged. So this is just like a broad, universal, sort of like humanist theory. Ways in which it manifests under feminist legal theory is looking at the realities, social, political, and economic realities of women in Ghana and trying institutions to ensure that women are not disadvantaged and we're not more susceptible to harm of internalized ideas that are patriarchal. So one study that I quickly looked at in my paper was a study done by Kofi Boakye in 2009, and it talked about rape myth acceptance, right? So the ideas that societies have about rape determine how we treat people when they're raped, whether we believe that people are raped, and whether actually we encourage more people to offend and more people to rape. So the four things that he looked at to see the ways in which people understand rape: age, education and profession is one factor, and religion. And he found that religion is a factor in the ways in which people understand rape, like whether people internalize negative ideas about rape, like so whether people think marital rape is impossible, whether people deny rape, deny that rape is possible, whether people victim blame, whether they shame attitudes. He found that religion was not a significant factor. However, that study was done in 2009, so maybe we should wait to see, right? Because I'm thinking that in the past 5 years, you know, a bunch of things have changed. The things that were important in rape myths was gender. Women were much more likely to not harbor rape acceptance myths. I said that in the most confusing way possible. Essentially, women were more likely to understand the dynamics of rape and to represent rape as in line with the data and statistics about rape than men were more likely. Okay. The other factor was education and background. When he factored in education, the gender disparity almost went away. So it was important for him that when he says education, he doesn't necessarily mean the elitist idea, like whether you went to like a really amazing school, but rather the content of the education that you received. So police had DOSU training. You guys are familiar with DOSU. It's the domestic violence victim unit in Ghana. That had gone through DOSU training had answers similar to people that were psychology students, right? Telling us that if you put people through training, they're less likely to internalize myths about rape, and they're more likely to have sort of like pro-equality ideas. It's really about exposing people to certain ideas. He also looked at age. The best age for people who rejected rape myths was, I think it was like 18 to like 28. And then the people under 14 to 17 were more likely to internalize rape myths, and then the people above were also more likely to internalize rape myths. So, in conclusion, as quickly as possible, what the paper proposes is that by offering vulnerability theory as a way, as a theory to addressing susceptibility to harm, we can get outside of the identity politics that sometimes occur when we're talking about feminism. So the idea, so if I'm on Twitter talking about feminism and someone comes and says, well, men suffer too, it becomes really frustrating because I'm specifically talking about women's systematic disenfranchisement. But under vulnerability theory, I actually have the opportunity to say, this is true. Men are susceptible to harm because of the institutions that we, and women are also susceptible to harm. A more severe degree, whatever caveat that I have because of the institutions that we create. And also the other conclusion that I'll say and go sit down is that vulnerability theory also allows us to get outside of this false binary where we're concerned about whether something is a foreign import. I don't know, it's supposedly a neo-colonial institution, or whether it is a traditional import that a lot of people to be good. Okay, Stephanie.
Let's take questions.
What would you say to people who say that feminism is, by definition, inherently unethical?
I would say that feminism addresses inequality. And for people that say that it is inherently unequal, I think that they're presupposing that the world we live in is equal, right? So if there's, okay, let me try and use metaphors and say, if there's 3 burning houses, right? And 3 houses that are not burning, it's ridiculous to get water and throw them on all 6 houses, right? Because the issue is that 3 houses are actually burning. So my answer to them would be, it's not inherently unequal because it's addressing women's inequality within the society. That we're not going to have a theory like trying to eradicate white supremacy is not necessarily going to center the most powerful people because they're not affected by it, right? Or the reason why we don't have a straight pride parade, because no one makes me feel guilty for being straight, right? So it's ridiculous to have solutions for me. It's ridiculous to have resources for me when I'm not vulnerable and I'm not being affected specifically simply because of my gender or the identity that I have. Okay. That was a long answer.
Yes. Okay, I just want to add something. I think people who say that are just tackling the name itself, know what it really means. Because it's just etymology, it's just feminism, the fem part is it, woman. But it's just too shallow to just concentrate on what the roots were. You just have to go deeper for reasons. Yeah.
I want to comment on the domestic issue. I have observed that anytime we are we want to pass a law process, democratic process, we have a problem passing a law that protects women's rights. You know, I remember the PNDC law 11 was passed, and I literally reached a women were disinherited. So when the husband passes away, everything goes to the husband's family. And then it was the Ronnie's era, it was military, he just passed the law. If you are not involved, the government says this is the law. And then the women got rights to inherit their husband. The example that you made, I think it's 49 in your one form about the revocation of consent, sex in marriage.
42G.
Eh?
It was 40.
That is something like that. When the review was given to the commissioner, he sneaked it quietly without people knowing. That's why 5 years later, if he was to take it before Parliament, the MPs would resist. Because when you want to pass the law through the normal process, the men, it's a typical patriarchal society. The men will be loud and will resist. You want to bring the stakeholders or the chief to come and say this is the law, you will resist it. There are 2 laws before Parliament now. One is on the cohabitation. You see, the woman lives with a man for 20 years and then the 60 will not marry. Then the somehow vowed openly to say we will never pass this law, for they themselves have other women outside their the PNDC law, which gave the women the right to marry their husbands one. There is a period one now before Parliament. And the MPs have vowed they will never. This is a Western Union. All the time, everything is Western Union, or against the culture. These are the 2 reasons they used to that protect women's rights. And sometimes, with respect to Western imports, I may even understand that, well, if the West is ahead of us dealing with patriarchy,
Why don't we take the examples from you? What is the problem with that?
Popular opinion is 80% you know what I mean? Sometimes doing the right thing, taking active leadership, I think I agree with that.
So it's always a problem when we pass through the process and then we get the men being loud and being, moving everything.
Right.
Then they resist the MPs themselves. But if you have to get Azuka to speak the revocation of consent to marriage, for consent for marriage, or to get the PNS law to a military, then it's always, I don't know this, I just felt it.
So is right, in the sense that if something has to publicly be passed, there's a lot of outrage, but the revocation has to be approved by Parliament. So what that says to us, it's not that Parliament necessarily disagrees with this, but for political power and to appease their constituents, they throw a big fuss, right? And then secretly, when it's no longer a politicized issue, they would approve it because Parliament had to approve any sort of changes in Ghana's criminal code. And they did approve the changes just 3 months after they'd done a huge big fuss and removing it from the Domestic Violence Act. So it's, well, they did not read it. But what it does suggest is that when issues become politicized, right? So it's something inherent within Ghana, right? Like just the political system of democracy requires you to appeal to your constituents to attempt to get elected. So it's Clinton passing anti-gay rights legislation and then now coming out in support of gay rights legislation as the population changes, similar to that.
This is the last question. I'm sorry, we have to get to this next. This is the last question. Tomorrow, this is the last one. Please sit down. Tomorrow, we have to be 6. Please, at serious
Selassie, to answer your question, I'm not really sure what's really happening. I don't really see. I think your friend just wants an excuse.
We can find another example. Okay, in the universities, University of the Catholic Points. The Catholic Points, ladies is okay.
Exactly. It is positive discrimination. This is the answer. All of the data shows us that all of the positions. No, I mean, Jerome, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I want to. What about people talk like this? I think that we really disagree. Because in one person, I forget all the past discrimination and has brought us together everything. And when it's time for other people to reflect that, they say, oh, now let's do it. So president, you do not have a program where they feel
yeah, to rectify it. You make a good point.
Okay, because I said that in some organizations, people they say okay, 10% is represented.
And it's only 30%. We're like 50% of the population.
What I am saying is I don't understand how companies reserving 100% or 100% but is that the effective way of tackling this issue?
My answer to that is one of the most effective ways of tackling these issues, because when we look historically at attempts to try and get equality and equity, powerful groups will not, on their own conscience, on their own accord, provide equality of conditions and resources for marginalized people. So you have to force it.
Will not be able to get a job because of discrimination in a male-dominated workplace. So if you're saying that 30% of management positions in this company have to be filled by qualified women, it's not any women, it's not you're going to go out and get somebody from the street. All you're saying is to this male-dominated company, you have to consider women for this position, whereas previously they did. Because of prejudice. So what this does is it addresses male prejudice.
What I'm saying is that, let's look at, okay, I have two sisters, okay, like they allow me, when I'm working at Nigeria, I have sisters, okay, and sometimes we come back from school and we find the guys sitting behind the TV, as the girls, okay, so let's say, for example, as the guy is working on school, doing some group assignments, these are some of the things we should be talking about.
You don't have to tackle one thing at a time.
What I'm saying is these are some of the things we have completely neglected.
We haven't neglected that. But that doesn't mean we've neglected it.
Hello. Please come in. As far as I'm concerned, it's not today. Tomorrow, hopefully we'll finish. We'll close earlier than and then we can come back today. So I'll try to sort that out tomorrow. We'll continue. I come tomorrow. Excellent. Not here, right? Tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. So thank you all very much. Thank you all for coming. And can I just say I love you all for coming? Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Bye bye. Okay. Hello. No. It's online. I'm not even sure the camera gets it. All right. So thank you very much for joining us today in the second West African Humanist Conference, and we appreciate your watching. Join us tomorrow. We will be at the Smith Guest House in Accra. It's very close to Akweje. Contact any member, tweet at us on Twitter, Humanist Ghana, and we will give you directions to the place. You can physically come in there. If not, join us same channel tomorrow. Thank you very much, and goodbye.